it out.
It happens twice a year, the Great Nattening, during spring and fall spring.
Yeah,
It's terrible.
sounds like it.
Uh,
Sounds like it.
it's real bad. Like you open the front door and about a million of them come in.
Okay.
Sad times, bro.
All right. Well, hopefully we're getting good sound out of this. I always have sound problems with Discord. I can't believe you guys still use this nonsense, but
You
it is what
sound
it is.
fantastic. Also, did you know that Skype directly quoted Discord as the reason why they went out of business?
Really?
Yeah, they
I
said
thought
that.
it was just the fact that cell phones no longer cared, or cell phone carriers no longer cared about the
Now they said that part of the reason was is like other companies such as Discord having more features and better ease of access for like in the entry for people was like carrying their business. Then they also like cited like Zoom and whatever. I'm like Zoom didn't Zoom get bought?
I think Zoom did actually get bought.
Yeah, so I was
I think
kind of
that's a
weird.
real thing. Yeah, I think that's a real thing. So what? This is such a really weird topic. Like it's so broad. You
Yeah,
couldn't come up with anything else.
I could have, but you know, I don't know if you noticed. I like these broad topics because then you can go down
Do you like
different
broads?
directions. Yeah, I do like broads. I like to go a lot of different direction with them. You know, like you never know if it gets like boring or something. Like or like you can switch over to like a different like avenue of attack for the topic, or I can move it along the lines. But well, so like this one, you like capitalism works here, but what about in Germany? Whatever inflation, or then you can be like socialism works except here, you know, or like kind of thing. It's kind of like all sorts of
It's
stuff.
going to be such a. I mean, I don't know because it's such a broad topic that I've just been guessing at what Econoboi is even going to say. I'm like, what the fuck ever.
You could have probably watched his debate against Fabian on the same topic,
Oh, really?
and then maybe you would have had
I
some
didn't find
notes.
the one on against Fabian. I found the one against Rob Noor and the one against Andrew Wilson.
Well, that's why I told you to go look up the Fabian.
No,
I was like, "There's
sorry,
this
I
one."
didn't
You're
pay
like,
attention to
he
you.
was like, "Nah, we're not gonna do that. Fuck him. He doesn't
Yeah,
know."
sorry, I didn't pay attention to you.
You giving him the secrets, the keys to the kingdom. And he's like, "Nah, I don't want it."
Yeah, I'll figure it out. Well, so the thing is that I debate completely different than Fabian. Fabian
Oh
is
yeah, for
like
sure.
he will go super meta. Like I fully expect Econoboy to go like so meta, like meta upon meta upon meta.
Yeah, I mean, and
But
that's kind of what's interesting here is like part of what I've been doing with this DCS thing is trying to match like styles that are pretty different. So like Econoboy meta, you're gonna be like I don't know what you're gonna do, but like I would assume yours is more like real world experience. And so you're gonna talk about like the nuts and bolts is what I would have thought like about like you know day to day. And so it's interesting to see how you do the like the oppositions. Like I had like Modi debate somebody on one of these, and he's like doesn't know anything about politics, but we were debating about something else. And it's like the like insult blood sports type versus like the real nerdy type, and we've had a couple of these different types where they go. It's pretty interesting.
yeah, see, I think that watching Fabian debate Econoboy is probably cool, but you know,
Not much practical you can retain.
and again, I can't take it. I mean, or it's not that I can't. I get like super meta. So,
Yeah,
what's up, Econoboy? We're just talking about you.
all terrible. No, he's mute. Dead effing. You can't even hear us.
Let's
But someone
go.
can hear
Let's
us though.
go. Yes, I can.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, did I move my thing? I like the shirt. The Rooster versus Peter Griffin. It's classic.
Classic
That
shit.
is awesome. It's actually really cool.
We're just waiting on Charlie. She said she'll be here in a second.
Is she fixing her hair? Because that could take 30 minutes.
Nah, I'm sure she'll be fine.
Okay.
I have faith.
Yeah. No, okay.
Oh no, my OBS is fucked.
Pobrecito. How you doing, Vintel? Leaving early tonight, huh?
Good. Yes. Yes, I am.
Send one of
I've been
your send one of your little
in my
minions to
studio
replace
too
you.
much. I need to get. I literally think I'm just gonna go sit outside. I just need to go sit outside. I've been working my 9 to 5 and sitting in the studio all week. I'm just like, I need to go sit outside or something.
Gotta get some like
Take a
chlorophyll.
Get away
walk,
from these
man.
screens.
A walk.
Yeah, I just gotta get away from these fucking screens.
Yeah, I feel that. That happens.
Yeah. I searched on X. I searched retard from my account, and I was like, yeah, I need a break. It's like 50 like last week. I'm like, god damn, I'm fucking on here arguing with everybody.
Too
Oh
too
shit.
internet brain, bro. That'll get you.
For real. For real.
I mean,
Do you like take specific days off that you just don't stream at all?
me?
Um,
Yeah, him.
Anybody, I don't care.
I definitely do.
Global.
I mean, I take some days off here and there, but I stream a lot, and I've gone a lot of days streaming. Mostly it's like Saturdays. Usually I'll take off or something.
Are you streaming now?
Yeah, I'm live now. It cut out because my OBS fucked up.
I'll send you an invite.
Yeah, my PC's been bugging out and everything. I'm
Are you
losing
streaming
everything.
on Twitch, Econoboi?
No. I guess I could have been streaming, but I don't know. I didn't think to turn the stream on. So.
Oh, that's fine. I was just asking for the stream together if you want to get it on. All right. That thing. It's good.
Oh my god, it crashed again. Oh, just kidding. It's back.
I don't stream at all Sundays or Tuesdays.
Yeah, I like to take Sundays off. Like
Yeah.
I might go on like Coach Kurtz if he does his thing on Sundays because that's pretty fun. But like I like to take my Sundays off. Tuesdays are like
Yeah,
a really slow day in general, so I usually take Tuesdays off too. I feel like from like at least like from doing anything planned.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it's just a matter of just by Sunday I've streamed like 3, maybe sometimes 4 days in a row, and I'm just like I'm cooked, man. I'm done. Like I don't want to do it anymore.
Ranger Rowe says, Econoboi, good job on Timcast. I disagree with everything you said, but you looked and sounded great.
Thank you. That's a best case scenario from
From Ranger, yeah.
viewer.
Yeah, I didn't think he would agree with too much of what you were going to say. To be fair, you did go against Connor, so that's like a free win. So I have faith in you.
Yeah, I had Tim and Connor both kind of debating me, but I don't know. I didn't really. I don't. I mean, you probably won't be surprised to hear that I don't find the conservative arguments on welfare to be very. There's not many great ones. So.
Well, I mean, to be fair, you didn't hear any on that show, so.
That's true. I mean, I've debated Fabian Liberty and I don't know, like many libertarians before, and I don't know. I think the
Fabian
best
Liberty.
argument from a libertarian perspective is like, well, the most sound argument I would say about the welfare state from a libertarian is like, just who cares what happens to poor people, right? And that's an actually interesting moral debate, but it's a very difficult empirical debate to have.
I actually agree with you on that. Like, this is kind of one of my problems when, like, I see like a lot of the libertarians in this space representing like the conservative side for a lot of these, is not necessarily because I disagree with like some of their stuff, because like I like the like whole no taxes thing as much as the next guy, but like it's just not practical, like in like any real sense. Like we don't live in this society like where this is happening. You're making arguments from like a purely meta, like theoretical kind of standpoint. Like, okay, can we talk about what's really happening and why it's bad, or what, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I feel like that's a problem I have when I talk to a lot of libertarians in this space, and they're representing the like conservative side on panels.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, to be fair, I guess Connor tried to represent that kind of more pragmatic small government view, but again, I find that to be harder to argue than the more pure libertarian perspective. Because once you open the door to some, it's like I'm okay with like some government benefits because I think they have a good impact. It's like, well, you probably should just be okay with all of them then, you know, for the evidence seems pretty strong, but I don't know.
Well, I'm sure we'll get into that some today. Let's just wait on Charlie here, guys. She is here. Perfect. It's like speak of the devil, Mel up here.
Hello.
Howdy, howdy.
Hey, his computer works.
Hey, there we go. And we're all in time for the great. Well, that's what I like to see. All right, I'll just go over this real quick. Pentuple's the only one who's judged one of these before, done any of these. So this is how it works for everybody. We have like 7-minute intros, like max. You don't have to go over that. I got a timer thing. Then we're gonna have I'll let it go into free discussion where y'all go back and forth against each other. If y'all can't decide who goes first, I'll do a coin flip. Whoever goes first, will go last at the for closings. After about 15 minutes, 20 minutes or so, we're going to give the judges an opportunity to ask each of y'all questions directly for about like 10 minutes or so. Then we'll let it go back to y'all for doing free debate kind of a thing. Then we'll have another for about 10, 15 minutes. Then we'll have the judges once again ask y'all the questions again, and then like kind of just engage with y'all. And then I'll close it out. Y'all get like another like 5 to 10 minute kind of like free discussion, and then we'll have like 3-minute closings. And then what's going to happen is the judges are going to DM me who they think won, and then we're gonna have a chat vote as well. And then at the end, we'll announce who won, and then the judges will tell y'all each who won and then why they voted for you. And as a judge, I try to always get a right and a left-leaning judge, but try to be impartial. Just vote on who did better. That's kind of what we're doing here. But all right, so we'll get started. Welcome to the DCS. We have a cool matchup today. We have Econoboi versus Grid, and we're going to be discussing socialism versus capitalism. But first, I'm going to let everybody get an intro and tell who you are and what they do. We'll start with Charlie.
Hi, I am Enemy Charlie. I stream on Twitch. Today I will be a judge. My politics are very, very, very left. However, I'm going to do my best to judge solely on the basis of quality of argument, as opposed to what I, actually agree with. And thank you for having me.
Fantastic. Thanks for being here. Econoboi.
Hey everyone, I'm Econoboi. I tend to focus on economics, but I also talk about politics a lot on Live and Learn. Econoboi and everything for this debate. I guess historically I defended capitalism mostly because I was only exposed to the bad socialist arguments, but then I discovered the good socialist arguments, and I've made a pretty radical transition, at least over the last couple of years. I've always been kind of more left-leaning, but I think I've fully dipped my toe into socialism, so it'll be fun to talk about that with Mr. Motorsports here.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Speaking of Mr. Motorsports, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Grid One Motorsports. I have the channel AnUnreasonable Man. I stream mostly on YouTube. I do have a Twitch, but I didn't think to set it up, so you'll not see it there. I am a capitalist. That's it.
Fantastic. That's what we like to hear. And Pentuple.
Hello, I'm Pentuple. I'm the host of AGA Headquarters. I'm the commissioner of the official Twitch Poker League, and we stream baseball games also. So that's what we do over here. And today I'm judging with Enemy Charlie.
All right, fantastic. Let me just pull this up here. All right, does anybody want to go first? Or do I need to do a coin flip?
Coin flip, who cares?
All right, we'll do the heads or tails thing real quick. And okay, go ahead. Billy, I'll say one of the things in the heads or tails.
Heads.
All right, it's heads. You want to go first, or you want to defer?
What's the time for the opening statement?
7 minutes max.
7 minutes. I'll go second.
All right, Grid.
Okay.
Let me just pull up my timer real quick, and I'll tell you when to go. All right, go ahead.
All right. This won't take long in my standard fashion. It will be short, quick, and to the point. I'm a capitalist. I believe in capitalism. It is in no way, shape, or form anything else except capitalism for me. I believe in some community funded social projects, but not governmental. No, I'm a non-interference. I don't believe in government interference, and which does not make me a libertarian. Sorry. Basically, socialism can't exist without capitalism, and we're going to have a lot of fun in this debate. I know we will. And that's it. That's the end of it. And my opponent can go.
All right. We now have a new record for fastest opening. Very excited about that. Econoboi, go ahead. Let me just reset this, and you're good to go.
Sure. I guess I'll probably take a larger percentage of my opening statement than Grid Motorsports did. So I guess to kind of frame the debate out, I think that the best way to think about socialism is pretty narrowly. I think that socialism is when the means of production are collectively owned. Now, some people will add in other things. They'll say you have to decommodify labor, you have to have decommodification in general, you have to have democratic centralism if you're like a Marxist-Leninist or something like that. But I tend to take a pretty classical, pretty narrow view of socialism. Socialism is when production, meaning essentially businesses and capital assets, things like that, are owned collectively. And by collectively, that could mean many assorted things, right? That could mean that the workers own it. That could mean that the consumers own it. That could mean that the democratic state owns it and the people kind of control it democratically that way. There's a number of different models for social and collective or worker ownership, but that's generally speaking what socialism is. And I think that as well, it's also important to think about socialism at the institutional level. This has just been the most sensible way to think about socialism in my experience. That, look, a lot of people quibble, is this a socialist country? Is that a socialist country? Is this a socialist economy? Is that a socialist economy? I think that's a pretty unproductive way to talk about socialism. I found it unproductive when I was doing it for years until this was clarified for me later down the line. I think you have to think about these things at the institutional level. So what do I exactly mean by that? I don't think it's as productive to talk about this country is good and it's capitalist, this country is bad and it's socialist. I think it's much more interesting to think about what are the institutional designs of these economies, because every economy is complex. Every economy is essentially a mixed economy. And when we think about certain things in even the American economy, right, if we were to think about public schools, for instance, public schools are publicly owned enterprises, essentially. It's a publicly owned government service. And now that might sound weird to think about public schools as a form of socialist institution, but just think about it like this. We could have privately owned, for-profit, market-distributed schools. We could have that. We don't, right? We decommodify schooling, essentially, and we publicly own and control it, and we democratically manage it at the local level, right? That is certainly a socialist institution. Same thing with the fire department. You know, we could have private firehouses and market-distributed for-profit firehouses. We don't. We choose to make that a public service that's democratically owned and accountable. Same thing with the police in America. Now, some countries, I would argue accurately, they tend to go a little bit further. Look at Norway. They tend to have state-owned enterprises for all sorts of things, right? You know, state-owned oil companies, state-owned health services companies, very state-owned arts and sort of theater companies, things like that. I think that's a pretty good model for a number of reasons. Number one, I think that we can say, strictly speaking, you would always prefer collective ownership to private ownership, assuming the same outcomes, right? Now, assuming that you could have the same level of innovation, the same level of sort of growth in the economy, why wouldn't you want ownership to be more horizontally distributed? I don't see an intrinsic reason to prefer that a private capitalist gets profits instead of the society at large, if it is the case that we have the same level or greater levels of innovation and growth in the economy. So it seems like, strictly speaking, you would prefer collective ownership. That is, if you can prove, at least, that we could expect the same levels of innovation and growth. And I think as well, state-owned enterprises and public services, to the extent that there's externalities of these kinds of types of production, those organizations do a better job of internalizing those externalities. So, for instance, we could have a situation where pollution's out of control, so we want to tax pollution to sort of internalize that cost into every individual firm. That's not necessarily a bad thing, and you can do that with state ownership. But, for instance, if we had a state-owned oil company, we, the people, could just create a regulation for that organization and say, yeah, just like don't pollute a shitload of pollution into the air. We can't necessarily do that as easily with private corporations, because those corporations are antagonistic to public interest. They are not directly in line with public interest. So I think that's something important to keep in mind as well. Lastly, I'll talk about my journey and how I kind of started to fall into the general socialist label. I was researching egalitarianism, actually. I was been a sort of egalitarian in my viewpoint. I think people should be equal. It's like, what dimension should they be equal in? And I was researching all this stuff and, pretty committed egalitarian. At some point when I was doing my reading, somebody said, or maybe I read somewhere, that, look, if egalitarianism is one of your values, the only way to actually achieve equality is with a socialist economic system. And I thought about that for a minute, and I said, that actually does make a lot of sense. That if you think about what capitalism is, right, taking production and allowing it to be privately owned and looking at the fruits thereof, there's a lot of innovations, there's a lot of growth associated with it. But because of capitalism, 2 minutes. Because of capitalism, our society is also highly unequal. Highly unequal. Now, of course, there's a debate about how unequal society should be, and like I said, what dimension society should be unequal. And you might even argue that, hey, given a perfect institutional framework, we can't socialize the entirety of the economy. We can't make every economic system one of those socialist institutions that I referenced earlier because of practical concerns, to which point I would say I agree with you. But that's not a statement on whether or not it is a good general goal to move in that direction insofar as it is possible and insofar as we can dream big in that regard. And to respond, I guess, briefly to some of the things that Grid Motorsports said in my last minute, he talked about how, I'm a capitalist, I don't believe in government interference. Well, you absolutely have to have government interference in a capitalist system, because who's enforcing the property rights? Well, guess what? It's the government, right? It's the police force, right? You have to have government in order to maintain markets, in order to maintain property rights, which of course underpins both capitalist and socialist modes of production. He also says socialism cannot exist without capitalism. To some, I guess it depends on what he means by that. Maybe we'll get into it. But overall, I think that we should think about socialism as transitioning those privately owned institutions into publicly, collectively owned institutions in one way or another, like public utilities, public schools, state-owned enterprises, sovereign wealth fund ownership, things like that. I think those are the institutions that best reflect, sort of the ideal economic system. And hopefully we'll get into that at the, middle part of the debate that we're about to start.
All right, fantastic. Thank you so much. Now, before I turn it over to y'all, just one quick note for the audience and for the new people. I'm just here to mod. Basically, I'll ask a question every now and then for clarification, or maybe press somebody and see what they say after that. But I'm going to try to do it to both of them as needed, just for the quality of discussion. But go ahead, talk amongst yourself. Fight.
Thank you. That was I wasn't really aware that you were a communist, but okay, we can go with that. So I have to ask, do you honestly believe that there are no private schools in the United States of America? Because my kid
That's not
goes
what
to
I
one.
said.
That is what
That's
you
not what
said.
I
You
said.
said that we've gotten rid of them. That's exactly
Nope,
what you said.
that's not what I said. The judges,
did
I
you
guess,
say?
feel free to
Can I-
note.
Can I clarify? I
What did
was
you
I was taking notes. What Econoboi said was that public education
Why
is
are
an
you
example
answering
of
instead
a.
of Econoboi?
Yeah, Charlie, pipe down, all right?
Oh,
God damn
my
it,
bad.
Grid,
I
ask me
thought
a
I was supposed to
question.
be providing clarification. I
No,
was
no,
taking notes. I'm sorry. I thought he
No,
asked
I was
me
just
to.
kidding. I'm just kidding. Grid might be more
Okay,
serious.
my
I mean,
bad. My bad.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that I was debating two people.
Well, it's okay. We can
No,
always
No,
shift
you're
the
not
mod.
debating me. I was clarifying what he said.
we've
He
have
can
the
clarify
disaster,
what he
all right.
said. It's his job.
Okay,
to
my
clarify
bad.
what
I'm
he said.
sorry. He said
Fine.
the judges. Can the judges
We
I
can
don't-
collectively.
Yeah, I was gonna
own the
say I have some stuff, but I guess we'll just
clarification.
wait
Okay,
till
come
Yeah,
on.
usually,
Oh
all
my
right. Just
God.
to clarify, I'll clarify real quick because
We already got communism in the judging.
No, it's fine. It's fine. No, it's all she was doing was I also think you might have been mistaken with how you interpreted what he said, but
Damn it,
and
Gibbs.
I'll let him clarify.
He's only supposed to be debating me, Gibbs,
All right,
not
no.
you and
No,
me.
I'm saying sure, that's fair.
I
Whatever.
also
Just to
saying
clarify,
something.
I'm going to give a specific period for the judges here in about 10 minutes or so, and then y'all can say stuff and whatever, and you'll be able to ask and clarify and say whatever. That way, they don't think there's any collusion among contestants here. These are wonderful people.
Yeah, I mean,
but yeah, I
just
think
to
that was a
answer-
pretty benign accident there. Going forward.
I mean,
Well,
Sorry,
I was
Charlie.
answer.
All right, my
It's-
bad.
No, it's not
Yeah,
totally
just
fine,
answer-
Charlie. Go ahead.
Jesus.
Just to answer GM's question, I mean, obviously we have private schools, but about 90% of kids go to public school in this country. And so we could have 100% go to private school, but we instead choose for almost every kid to go to publicly owned, democratically managed schools.
I mean, but that's not what you said. And I was
that
clarifying
is what
that
I
that's
said. I
not
mean,
the actual
let's move
case.
on because we
For
disagree
example,
on my most recent 7 minutes. But what's your point that you're making?
For example, I choose to send my son to a private school because public schools in this country have failed because of the very silly I guess, structures that you would say, maybe. I don't know how you would express it, but basically because of all of the involvement of the government. My state, for example, refused federal money this year because of the strings it came attached with. So I'm very interested if you believe that all of the, and by the way, I have a volunteer fire department. We don't have we I mean, I understand that you, in your global sense, this is the way things are. But I live in real America, and I don't see the communism and socialism that you do. Maybe I should. Maybe I should open my
I
eyes
can
more.
explain.
And so I'm going to challenge. I'm going to push back on this
Yeah.
idea that we have all of this socialism in place. I don't think that public works in and of itself is particularly socialist, although I would actually prefer for most of it to be privatized. I think that private industry almost always is more efficient and better run than state-run systems. Matter of fact, I would love to challenge you right now, just because I'm not prepared for it. That name me one system that that has proven to be more effective when it's run by the government than private industry.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think there's a lot of them. Number one, let's answer your original point that you made. Oh, I just don't
Sure.
see all this socialism around me. I mean, I'd suggest that you open your eyes to all the socialism that you are surrounded by. Now, some of those institutions, like I've already mentioned, 90% of kids in this country are educated by publicly owned, democratically operated public schools. That's 90% of children. Even if you go all the way up to the top 1%, even the wealthiest people in this country, about 85% of them send their kids to public schools. They don't send their kids to private schools. So that's important to keep in mind. Every single county and city, for the most part, has their own police department. They do not have private security that they could pay. We have private security. You could always do that if you were a city. Instead, they decide to democratically manage and operate a police force, right? They provide the service of security. You could pay for that service on an open market. We instead decide to operate that democratically for one reason or another. Same with the fire department. I mean, the military, for instance. You could have a privately owned and operated military. We could force people to buy war insurance, but we just don't do that. We have essentially a state-run, state-employed backed military. I think that we should have a lot more of those institutions. Some of those institutions that I already mentioned answers your second question, which is, well, name an example where those institutions that are publicly owned do better than when they were privately owned. Well, the fire department is a great example of that. We used to have no public fire department, and every society at one point had no publicly funded fire department. And what they found was they had huge inequalities in who was actually able to receive help, and we had huge coordination problems with actually responding to the threats of fires because not every house was covered by the sort of archaic schemes of the time. So we decided to essentially decommodify that. We brought that into public ownership, and now anybody, no matter how rich or poor, if there's a fire started at their house, can call 911 and have a team of trained firefighters come to their house, and that's publicly paid for and it operates quite well.
Can I ask you a quick question before I'll let Grid respond?
Excuse me, Grid. Is this the official judge question time?
No, this is
Admiral Gibbs.
This is the Gibbs' question time. I just wanted you to clarify.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, unbelievable. I just want you to clarify. So are you saying all the things paid for by tax dollars and provided by the government would be essentially socialist? Is that kind of how you're defining socialism?
No, because
Or
I'm talking about the
just-
things
hold
that
on.
the things that public entities produce, right? That are publicly owned. That would be a socialist institution. So, for
Okay.
instance, if I take Social Security as an example, that's just taxing workers and paying non-workers in the case of the retired. You're not producing anything. You're just transferring money from some people to another people. But when it comes to the fire service or the police service or public schools, they're producing things. They're producing education, security, fire defense. When it comes to state-owned enterprises like the USPS or Amtrak, they're producing things like, delivery of parcels. They're producing things like public transit for people to ride on. The Tennessee Valley Authority, that's a publicly owned electricity, essentially utility company. They're producing electricity for people to consume. That's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about.
I just wanted to clarify. Go ahead, Grid.
Yeah. So I'm glad he got clarified. So
Me too.
the police. I'll grant you police and fire. Okay, I don't know. I like my volunteer fire department. I think they're great. But let's talk about what you just talked about. These public works and all of that. So most, again, in my state, I don't think there's there's only one or two state-owned power companies. They're almost all privatized now. Why is that?
Well, when it comes to production decisions, I mean, there's many different political factors that come at play. For instance, if you go to a lot of rural communities, they have consumer cooperative electricity companies. They decided that it's better for the community to own something like that at large. Now, that's an example of a non-state form of socialist ownership, right? But again, that's the community at large owning something like that and not necessarily private investors.
Do you know who Excel Energy is?
I've heard of them, yeah.
Okay. It's one of the largest energy providers. If you live in Texas, Colorado, Upper New Mexico, a bunch of different states, Nebraska, I think, Kansas. You know Excel Energy because they provide your energy, and they are not state-owned at all.
Right. Well, I
Private
mean,
company.
again, so motorsports, my argument is not that you can't have private ownership or that private ownership is always a disaster when it happens. My only argument is that I think that public institutions and public ownerships tends to be better than private ownership, right? So for instance,
You got to define better here, because my observation is that every time we take something that the state runs away from the state and privatize it, it gets better. It gets more efficient. It gets cleaner. Everything is better because government is wasteful. We know that. We're literally investigating fraud, abuse, and waste right now. So I'm very curious. Please define for me what's better. I'm lost because you keep saying something, but I don't believe it.
yeah, I mean, I guess it's not my problem if you just don't believe what I'm saying. I mean, I
Sure,
mentioned in my
it's not
opening
your problem,
statement,
but
I
we are
mentioned in
debating.
my opening statement, yeah, but I mentioned in my opening statement that there were two reasons to sort of strictly prefer collective ownership. One was that when profits are horizontally distributed, I think there's a strict intuitive reason to prefer that over when profits are privately distributed, assuming we get the same levels of growth and innovation. So that's one reason. Another reason is just strictly for egalitarian purposes that, hey, it seems like it's important for people to be equal. Equalizing ownership is one of those things. And I also mentioned internalizing externalities, right? You can do that a little bit more efficiently if you have state ownership or public ownership in a broad sense than if you have this sort of distributed private ownership. I mean, you mentioned utilities specifically. In Texas, for instance, when we deregulated utilities and we allowed all of this, like, quote unquote, competition to come into the utility space, what we found was not actually that customers had a huge increase in their satisfaction from the people who are turning their meter on, right? I mean, this isn't exactly a very robust service that they're providing. What we did find, however, was that rates just went up, right? We saw all of a sudden people were paying for profits for big electricity providers, and that's something that I guess people can either love or hate. I mean, people have their different preferences for how things should be organized, but I would make the argument that, as with many other states and many other people that get their electricity from publicly owned entities, or at the very least highly publicly accountable entities, that's probably preferable.
You say that the price went up. Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah, just
Gibbs?
real quick. Yeah, go ahead with what you're saying. But I also would like you to include, like, how are you defining better? Because we've heard how he's defining.
How am I defining better?
Yeah, because you asked. Because
I was pretty clear.
Okay, go ahead.
I was pretty clear. Costs us less, cleaner generically, better run, more efficient.
Okay.
Like, look, I think that's better. I don't know if that's better to
that's fine.
my
Go ahead with
here.
what you're saying.
Well, I mean,
So that's why I needed him to clarify better, and he hasn't really clarified better. He just said a lot of things. And just one of the things that's very interesting, because your electric bill goes up, you immediately, and just with no proof or anything, said that it's just because they wanted profit. Obviously, they wanted profit. Maybe the cost did go up. Maybe I don't know. But that was the first place you went. So it's very interesting I have not been on a state electrical system, a state-owned electrical system since I was in California, and I don't even think it's state-owned anymore. But so I don't know. But I'm pretty sure the last time, the reason that they hiked power was because of some regulation across the board in the government. And so rather than the government owning it, rather than the government who owns it absorbing the cost of the regulation they imposed, we, the taxpayers and people who should own it anyway, actually got to pay more for it. So I'm very interested in how you make this leap.
Well, I mean, think about it, Grid Motorsports. So you use the example of Excel Energy, right? So socialism is obviously when the ownership of that business would be either privately or collectively owned. Think about share ownership and the way that it's distributed. I mean, share ownership is, in some sense, is a way of collectivizing a firm, right? You have all these different shareholders that own a corporation. They're just private shareholders and not the public at large. If the government were to come in and purchase a majority of the stock of Excel Energy, there's not really a strong reason to believe that under an ideal institutional framework that the operations of that business would be radically different than they are now. Again, I just say, hey, on the margin, they could probably internalize some externalities, and then the profits are collectively distributed and not privately distributed. And that's what we see in all these other, sort of institutionally very sound countries that have these forms of collective ownership. I mean, I mentioned
Like
Norway as
which one?
probably the best example. Norway's probably the best example.
Okay. What about China?
What about China?
China's a communist country. It illustrates all of your ideals and actually has a.
It doesn't.
Let me.
It doesn't.
I'm gonna
It
let you.
doesn't.
I'll
Why
let you-
not? Hold on. No.
Well, I
Wait,
mean,
wait.
you weren't paying
Wait.
attention, but I can explain. So the way that China
Yeah,
doesn't
please.
represent all of my values is that I said, hey, when it comes to democratically owning capital or democratically running public
Mhm.
schools, for instance, there's the whole like democracy thing that's really important, right? So China is not a democracy. I don't think that a cabal of inter-party elites owning a bunch of companies is the same thing as genuine social ownership. That's why I mentioned Norway and not China. If you don't want to talk about Norway because you're not necessarily
Norway is
informed on it,
fine.
that's all right. Let's talk about Norway then.
Norway's fine. I just wonder why that you avoided mentioning China, which is the most obvious. Which
Because
is
it doesn't
has a
represent
very
my model, as I
capitalistic
just
base.
explained.
I understand. I understand why you don't want to talk about it, but it's a very capitalistic base. But it has all of the social program. I'm sorry, it's my wife, guys. I
Come on,
apologize.
Grid Motorsports.
Absolutely unprofessional.
It's
That's-
called silence.
that's
I mean,
fine.
just turn your ringer off.
Well, that's fine.
He
As soon
took,
as you,
he took the call. My
well, I mean, yeah, I
goodness.
mean, I will say happy wife, happy life. And this is the perfect time for me to come in here. As soon as he's
All right,
back
come
from the
on then.
call, we're going to let the judges get in here for a couple of
Men
questions.
will do anything except for talk about Norway. Goddamn.
We'll talk
That's
about
what
it.
I just learned.
Well, we'll find out if that trend continues. But yeah, we'll let Grid get back in here, and then we'll go to the judges.
Sorry.
Perfect. Well, that's perfect timing. It was perfect segue. So the judges are going to ask a couple questions here, and then we'll go to back to open debate again. We'll start with Charlie this time. Go ahead.
Motorsports, could you provide an example of a service that was formerly state funded that became privatized and improved? And by improved, I mean it serviced, the same amount of people or more on an equal basis. It was more efficient and more cost effective. Do you have an example?
Yeah,
A specific
Excel Energy,
example?
Duck River Electric, Con Ed Water, Winchester Water and Sewer. Yeah, I mean, yeah, lots. Pick one.
Okay, let's talk about water and sewage. Winchester?
Yeah, I pay them like, I don't know, $40 a month.
Okay. And were you living there when it was privatized?
It is currently privatized.
Or sorry, state owned and state funded.
So they're actually, it's a really good thing because on the other side of that, I'm on the side that has the Duck River Electric and Winchester Public Service, which is not public, but they call it that. And then on the other side of it, they have the Tennessee, whatever it is. I pay less than my neighbor that's literally 500 yards away from me.
Okay.
Because he's not on the system now. They're trying to get annexed so that they're on the system, but they're not going to.
Mhm.
I mean, there's tax dollars at work there, so it doesn't happen.
Okay.
It's very unlikely to happen.
I see. But were you ever under the state funded water and sewage?
I try not to buy houses where there's a state funded if I can avoid it.
Okay. So it's
So, no.
very rare that you've received state funded services like water.
Yeah, I think it
electric,
was
et cetera.
I mean, honestly, it was probably in California was last time, but maybe in Denver was probably Denver Water, I guess. I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay. I was just asking because it does seem like many of your examples are fairly
Yeah, they're anecdotal for
so
sure.
I was
Yeah,
just
they're-
wondering if there was like a direct comparison. All right, that's all I have.
Double. What you got?
All right. Well, I'm sort of in the same vein. I wanted to have Econoboi and Grid as well, but Econoboi brought up that like 90% of students attend public school stat. So I wanted to ask him to elaborate on that. I've been under the impression that private schools perform better than public schools. So this seems like a good example. And I want you to elaborate on sort of how this, because we're talking about sort of the socialist version and capitalist versions of things. It feels like public schools and private schools are both in a market competing, and public schools are like a free version. Can you just elaborate on the performance of private versus public schools and sort of like how both of them existing leans in either system's direction?
Yeah, sure. I mean, when it comes to comparing private and public schools, it's going to very much just depend on what sample that you're looking at. I mean, there's bad private schools and there's bad public schools, right? So generally speaking, which performs better, that's a very difficult question to ask because there's just a lot of variables that go into that kind of thing. What we have to keep in mind is the key difference between a private and a public school is basically just who controls it. Is it the local community through democratic elections, or is it private investors or some sort of private for-profit or a private nonprofit for-profit organization conglomerate that controls it, right? And what we see across all of these societies, we used to have almost no public schools. Now we have a whole lot of public schools. Every society seems to make the choice to have the overwhelming majority of their education be delivered through the public dole. I'll give you an example as to why that is. And not just through the public dole, but also without necessarily a lot of market competition. I'll take Sweden as an example. Sweden had these conservatives come into office, and they didn't necessarily you could say like they didn't like privatize their schools. A lot of their schools were still publicly owned. A lot of them became private. But what they did was institute a very radical voucher system, right? Where, you take this money and you go to the school that you want. And in theory, this level of competition, sort of capitalist competition, would improve school outcomes. But that's not at all what they saw in Sweden, right? What they saw was performance would get worse amongst students. They saw a huge amount of grade inflation, right? Because all of a sudden now parents want to send their kids not to the school that's necessarily the best at educating them, but what they see is the highest grades that their kids are receiving that they're then going to go to university with. So it's just the case that in a lot of markets and in a lot of aspects of our society, private capitalist ownership is just not the best thing to do. I mean, healthcare is another great example where because of our private sort of like distributed healthcare system in our society, we end up having a much less efficient, much more costly system than many other countries because we pay so much in administrative fees, right? You have to figure out what insurance you have, what it covers, all this stuff. That complication has a huge cost, both in terms of literal costs that you're paying, but also in terms of efficiency of the service. And it's no coincidence that countries that have public health insurance systems, those people overwhelmingly approve of their health insurance system, and they don't exactly want to privatize it.
All right.
He asked me to.
Yeah, go ahead.
He asked me to.
Yeah, you're fine.
So it's an interesting thing because in my area, and you can look this up if you choose to. I'll give you my hometown, no problem. We have more private schools than ever. We have instituted a voucher system, and it is used. It's not a great voucher system, to be honest with you. It doesn't give you enough for a full year of school, but it does knock the cost down quite a bit. The competition is so great between public and private schools that we have instituted what are called magnet schools, where kids can test in, and it basically gives you a private school education on a state at a state school or a city school. And right now, it's insane here how many. There's probably going to be another 2 private schools open within the next couple of years. Both of the private schools within blocks of me have gotten massively bigger. One of them has a huge construction project right now to add capacity. So I don't think that your rhetoric holds up in reality. I think that more and more people are looking to private school and homeschool because public school sucks. And the grades have gone down. We have people that can't even read above a 3rd grade level in this country that graduate high school from public schools that would never make it out of a private school. So I think it's very interesting that we talk about that, and I will give you my hometown and let you see how many private schools are in the town, because it's crazy, it's nuts.
All right,
And I'm not even in a wealthy area. I'm in semi-rural area.
All right. Do either of y'all judges have any other questions? All right, perfect. Then we will open it back up, and y'all can fight amongst yourselves again.
Where do we leave off?
Well, whatever you just said last would be where we left off.
Good question. I don't
Well,
know.
actually,
we were talking
he
about
had
collective
asked me-
ownership, obviously. Yeah.
I was talking about China, and he
China.
He
Go
pushed
ahead.
me towards
That's
Norway.
perfect. Go ahead.
Yeah, he pushed me towards Norway. I think
right.
China's an interesting thing, and I find it always interesting that people who push socialism, never want to talk about China. Which obviously, why would you? All the human rights
China's
violations
not
and everything.
democratic, GM. This is not a dunk. Okay, China's a different
It's
country.
not. Look, it's.
I find it ironic that capitalists never want to talk about fucking Pinochet's government, where he killed a whole shitload of people for political
Sure,
dissonance.
I don't have a problem.
What's wrong with that? Do you defend that, the authoritarian killing?
I'm not
that
asking you
Pinochet
to
did?
defend China.
I'm shocked.
asking you.
I'm
It's
simply
always
shocked.
interesting to me that we talk about socialism, and now we're talking about democratic socialism, and yet China, which in theory has elections and is democratic, and they even actually, they do all of these different things. Nobody ever wants to talk about it. You always want to talk about Norway. Well, let's talk about Norway. Norway claims that they're not socialist. I'm sorry?
Go on, I'm listening.
Did you not want to talk about Norway?
Go ahead, Greg.
No,
go
let's
ahead.
do it.
Continue. Go ahead. Go down the Norway path.
You did ask me about Norway.
Hey,
right?
focus up. Go ahead.
All right. I'm sorry. Look, Norway doesn't even claim they're socialist, right? Like I don't know exactly if they're whatever monarchy thing or weirdness that they have going on out there. But Norway succeeds because, and I hope you can agree, they have a massive amount of oil wealth to fall back on and to subsidize their entire economy. Can you agree with that?
That Norway benefits from its oil industry, I certainly agree with that.
That's not exactly what I said. The only reason
the U.S. has a massive oil and gas industry. I mean,
you can't have a Swedish, Norway, whatever style.
In fact, you can
economy on a Venezuela economy, right? I mean, they're kind of the same, but not the same. But you always want to talk. But you guys always want to talk about Norway. Well, they have the highest tax burden, I think, in the world, right? Is that correct?
Aren't socialism, GM. We already covered this.
Okay, hold on. But is it not how these things are paid for? Are you deflecting from that? Are you denying that?
I'm not deflecting from that. Do you want me to talk to you about how Norwegian socialism emerged and like what were the mechanisms by which it started?
No, I honestly don't care about Norway. You brought up Norway. I'm responding and asking you questions.
Well, let me talk about it. So, okay, you say a couple things. We see a lot of people they talk about this when it comes to Norway. They say Norway is only successful because of it's got all the oil, right? Well, let's look at the other Nordic countries that don't necessarily have that huge stockpile of oil. Let's look at Denmark. Let's look at Sweden. Let's look at Finland. They have a huge amount of public ownership still. About 25% of GDP is the value of all of the public ownership in Finland, Norway, and in Finland, Denmark, and in Sweden. If you look at the value of the public ownership in the United States, it's actually negative because the United States has a huge amount of liabilities and they haven't really developed a lot of public assets, unlike those other countries. So it's a complete farce that people say that you can't have this.
Back up a second.
All right,
let's back up. Public assets are what help their GDP. Help me out with that.
So that's not what I said. So you're making the claim, and some people make the claim that the only reason Norway can have all of this collective ownership is because of its oil wealth. So I used basically an analogous several countries, Denmark, Sweden, and Finland, the same region, very similar culture. They don't have all of that oil wealth, and they have a huge amount of public ownership as well. And so it's important to keep that in mind when we're talking about these things. Oil is not the reason why private shareholders don't own as many things in those countries as in America. It is simply an institutional choice that they have made.
But that's not where you left off. What you said was that the Swedish, for example, I'm trying to remember back because it was so glaring. I was like, what the hell? That their GDP is 25%, and somehow that equates to better
Okay, so
social.
I'll explain it
Run
slowly.
that back through
Okay,
me,
so
because I think you said a bunch of things, but I'm
yeah,
not really sure.
so it's okay. Some of these things are hard to understand. So let's just we got Sweden, right? They have a GDP. A
Mhm.
GDP is the
Yeah,
value of all the things that get produced in an economy. It is a flow, to be fair.
sure.
Now, you also have a bunch of public assets in these countries. So assets that are owned collectively, right? These might be state-owned enterprises. They might be things like government services, whatever, right? Public transit
Mhm.
systems, right? A whole lot of public assets that are owned collectively. That's a stock of wealth in the country. Well, if we were to take the value of those public assets and compare them relative to the size of the economy, we would see that that ratio is about 25% in Norway and Sweden and Finland. Now, obviously, in Finland, Sweden, and Denmark. Now, obviously, in Norway, they have more public ownership because they have a huge state-owned oil company. But let's look at a country and compare those institutions to a country like America. America has a lot of oil wealth. We could choose to make that a publicly owned, socialized institution. We simply choose not to. We choose instead to have the hundreds of billions of dollars, trillions of dollars of wealth of oil in this country to be privately owned.
Let me just jump in here real quick because I would like y'all to come back to this a little bit, and both speak on this. Could y'all maybe elaborate on the correlation between the high taxes and are in like a socialist, or the lower taxes in a capitalist, and why one is good or bad? Because Grid mentioned it's higher taxes in the Netherlands, but then the argument would be, I guess, I'm not going to paraphrase, right, but it's going to be, oh, you're going to get all these services because of these taxes, versus in the benefits of a lower tax society, it's you're going to have all these benefits from not paying the taxes. Could you all elaborate on this correlation a little bit?
Before we do that, I
Sure.
have to
Go
ask
ahead.
this public asset thing. Do you honestly think? Now, I'm sure that there's some weird ratio that you can come up with, but do you honestly think that Sweden has more public assets and public wealth than the United States of America?
So we're okay. Obviously, Sweden.
That's what
is a
you
smaller
said.
country.
I don't.
No, that's not what I said.
want
Dumb
to,
fuck.
look, it was a
Listen to what I'm
direct
saying.
question.
Okay.
It was a direct stop. It was a direct question. You made the statement that as a percentage of GDP, they have,
As a
they have all this GDP,
percentage.
and as a percentage of that GDP, they have this high value asset thing, which that's
As a
interesting.
percentage, GM. Not in absolute
Why
terms.
does
Obviously,
explain to
the
me
U.S. is a
why
bigger
that matters?
country.
This is the kind of
Because
nonsense
we're talking
that
about
is very interesting.
institutions. Okay, so the reason why it matters, for God's sakes, I don't know how.
Yeah, I gotta
it's unbelievable
understand
I
why
have
it
to
matters,
explain
because
this.
it doesn't
Okay, so
matter.
if we were to talk about how to build out institutions in this country, for instance, right, in America, if we had a public health system, our public health system would have to serve a lot more people, right? There's more people in this country than many other countries that have public health systems. That doesn't mean
Sure.
that from an institutional perspective, we can't copy those institutions over to this country. For instance, let's take oil as an example, okay? If the United States wanted to have a publicly owned oil company, all that it would take would be either raising capital or raising taxes. Somehow you'd have to get the money to do it, to buy out the stock of, let's say, Exxon. Exxon's worth, I don't know, $100 billion. You say, hey, I'm going to buy this stock for $60 billion, take over the company. Now I own most of Exxon. I can control it, right? That's essentially what Norway did when it started its state-owned oil company. So from an institutional framework, there's no reason to think that, because these countries are bigger or smaller, we can't use a lot of those same institutions. We have public schools here, they have public schools there. We have public health insurance options here, they have the same thing there. We have a public military there, they have the same thing there. You can obviously have many of the same institutions,
Right.
even if you have many
Look,
different
I understand the
sizes
obfuscation. I
of economy.
just want to understand why you think that we as a country have less assets than
as a
public
percentage,
asset
GM.
as a percentage. Are
Okay,
you
the
including?
reason.
Hold on, stop.
Well, you
You're
asked
an
me
idiot.
the reason, and
I
now,
have
now
to.
I can't.
Look, you have to be doing some sort of selective math here, because
My
we
socialist
literally have
mind
the
tricks here.
largest military in the world with billions of dollars worth of publicly owned assets. We
Mhm.
have multiple billions of dollars just in parks. This has got to be.
That's
Do
great.
people fall for this? Do people fall for this?
No, the reason. Okay, you have to. Okay, you've talked about in previous conversations how you're a businessman, right? So I'm
I
sure
am
you
a
understand what a
businessman.
balance sheet is, right? Do you know what a balance sheet is?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so balance sheets should balance, right? You have assets and liabilities, but obviously sometimes they don't.
with
When you
luck.
look at well, right. Well, obviously, sometimes they don't, especially public balance sheets. So sometimes governments like Norway and Finland and Sweden that have actually run themselves very, very well, they have a lot more assets
Oh,
than the
okay.
government has liabilities. And so in the
I
case of
like
the United
that.
States,
I
the
like that.
reason, so in the case of the United States, well, if I could just
Right.
finish my
Okay,
point,
now we're
in the
getting
case of the
somewhere.
United
Now,
States, the
yeah,
reason why
gotcha.
they have lower public
Okay.
assets as a percent of GDP
Mhm.
is because the United States has a very low net public worth because it's not run very well. So I would say that, hey, if we want to run
That's a
very well, we
great
should run like
point.
Hold on,
socialist Norway.
That's a great
All
point.
right, when you finish,
That's
we're
a-
going to go to the judges. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Alright, go for
that's a great point. So we talk about it being run better when it's public works, but we have on the last 10 years, $8 billion minimum have been missing, unaccounted for from the public education budget, from the Department of Education. You honestly think the government is running things well? Any CEO would be fired, and yet no one's been fired. Nobody's been sent to jail. The government is the worst entity for this. This is why your elected Democrat officials can never be proper businessmen and cannot do these things that you're talking about, at least in America. Now, I give you that maybe it can work in Norway or Sweden or wherever. I don't know. I don't live there, right? I don't know the people. I met a few Swedish people. They're okay. They're nice. They're fun. But I'm talking about here as a system. You just said that it would be better, and we have all of this waste here, but the waste is in the government side, not in the private sector. The private sector, we build assets every day. This is why your argument is dog water. Please, sir, walk me through it so that I can understand it, because I'm an idiot. Treat me like one. And please make sure that you use small words.
All right, I'll give it to you. Yo, I'll let you go rebut this real quick, and then we'll go to the judges since he directly asked you to rebut it. Go ahead.
Okay, sure. Well, yeah, I mean, to Jim's point, when he talks about, oh, government is so inefficient and wasteful, we have to look at why that is. Now, of course, as any good CEO would know, as GM would obviously know, that the reason why you wouldn't necessarily do a lot of the things that conservatives do to government to make them run efficiently is because you don't always cut budgets and make them more efficient as a result. I actually wrote a paper on this called the Anti-Efficiency Agenda on Substack, where I go into this with a little bit more detail. So I use the example of, let's say a department is wildly inefficient, it's like the contracts department, and we go into that person's office and we find one person reviewing a bunch of paper contracts, right, by hand. Well, we wouldn't say, oh, let's cut her salary by 20% and expect the department to all of a sudden be more efficient. No, we actually have to invest in that department to make it more efficient, to make that worker a lot more productive. If we did the same thing, we saw a stack of papers piled high to the ceiling, we wouldn't necessarily say make that person part-time instead of full-time and expect it to be more efficient. We might just need to hire more people. What these other countries do that is more efficient is not just have a lot less people. What they have is high state capacity. They invest in the productivity of their government workers, and they have an adequate number of government workers. And when it comes to the state-owned enterprises, they set those up in the state services as well. They set those up in such a way that are very democratically transparent, that are very democratically accountable, and you do absolutely have turnover in these programs. Do not confuse poorly operated public assets in America for what is the cap of and the height of what's possible for the public to do with its public institutions. In fact, oftentimes it's the absolute lowest of what's possible in America. We just need to have better institutions. All the other countries, for the most part, have figured a lot of these things out. The Nordics just happen to be the best.
All right, perfect. We're going to go to the judges now, and then let's start with Pin Temple this time. If you have any questions, go ahead.
Not really a question, just another chance to elaborate, I guess. I wanted to have you elaborate on your preference for horizontal ownership and whether you would want that accomplished through incentives or having it be required. Because if you are requiring it, this sounds like limiting potential of Americans, which I would have constitutional questions about. And then as a secondary part of that, I guess, is this socialist style system worth it if everyone is able to survive but no wealth can be built? Like if you cap everyone's potential but everyone can have healthcare and an apartment and basic needs met, is that where you see us as like the optimal society? So those two pieces.
Yeah, sure. I guess I'll address the first part, kind of a philosophical question. So I'm not a degrowther, right? So I do think that it's important to, however you design institutions, to design them in such a way that encourages innovation and encourages growth. So I said that in my opening statement, and certainly I would say that now. Now, when it comes to how mechanically these things would happen, I take a pluralist approach, right? So some things would become government services. For instance, the health insurance industry, I would say do a single payer system. That would just be a collectively provided public service. Now, when it comes to other things, like when we talk about all these different companies that are operating, I would suggest doing something like Norway does, but not just like Norway, like Alaska does as well. Having a big sovereign wealth fund. Obviously, we've talked about this before, but Temple. The way that sovereign wealth funds work is you have a public investment firm. So think of the giant, Vanguard, for instance, right? They go out and they buy a bunch of public assets and they just manage them for private investors. Imagine the exact same institutional framework, but it's just publicly owned and publicly managed. The government goes out and buys stocks on the open market. Oh, Exxon shareholders are selling whatever, 1 billion shares of their company or whatever it is. The government just buys those on the open market. There's no expropriation here. There's no forced transaction. It just happens to be the case that over time, as capital accumulates into the fund, that the public ends up owning a larger share of public assets. The last thing I'll say is I wrote another article on this called "There's an Obvious Solution to Wealth Inequality," where I talk about the inequality effects of Norway's sovereign wealth fund. And what it shows is that if you look at the private wealth distribution of Norway, they have a private wealth distribution similar to America, where basically the bottom 50% own almost nothing and the top 50% own almost everything. But once you take into account their public ownership, especially through their sovereign wealth fund, the bottom 50% actually own about a third of national wealth. The top 1% go from owning 20% of private wealth to only owning about 8%, right? And so that's all with voluntary transactions and voluntary distribution. The Norwegian government just manages their public assets that efficiently, and that's the direction that I think that we would want to go in.
All right. Did that answer your question, Patel? Do you have another one?
No, that was good.
Charlie.
Motorsports, just because I do think that you made a few points, but I feel like it got lost in kind of the greater conversation. Could you summarize why you think the US could not have similar social institutions to Norway and run as well? Like, what makes America different?
Well, first of all, we're not a homogenous society. We're too spread out. We're massive. Second, our government has proven time and time again to be the most efficient thing on the planet. All you have to do is simply look at the repeated shortcomings in just missing cash, things that are bought supposedly using government funds that never show up. All of these things, the government is, and literally, there's no one in America that believes the government is the best option for anything. And you would have to radically change the mentality of every human being in the nation. And you couldn't do that. So while it's a great thing to talk about, by the way, I really want to understand something about this, that public asset thing, but we'll get to that in a minute. The average American does not trust the government, and they never will. And that is as plain as simple as I can make it.
Okay.
I have one more question.
So
go
change.
ahead.
So a change wouldn't be possible. Like, we wouldn't be able to change how our government is run.
It would be, maybe over 50 or 100 years, maybe, but probably
Okay.
not. Again, we keep seeing things like the Department of Education example that I gave that was not answered. How is it that you want to trust democratically elected people in a socialist system, in a socialist network, such as the Department of Education, who can't account for $8 billion at minimum every year for the last 10 years? How can you, even with a straight face, say that that is something that works in the United States of America? Taxpayers are mad about it. I'm angry about it. I can't get enough of trying to figure out how our government can be so messed up. And the fact that anyone thinks that more of the same is going to fix it is insanity, and it's absurd. And literally, you're going to have to use small words to convince me of this, because it's dog water. It's a dog water argument, and it's absolute garbage.
All right. Did you?
I have one more follow
Go ahead,
up.
Pit Devil. Yeah.
Last follow up. Sort of to just have the kind of way I guess wrap this up. It just spurred the thought there, but why wouldn't the government healthcare system that you want be like the VA, which is notoriously unpopular?
Dude, that's my question, bro.
Well, I wanted to. I guess I just thought, like, what is the answer to that for, you know?
Well, yeah. I mean, I actually disagree. I actually disagree with your characterization of even the VA. I have many veterans in my family. I wasn't able to serve myself, but to the extent that I've talked to them anecdotally, they seem to say, look, similar to what people in the UK say about their decommodified health service. They say, look, obviously it's got problems, but damn, I really appreciate, generally speaking, the service that the VA provides. I mean, if you look at polls amongst veterans, they say largely the same thing. Aggregately, I think the VA has about an 85, 90% trust rate amongst veterans, which I take to be pretty high. I mean, it seems like they generally appreciate the service. To the extent that the VA has its problems, I would not disagree with any of those particular problems that show up. But it appears that veterans are quite clear in saying they don't want to have private health coverage. They do appreciate having the VA as a benefit. Seniors who are on Medicare say the same thing. That has like a 70 or 80% approval rating. People who are on Medicaid say the same thing. They say substantially, look, I agree, it's not perfect, it has its problems, but I really, really do appreciate having this service, and I don't want to be thrown to the wolves of the private market. And every single other country, Canada, the UK, Taiwan, all these other countries that have socialized their healthcare systems, the parties that advocate for privatization are irrelevant in their elections. Nobody advocates for having a privately owned, capitalist-owned and run healthcare system because it just doesn't seem to work and produce satisfaction amongst the population.
So you wouldn't challenge that it is going to work like the VA. You just think the VA is not necessarily unpopular, but you do accept. It wouldn't be a misrepresentation to say that the VA is how it would work by your understanding.
Well, my
so we debate whether people like that or not, but that would work like the VA.
My personal preference in an ideal system would be to have something like a well-funded NHS. But obviously, look, Canada has a single-payer system. France has managed competition. In the Netherlands, they have totally privately owned insurance, but it's obviously highly, highly government regulated. I mean, so there's a lot of different ways to skin this cat on universal healthcare. I happen to think that the socialized versions are better, but what's certainly not the best way to do things is private free market capitalist owned health insurance industry. You're either going to need a whole mess of regulation, or I think more simply, you're going to need public ownership.
All right. Charlie, did you have any other questions?
Not without inevitably jumping in some capacity.
No, that's fine. Okay. I mean, you could say something if you like.
I lived in the UK and the NHS was really good. It rocked. I love the NHS. Great.
Yeah. Okay.
That's all I gotta say.
It's interesting. I have a large British contingent, and it's very different from here. I'll say, I didn't realize that they don't have over the counter drugs like we do. When Modi was here, Modi, we would go to the store and he'd be like, "Oh, my stomach hurts." Like, "Oh, this is whatever. You have to get a prescription for this." But it's kind of I don't know. I thought that kind of interesting that it's extremely different from here. I feel like the point you can't even get stuff at the store. You just go down to whatever. But I don't know. Interesting stuff. All right, so here we're gonna go to the last open debate. Y'all can debate with each other about that, about everything that we've discussed. Here in about, I'm gonna give you all about 6 minutes total. Between the two of y'all, and then we're gonna go to closings. Grid, you open, so you'll go last. But
Sure.
We'll go ahead and open it up. Fight.
All right. So I was going to take issue with the VA, with the representation of the VA, because actually, literally every vet I know right now is either using private health since they've gotten vouchers or whatever to use private healthcare. They're all using private healthcare. They don't want to go to the VA. Now our VA is actually pretty good here, but it still lacks a lot to be desired, especially for mental illness. But again, whatever. I'll just say that I've heard the exact opposite of what you said. So we'll take those two anecdotes and throw them out the window. But talking about the Norway healthcare system, it is notoriously slow, especially for regular non-emergency things, right? Is that true?
I'm not
I'm
an
sorry,
expert
could
on
you
the.
repeat that?
Yeah, go on. Sorry.
The Norway system that you said was so great is notoriously slow and basically massive wait times for non-emergency procedures, much like as you see in Canada and other places. Is that true or not?
Yeah, so when we're talking about different healthcare systems, so I didn't say that the
It's a
Norwegian healthcare
simple
system
yes or
was great.
no. Is it true or
Well,
not?
no, but you're putting words in my mouth. Okay, we
Okay.
literally have not mentioned the Norwegian healthcare system in this entire discussion. Now, if we're going to talk specifically about Norway,
I'm getting
again, I
really
would
used to
say,
you not answering my question, so it's cool. Just
well, I
keep
mean, I'll
going.
leave it to the judges to determine whether or not I've answered any of your questions, but I think I'm answering pretty directly. When it comes to Norway specifically, Norwegians, again, have a very similar experience with their healthcare system as every other country that has socialized medicine has. Norwegians will say there are some problems. Politicians will run on plugging some of those holes. Oh, we need to do this, we need to do that, and how we organize our healthcare system. What they don't run on, what substantially nobody in Norway advocates for, is privatizing and making for profit their healthcare system. Okay. Now, I think
Is
to
there a way
me
they
at
could do
least,
that?
of course, there's a way they could do that. Why?
How
Why
how
wouldn't
would
there
they
be?
do that? How would
They
they
would
do that?
say, "Hey, private investors, we have a whole bunch of healthcare assets that we're trying to privatize. Come and buy them up." That's how
But the
privatizations
healthcare is run by
historically
the
work.
state. So would the state allow a private individual to open? So if I wanted to open a dental office in Norway, could I do that?
You're making two different claims here. So mechanically, it's possible for Norway to put in private hands the healthcare system. They choose not to. Now, with regards to what their regulations are today about offering healthcare, I don't know to what there's obviously private options in
That's
Norway.
really
It's
not.
not an
No,
entirely
let's
socialized
back.
thing.
Let's roll this back a little bit.
All right, roll it back.
You said that they don't want privatized healthcare.
It seems that way.
I have to assume that you're right. I don't know. I haven't researched this. You have. I haven't. So let's just assume that you're right. And then you said that they would vote. But then I said, well, could it happen? Well, you said, well, sure. Well, okay. Well, how would that happen? You've researched this. I haven't. Could I open a dental office or a chiropractic office or something like that? Could I? I mean, I invest in healthcare. Could I make that investment in Norway?
Yeah, I don't.
Or would
I
the
mean, every
state shut me
country
down?
regulates chiropractic and dental care differently. I mean, again, I assume that they have private and public options for. I mean, chiropractic care might be a little bit more controversial. I'm not sure, but that's a whole different statement from saying whether or not you could do it. Obviously, what it would take would be the people giving you consent to do it. They've chosen to run their healthcare system in a specific way. I mean, I know there's private options in almost every country, even in the UK, where they have essentially state-run health services. But I don't know how that's relevant to whether or
But there's
not
no
private
interest in
options
the
are better than
state
public
to.
options.
There's no interest for the state to let that happen.
Well, there of course would be interest because Norway is not an autocratic country. If Norway had a terribly publicly managed health system to the extent that people in that country wanted to vote to privatize it, they could. The point that I made was that a lot of people say, catastrophizing things about these
A
countries.
lot of
Oh my
people.
goodness! Oh my goodness!
90%? 90%?
I don't know what you mean. A lot of people say, "Oh,
You said
my
a lot
goodness,
of
it's just
people.
so
I asked for
bad."
a percentage.
Okay, so you started this conversation by saying, "Hey, in my neighborhood, it seems like people really just fucking
Yeah,
love private options." And so what I'm saying
sure.
is, hey, if you look at the polling on these issues and you
Mhm.
look at how people actually decide to manage their country's healthcare system, or in our country decide to manage the VA or other public options that we
Mhm.
have, it seems like people, when you look at the polling, actually fucking love these public systems. They don't
Okay.
necessarily want to completely privatize them because public systems work
Okay.
pretty well.
That's a wonderful point. I'm
All right.
glad you said that because in America we don't want that. We continuously vote it down. As a matter of fact, trying to take as many things private as possible. So
We don't want that. Half
what's
of
your
people in this country get their health insurance from either Medicaid or Medicare. Guess what that is?
because
Socialized
it's their
medicine,
only
brother.
option
What are you
though,
talking
right?
about?
It's their only option
It's
because
clearly not their
it's
only
safer
option.
to.
They could have private. Every single elderly person could go out and get private insurance if they want. Why do they
2
choose
minutes.
not to?
I have no idea. It's probably
Because
cheaper, I would
it's
guess.
more
Uh,
expensive and it's not as
I
good
don't know.
coverage. Like that's probably why. I mean, I think that everybody
Well, I
who's
don't
on
know.
Medicaid. Wait,
I pay
everybody's
for
on
other
Medicaid.
people's health care.
Everyone who's on Medicaid could go get private insurance. Why don't they do that?
Maybe
But
they should. I don't know. I
Because they're
can't
too
speak to what
poor
other
to.
people do.
They need
What are you
Medicaid.
doing, Pentuple?
Right. You say everyone who's on the VA uses private insurance, but again, that's not true in
I
the
didn't
data.
say everyone. I said the people that you said the people that you know and interact with.
I didn't say that.
By
I cited
large,
data.
did you?
I did.
I got
I
about
did. Look at
30
Gallup.
seconds to
Look
finish
at
up.
polls. The
What
polls
data?
of veterans seem to show that, hey, guess what? I really appreciate having Medicare, or I really appreciate having the VA. I really trust the VA as a
What
system.
percentage?
It's 85 to 90%.
Really? Okay. I'll have to
That's
look that
right.
up. I don't know that I believe that, but I'll look it up.
All
I
right.
will.
There's a link in chat if
Yeah.
you would like one.
Yeah, I'll post it in the Discord.
Don't have that up.
Oh, she already did. All right, well, that's perfect timing. Perfect timing. You can read that. We're going to go into closings. Go ahead. You got 3 minutes, Econoboi. Let me just pull up my timer. Give me 1 second here.
Yeah.
And then judges, after their closings, send me in a DM who won. And then we're going to come to y'all for critiques at the end. Go ahead. Now, also, chat, y'all have 5 minutes to vote. Afterwards, if anybody's in anybody else's chat, you have to vote in my room to do it. So go ahead, starting now.
Yeah, guys, I mean, thanks for the debate. It was really fun having me here. And of course, it's fun debating everybody. I think that what we heard here was what you hear out of a lot of socialism and capitalism debates. It's not very nuanced. There's not a lot of evidence against the kind of, let's say, informed socialist framework, right? Oh, I want to talk about China. Well, guess what? I'm not recommending the Chinese economic model, for God's sakes. I'm advocating for many different things than what China has, right? No form of capitalism is the same country by country, and I wouldn't say certainly the one form of socialism is the same country by country. Let's just take a step back and look at the big picture here. I think that even in America, a lot of the what I would call socialist institutions prove to be, for the most part, pretty quality, right? Again, public schools have their problems, but it's good that every kid, despite how rich or poor they are, has an option to go to a public school. And there's a reason that even 85% of rich people send their kids to public school. It's a pretty good service, right? It's a pretty good service. Same thing with things like the Medicare system and the VA system and the Medicaid system. They have their problems. I would say to the extent that they have their problems, it's because of conservative governments basically gutting those programs. But most people who are on those systems overwhelmingly approve of them. I mean, we linked a poll in chat here that says that 90% of veterans, generally speaking, trust the VA to deliver healthcare services that they need. Now, that's not 100%, but obviously there's not 100% approval of people's private insurance either, right? So, we have to keep that in mind and internalize that in our analysis as well. People appreciate things like the fire department and the police service, generally speaking, right? They have their problems, but again, people wouldn't necessarily advocate for privately owning and market distributing things like security services or firefighting or military services, or for the most part, things like healthcare or public education in this country. My argument fundamentally is that when we look at the best examples of public ownership in the world, things like Norway, Finland, Sweden, to some extent, places like Singapore, Canada, places like that, I think those are good models to emulate. What does that mean? It means expanding our healthcare services to cover many, many more people. It means investing in public assets to distribute profits horizontally. That means having things like a publicly owned oil company and gas company and publicly owned infrastructure companies. Many other countries have gone in this direction. Look at the UK in this last election. They decided to capitalize a state-owned enterprise to invest in green energy. That might not necessarily be your thing, but the state obviously has the capacity to do this. I think that we should move in that direction because we believe in equality. We believe in a sort of no problem, Gibbs. We believe in a sort of democratization of economic production, and generally speaking, we believe that the outcomes of these things are positive, and certainly they're a lot better than only allowing private investors to do substantially the same exact thing that we could do as a community at large. That's what I advocate for.
Oh, fantastic. Also, yeah, I mean, I always just try to mouth it and be quiet so that way y'all don't have to acknowledge it and you'll just us know how much time y'all have. But now y'all know. Grid, go ahead whenever you're ready. Starting now. Thank you so much. As soon as Grid's done, the polling will go live, chat. So go ahead, Grid. Now you got 3 minutes.
All right. I wanted to thank my opponent for giving me the best vision of obfuscation and irrelevance that I've ever seen in my entire life. It was wonderful. First of all, his VA study, 91% are approving of outpatient care. That means they don't have to go there, and it's probably not necessary. It's not that what he said it was. And I hate to be a nitpicker, but you're the one that brought it up and you sent me the information. I also took just a 2-second search of Norway, and they have such a problem with unemployment that up to 80% of low-income workers will not return to work after a furlough of any kind because of the massive taxes, which they gain nothing by working. And this is what socialism always devolves to. It always dissolves to the few taking care of the many, and we can't. And America doesn't function that way. We're close enough to that as it is, and we need to and we're trying to move further away from it, not closer to it. And I think that literally illustrates. He's illustrated every single thing that's wrong with it. The Department of Education is a shambles. Public education sucks. People literally read at a third grade level graduating high school, and that's a majority of people, not the minority. And the minority that prove the rule are the people who actually graduate and go to like Stanford and shit, which I didn't. I just can't get enough of the socialist argument and how they always want to talk about this nirvana state of how the government and the democratic process eliminates all of this nonsense of private industry. Well, private industry only exists to succeed, and when it fails, it is punished. It is built upon a podium of excellence and not mediocrity, which is exactly what socialism always is: mediocrity. There's no room for excellence in socialism at all, period. And it can't exist without capitalism in the first place. So capitalism wins. Socialism, sorry, takes another L. I apologize for being kind of, maybe not being my normal self, because to be honest with you, I just didn't want to. I actually had in mind a different debate, but that's okay. I think I did okay. I don't know. Maybe not. It's okay if I lose. But socialism is always an L every single time.
Can I ask one question, clarifying question? Motorsports, can you define what you think outpatient care is?
Outpatient care is when you go in and you leave the same day.
Okay,
Outpatient.
just double checking. Just double checking.
All right.
Now, have you never gone to a hospital before?
No, I know what outpatient care is. I
Okay.
was just making sure that you did.
Well,
All right. Well, that's fine. Judge it. Send me who y'all think won, and then we can discuss chat. The poll is live. I will say this. I want to get this in before y'all go off the off-patient pair discussion. I have never had to be a harder time being impartial as a moderator before than this, and it wasn't because of the substance of the debate. It was because y'all started talking about something that would affect my money. And that was the deregulation of electricity. And I was like, oh, shit, now we're going to talk about... I make a lot of money because of the deregulation of electricity. Because I own a B2B sales thing. We're basically giant middleman. And we middleman for a bunch of these electric companies in different cities. So I was just like, oh, let's talk about that. Now, it's interesting that you said rates go higher. I feel like that may be true. I haven't really looked at the numbers. But what's interesting is this is kind of like in a lot of the industries I'm in, there are very predatory people, like extremely predatory, like credit card processing, right? However, if you're just like a decent businessman, right? And I'll give you an example. There's like Square and Clover and all them. They have a solid business model that's fair, right? But if you're just like a decent guy and you go in there and give them fair rates, you're gonna be undercutting your like competition by like almost 300 to 500% sometimes. And so it has the bad outcomes if people don't do the research, right? If you do the research and find someone, you can find people like me that are way lower and like they're just making money hand over fist, even though you're like giving them fantastic deals, kind of thing. It's just, I don't know. I found that interesting. I was like, oh no, they're coming for me. But
I saw your face when I said electric company.
I was like, oh
and
god.
I mentioned Excel.
Yeah, I was like, oh no, they're coming for me now.
I mean, I think the strongest.
I support you,
argument
Brad.
against,
I support you. I pay less electricity because of private electricity.
Go ahead. What were you saying? Econoboi?
No. I mean, I think the strongest argument against any kind of socialist or anybody who I guess advocates for a kind of fundamentally different form of production or anything like that is just like institutionally it can be kind of hard to imagine, right? That my goodness, is a country like America really prepared to do something like you're talking about efficiently or equitably, things like that? And I think that's a very reasonable concern, right? I wouldn't want to vote for just anything that collectivizes anything, right? I mean, obviously, the model that you're using and how you're designing these institutions really, really does matter. But that's a practical conversation. It just seems like, sort of technically speaking, we certainly have the institutional knowledge, the sort of ethos is available to us to do these things very, very well and efficiently if we choose to.
Right. Yeah.
Um,
Ben Temple, you wanted to say something there at the end. I saw that you grimacing right before we ended.
I had a question about something Econoboi said. I don't want to
You can
throw it
ask
at him in
now.
overtime now.
You might as well. It's already overtime. I already have
so
the picks.
when you were talking about like private insurance versus public insurance and like suggesting that public insurance was better, why would I accept my employer's private coverage if that was true?
Well, obviously, if you have an employer plan, you might not be eligible for all the different public plans available, right? So
Well,
for
assuming
Medicaid,
in some cases you are, and assuming like in those cases people generally opt for the employer's provided private, like wouldn't
Well,
that
generally-
suggest that it's a better coverage if that's the distinction we're making?
well, generally speaking, again, the coverage available to you from like truly public institutions is really not ever available to you if you're like a fully employed person, right? Because you're probably not poor enough to qualify for Medicaid. You have to be very poor to qualify for Medicaid. Obviously, we do have a lot of very poor people, but the overwhelming percentage of those people
It's 50% is
workers.
retirees.
Right.
on
Most
the
of those people aren't workers, right? And so, and then when we talk about Medicare, obviously you have to be old enough to qualify for it. And to be fair, when it comes to Medicare, I mean, I've seen many people who are still working past the age of 65 who they do decide to go on Medicare instead of their employer plan. You know, that's not a very unusual thing at all. If you look at those people that actually are eligible for public insurance and their employer plan simultaneously. You know, I mean, I worked with a veteran recently who he stayed using the VA instead of using his employer plan, right? So I mean,
Chat, it's very close. We got about 30 seconds or so left on the vote. Make sure you get your votes
I've
in.
had good experiences.
I
with
didn't.
both
I didn't
systems,
go over it in my
so.
closing, but literally, like literally everyone I know on Medicaid or Medicare are all retirees that are on such a small fixed income because of poor planning and retirement that they just can't do anything else. Like they would absolutely do private insurance, but they just can't. They don't have any other choice.
All right, we got about 15 seconds or so. Almost done with the voting. And then we'll close it out here and get out of here. Thanks again for everybody for coming. I appreciate my wonderful judges for coming and taking their time off to judge. Anybody got any exciting things coming up that they want to promote?
I'm gonna go to sleep.
Fantastic.
Poker League, baby.
Yeah,
Poker League, baby.
Tired, man.
Come join the Poker League.
All right. It
No.
looks like we have the chat vote in. It looks like Econoboi led the chat vote 6-4. So that's close. All right. Nobody can say my chat is now totally right leaning. That's fantastic. Good to hear. Moving on. Let's go start with our judges here. Who won and why? We'll start with Pentuple. Who does your vote for?
So Econoboi had way more volume in his debate. Seemed a little bit more prepped, but I did fundamentally disagree with a lot of the conclusions that he had. Grid was very low volume, but I agreed with a lot of the points he made. So it was really tight for me because obviously I agree with one side way more. But Econoboi, as far as like, debate style and prep, was better prepared to defend his position. But given it's so tight and given the tiebreaker metrics that MAGA headquarters has implemented, I gave my win to Grid.
All right. Thank you so much.
Appreciate
So we got a
appreciate the
1-1.
honesty.
Let's go to Charlie.
I'm going to have to say Econoboi won, specifically because his evidence was largely empirical, which is more convincing to me. Whereas I felt that Grid's it was very anecdotal, many of his examples, which is less convincing to me.
All right. Well, thank you so much. It looks like we have it. We got in our debuts, we got Econoboi with a win and Grid with a L. But don't worry, we're gonna have many more of these DCSs. Y'all are more than welcome to come back on these in the future and get some more competition going. We got rankings. The rankings will be updated later tonight as well. As we give some outros to people, Charlie, go ahead.
This was interesting.
Yeah.
I feel like this kind of was a microcosm of frankly every conversation I've ever had with someone that has different political views. So it was fun to watch it play out. Hard not to jump in, but kind of nice to sit back. So I thought both contestants did well. So yeah, I had fun. Happy
I
to be
also
here.
emphasize that to Econoboi. I thought you did a very, very good job. Just too many, we'll get into it.
I got to be
but-
honest. I actually did not prep for this specific debate from Econoboi. I prepped for more of the way he went at the debate he had with Andrew Wilson. I didn't watch the debate with Fabian Liberty. Maybe if I had, I would have changed my study. But that was my fault. I watched the wrong stuff, and the prompt was so freaking broad that I was like, whatever, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, some people like the
He
broad.
got
some
me. I
people
mean,
like
I was
narrow.
like a lot of the stuff he was saying. Like I was like, I'm not really prepared to deal with that, but I'll do the best I can.
See, I'm a broad
You went
man
like
myself.
you went like 4 for 5 in the field, and Econoboi went like 7 for 20. So for me, it's like the percentages are different, but there's a lot more volume and maybe more
The
points scored
interesting
overall.
thing is that a lot of people would have just sat there and ChatGPT'd up some stuff, but I'll just sit here and swing. I don't care.
Yeah. Well, on that note, I mean, we'll go to Econoboi. You got an outro? You got to do anything coming up? Promote yourself. Tell people where to find you.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I did reference a couple articles that I wrote. So I've been writing articles on my Substack, econoboi.substack.com, for my writings, stuff like that. I mean, I think, I happen to find my writings pretty interesting. So if you thought any of this was interesting, go over to my Substack. I also have a podcast, Live and Learn, every Wednesday night at 6 p.m. It's streamed on my channel, Econoboi, Peace Goes Hour, Josiah from Pondering Politics, Hutch. His YouTube channel is kind of a joint stream that we do every Wednesday evening at 6 p.m. Central Time, that is. And I've got 3 Wonks on YouTube. It's more policy, more dense podcast, and then my own YouTube channel, Econoboi. So if any of that stuff is interesting, subscribe to any of that stuff, and ask me any questions if you're interested in learning some stuff.
Fantastic. And we got your Substack link in the chat right now for those that want it. Grid, go ahead.
Yeah, it was fun. I had a great time. It's an interesting thing when you're just really like the discussion goes in a completely different direction. It was awesome. I had a lot of fun actually. We'll have to do it again. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a good time.
Where can they find you?
An Unreasonable Man on Grid One, all right, on YouTube.
All right. Fantastic. Pintuple.
Right, up in Tuple, we do mostly politics, MAGA headquarters. We also do poker and my men's league baseball games. So come hang out on Twitch.
All right. Well, thank you all so much. This brings us to the end. I appreciate all y'all for being here and being a part of this. And rankings will be posted later tonight and updated and whatnot. And we're looking for people to get to the 3 wins so we can start the regular season. So if y'all have call outs, call people out, folks. We need them. But all right. Well, thank y'all so much, guys. Bye, everybody.
See ya.
Thank you.
Peace out.
All right. So for the rest of us, we are doing things. Let me just here. I'll just do this because I'll just go here. It'll be faster. We are now going to be, we have about an hour to kill before our panel tonight. Give me a break. It's going to be good. We're discussing, okay. We're going to be discussing. Let me pull it up. I have it. Here we go. It's going to be a lot of different things. We're going to cover a few different things. Russia, Ukraine, peace talks, America versus China, and Trump slashing drug prices. All right, so that's what we're going to do here shortly. You want a shout out too? Yeah, we get you a shout out here. You know, the occasional rant. Let's do this. Let me go. We're gonna put up a video here real quick while I prep for this next thing. So glad Andor never confirmed the show's most popular fan theory. Yeah, it's good. Okay. Oh, look, Destiny covered the red pill debate gets way too heated. You know what, let's put this off for a second. I know y'all all love Destiny here.
I'm not asking for the history. I'm asking.
You said it is historical, so I have to go back to the people.
No,
You're so dumb that you can't conceive of a position apart
This
from
is y'all's
people
favorite.
who came up with the position.
So Israel.
Y'all's favorite guy, guys. This is y'all's man.
History of Israel. Feminism, while it
No, you
does
can't.
have,
Actually,
yes,
you
of course you
can't.
can.
You can really? You can't define anything without going through the entire history of the thing itself?
Because
This
for
is
the
so
sake of
silly because
conversation,
you
have to
admitted it's
agree
a
what
historical
construct is.
movement, therefore it can't be divorced from the people in history.
I'm not
Do
asking
you
to
think it
divorce
came out of the sky?
You're
Did it come
again,
into
this is a
people's
false
minds out of the sky
dichotomy.
or from the
This is a false
people?
dichotomy. You're doing a false dichotomy again.
What are you, dude? You don't
You're,
even.
you're
this is
acting
so
like
crazy.
you're acting like.
All right, I can't watch
this
this at two times
Correct.
speed.
It's a historical movement by your own definition.
That doesn't mean that you can't make a definition for the word,
Yes,
so
you
we
have
can
to
just
go to
talk
the
about
people.
it.
Where do you think words come from? From people.
That
They
doesn't
don't
mean
drop out of the sky. They come from people.
Okay, I know you can do this. You can define a word without giving me a 5-minute
you
monologue
can't.
on the history.
No, you can't.
So
No.
there's no way for you to define feminism.
Would you go to a
without
dictionary?
history.
That's an appeal to authority.
It's not an.
No, it's not even. It's not a fallacious ability.
Yeah,
Most CEOs now, this was again about 10 years ago, are
Hey, I have that shirt.
we're reaching some tipping point. There's
Man of
a
good
majority
taste.
Of women that are now CEOs. Do you think that's good? Is that fair? Because I would see that as a revolution against male authority.
I see it. I am very dubious of her claim. B. I see it as like neutral. I don't really care who trickles up to the top, so long as the people who trickle to the top did so because there was free opportunity to do so, right? So like in our society, I'm sure here's something we probably agree on. Most of the positions of power in our society are occupied men because men tend to be more extreme, like they're just more extreme in bell curve, like genetically, and they don't often take time away from work with kids, so they have a little bit more time to dedicate. So we see at the highest levels of trickling to the top, men typically occupy those roles. I'm sure you and I would agree.
Yeah, but when you say extreme, again, this is a very ambiguous term. Extreme in their views, extreme on the bell curve.
Sorry,
those
I
are
meant
two different
genetically.
things.
Like, so because of the Y-axis specifically, so I don't know if you know
Nice.
anything about IQ research, for
I know
example.
some about that.
So men, well, like obviously the average IQ for men and women is 100 because it's normalized. Men tend to occupy a bit more of those extreme spaces. They're both the lowest and the highest IQ. And we see men doing that all the time. They tend to just have more extreme genetic traits, both for success and for struggling, right? That's why we tend to see men overrepresented on both sides of most things. So that's why men often will trickle to the top of most workspaces, for example.
And you think that's because of extremes of IQ?
Well, not just IQ. That would be extremes of multiple things, and also I think I
You
said
said IQ a minute ago.
yeah, IQ would be one thing. I just don't think IQ is the only thing that would predict you trickling to the
So
top.
what are the things that led men to be in those positions other than IQ?
Probably just the ability to work. Like they don't take time away from work for children. Their wife typically does
Could
that.
there be anything biological?
Well, IQ,
Would that be biological?
IQ would be something
It's
biological.
partly biological, but I'm saying like in terms of what a man is biologically, is that anything to do with what might be roles in society, hierarchy?
Did he just not follow any of that? Did he just miss that whole conversation? Is he a dialogue tree guy? I don't understand how he didn't understand anything she just said. Okay.
I don't think there's super good evidence that like testosterone predicts like anything other than like aggression towards those like equal or lower and like muscle distribution. I think it's a lot more going to be
muscle distribution is part of biology, right?
sure. I just don't think like muscles get you to the top of a Fortune 500
What about like
company.
being a soldier? Does that help?
Yeah, that's why men are significantly better soldiers than women.
But what about that high IQ? That group of high IQ, does that help get them to the top of the CEO ladder?
That would definitely help. I think it's like a 45% to 60%.
And you admit that
predictor.
that's partly genetic?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So it seems like naturally speaking, when I appeal to my opening statement to what's natural and biological, men are just sort of fitted to those things. Their very constitution
Yeah, they often
is for
trickle.
those things.
Yeah, it's just with in 2025 with women having birth control and tampons, there's less obstacles to that, so they might trickle to the top too. And I just want a society that would allow them to do so.
Is periods, is those is that like a biology thing too?
But why? That's what I'm getting at is if this is biological and thus quote natural to a degree, according to what you're arguing, what's the need for women to do what is then perhaps not natural for them to do in society?
Because there are lots of women that are still in the high IQ realm that are very capable, that make excellent bosses.
So exceptions make the rule?
No, more like freedom of our opportunity, right? That's my premise. Is I
So the
want
okay.
it's like the innovator scale, right? I don't want to arbitrarily just say 50% of our society cannot be at the top of society because I want to make sure that if they're achieving the top of society, it's because of skill and like merit and et cetera, et cetera. That's what I believe in, and so I wouldn't want to arbitrarily ban women from those positions.
Right, but it's not. I didn't even talk about banning, so that was something that you interjected. What I said
I'm not
was,
saying you did.
Mr.
right?
Mime
You're saying
escaped,
that
guys. Sorry,
freedom
I'm
of opportunity for women to just trickle
so
up.
there's a standard which you
Trying to find somebody here.
net good for society if women are able then to interject
To replace
into that
Penn
space.
since he's
Why is
out.
it good? Why is that a good?
Like I said, innovator scale.
What?
Innovator scale. More people means more innovators. You just get the best of the crop.
More people. So we should have more people in society.
Sure. I don't know if this is connected to birth rate.
Well, yeah, because the more people in society would then back up what you're arguing, right? But don't we need more husbands and wives to have more people?
Yeah, I just don't think these things are mutually exclusive.
How can a wife be a CEO and also raise the kids?
Tampons, birth control, like support.
So tampons and birth control raise the kids? What do you mean?
Lots of
This is going to be a retarded conversation, isn't it?
lots of women find a way to both raise children and work.
Well,
Shared parenting, like the husband takes roles.
I don't know how much of this I can listen to.
There's multiple ways that women share the load.
Oh, with the raid, Pentuple. Shout out Pentuple. Hey, Ben, if you have somebody you want that wants to replace you tonight that'll fill your job, let me know. Yeah, I try to have these like, and it's hard on these debates. I try to like be impartial, like, and then like I try to press both of them. I didn't do it so much this time because like Grid immediately screamed about collusion. But I usually try to press each side and get them to like give them a little hard questions a couple times to like really like nail them down. But this time I really just kind of did clarifying because you know, Grid came at it right off the jump. And like if Grid thought that Charlie was coming in hot on a question at the beginning, like Chai's not even gonna wait. She's just gonna interrupt when she wants to ask questions. Like, and you know, it's kind of like formal but semi-informal debate. You know what I'm saying? Like I have it like whatever, but like it's part of it is strategy. I want like the strategy to be an aspect, like, you know, maybe sucking up to the judge is a good strategy. Maybe you know, being hyperbolic is being a good strategy. Oh, sorry guys, I muted this and I didn't even start. I just didn't even keep talking. We could have at least left that going in the background. We're gonna find a different debate to watch.
At any level.
Good as in
In your worldview, what determines the good?
So in the case of what we're talking about, I talked about the innovator scale. So the reason I like women being able to have access to opportunity is because it improves. In the case of what we're talking about, I talked about the innovator scale. So the reason I like women being able to have access.
What was he laughing, or is that like a hidden cough sneeze, or I don't know why he's laughing when he's like not even been able to follow the conversation so far.
To opportunity is because it improves GDP.
Okay, so the net good for society is just what? More fiat money? Like what determines
Yep,
that?
GDP is a good thing. Do you disagree?
Yeah, I do.
You don't think
First
GDP
of all,
is
like what if the money is a scam?
That doesn't have anything to do with
Okay.
GDP. Why would not having more GDP for a country not be good?
The nature of the money itself, if the money system is a debt-based scam, doesn't have anything to do with GDP?
Not really, because GDP is about like the income of a country.
Let's do this.
Debt is part of how you navigate
which has
income of a
broken the
country.
myth
But our
of
country's
Indian
income is
conventional
presently big.
supremacy in war theater in a way which is a display to the whole world.
My question to the world is about this man. I hope everyone's able to see this person's face.
Yeah, this is gonna be
800
better.
meters from a military base in Pakistan. I have no narrative other than the one that the world should know. We are combating terrorism because if India exports vaccines and engineers, Pakistan exports terrorism.
India and Pakistan are both declaring victory after a US brokered ceasefire called Time on a Skirmish, which brought two nuclear powers to the brink of potential war. Well, several days of
Actually, I disagree. I haven't been watching some of Pierre's stuff lately. Like, because I haven't, like, look at the topics. All right, we're going to go back. I mean, I just want to show you all something. Look at the stuff they've covered lately, right? And I like Pierre's for his debate shit, and I think, I wonder if the views reflect this. Yeah, okay. So, I like the ones where it's more like the debate panel where it's like 4, like, whatever, versus his, like, drama content. Like, this has got, like, Met Gala, 330K, exporting terrorism, 2.2 mil. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think these are way better than apparently, like, so this Pakistan, I like this one, the Pakistan one, I think is one that's really good because we haven't talked enough about it lately. Like on our news, and it's like, maybe one of the biggest issues we should be following. Like, I don't know if y'all like follow my Discord, but I've been getting the Pakistan stuff going pretty heavy.
Missile and drone strikes on major military bases. Both sides are praising President Trump and Marco Rubio for diffusing the tensions. The US reportedly leveraged trade deals with both of them to get it done, and both sides say they've asserted their military superiority over the other. Pakistan held parades near the border to shower the military in petals. India's defense minister said the roar of Indian forces reached the very headquarters of the Pakistan army. But the questions now are, will the ceasefire hold, and for how long? Is Trump's cavalier trade policy an important weapon for peace? And after days of an intensive propaganda offensive by both sides, who is right and who actually won? To discuss all this and more, we have Hina Rabbani Kar, the former Pakistan Foreign Affairs Minister, and Barker Dutt, a well-known Indian journalist and commentator. Later on the show, we'll be joined by 2 young influencers from India and Pakistan. But first, we have Wesley Clark, a retired 4-star US Army general, to give us his thoughts on where we are with this. General Clark, great to have you back on Uncensored. It all looked very scary for a few days, and now we seem to have been becalmed. We've seen flare-ups before. It's the 4th time, I think, we've seen a sort of situation like this since independence in 47, 3 times over Kashmir. How dangerous was this flashpoint in your estimation, and how reassured are you by the way it's played out?
It was dangerous because anytime you have nuclear armed powers exchanging fire, that's dangerous. As far as I can tell, the planes mostly stayed on their own soil. The air-to-air engagements were fought with long-range missiles. The strikes were done with air-to-surface missiles. Air defenses were engaged on the Pakistani side. I was with the Pakistani leadership in 1990 when they almost went to war with India again. I was hosting them in the National Training Center. They told me in the middle of the visit, said, we're going to go back to Pakistan. The nuclear weapons have been uploaded to the aircraft. We're going to war. Of course, nothing. They did not go to war. So these incidents do happen. I'm relatively comfortable that this one has been resolved temporarily. Kashmir will remain a flashpoint, but the domestic politics in both countries, on the one hand, argue for continuing confrontation, and on the other hand, argue not to escalate. So I think we're in a sort of stable position with a lot of rhetoric and animosity, and I'm glad to see both sides claiming victory.
Yeah. Also claiming victory is the White House and the Trump administration, in the sense that they believe that the way they used trade deal initiatives to try and force a ceasefire proved very swiftly effective. A, do you believe that? And B, if that is the case, it's an interesting way of resolving this kind of thing. I mean, are you in favor of it as a military man?
Well, I love the fact that we're taking credit for having done this. If trade deals can do it, let's have more tariffs and then being able to relax them at the right time. I'm just being a little bit humorous here, but if it did help, that's great. we don't actually know that because we don't actually know the motivations on either side. And actually, I think both sides were looking for an excuse not to go further.
Do you think Pakistan, is there any doubt that these extremists who carried out the initial terrorist attack, killing all these Hindu men, do you think there's any doubt that they were working in some form with Pakistan? Or could it be that Pakistan has lost control of extremists like this?
Well, I think there's a little bit of both, Piers. I think there are elements in that terrorist group that Pakistan doesn't control. On the other hand, I think the Pakistani leadership wants to keep the pressure on India in Kashmir. So without more detailed intelligence, it's a little hard to know, but it would be the logical response of India to assume that this was a premeditated, prepared action by the Pakistani military. And if it wasn't, it's incumbent upon Pakistan to take the corrective action publicly against these terrorist groups that indicate it won't happen again. Unfortunately, this seems to be Pakistan's method of expressing its angst over Kashmir. And it has gone on at a low level many times without any overt major reaction by India. So they finally crossed the line. India reacted. I hope Pakistan will get these groups under control. There's so many more important issues in the world than fighting about Kashmir. There's got to be a way to resolve this.
You know, Kashmir hits the news whenever these flashpoints blow up. You know, it's just an area the size pretty much around the UK sort of size. China has a piece of it. India has a piece of it. Pakistan has a piece of it. And, you know, there've been, like I said, these flare-ups now going on for, you know, since 47. Will it ever get resolved? Right. Will it ever get resolved? And for those who are kind of uninitiated about it, what is the big deal about Kashmir? Why is it such a flashpoint?
Well, when India was divided, basically there was no resolution to Kashmir because the populations were intermixed, because it's a very attractive area. It is in part a vacation site. Indians and Pakistanis both craved it, both wanted it, and it was left under temporary Indian control. And that's where it's been. And there's no easy way to resolve this. I think there are some things that just are not in the near term resolvable. And so when you try to solve them, you make the problem worse. It's a perpetual thorn in the side of both countries, but India can't give it up. There are Indian citizens. There's the politics in India.
Sorry, guys. I'm trying to get organized for this later on.
Claiming it. And there's the politics in Pakistan, both public politics and the internal politics in the Pakistani military leadership and the civilians who nominally head the Pakistani government. And so it's like a badge of honor. And so it sits there festering and festering and festering and nudging back and forth and trying to get some marginal advantage.
Excuse me, what's
General Clark, we were just
freezing up. We're going to do this panel tonight, and if I have to 1v however many people, I will. I'll just have a discussion.
Thank you very much.
With whoever I got.
Thank you.
But we're seeing
let's get into this debate.
If I can fill in for one of these people, so it's not
Foreign Affairs Minister,
lopsided.
Dutt, a well-known Indian journalist and commentator. Okay, Bakadat, welcome to Uncensored, to both of you, first of all.
So you got your full double-header content here.
For the rest of the world, it's been a scary week to watch how quickly things escalated. Both sides blaming
What did you think of the debate earlier?
Both sides now claiming victory. A lot of disinformation swirling around the internet, making it very, very difficult for people outside the immediate vicinity.
I've been following this Pakistan India thing pretty close.
Overview of where things have played out.
It's pretty interesting.
Tax day has passed, but for millions of Americans, that's where the trouble begins. The IRS is now ramping up enforcement for those who missed the April deadline or still owe back taxes. Well, today's sponsor, Tax Network USA, can still help. If your books are a mess, if you're self-employed, or if you're a business owner, Tax Network USA specializes in cleaning up financial chaos and getting you back on track quickly. They say the IRS is applying enforcement pressure at levels they've never seen before. But even after the deadline, it's not too late to take control. Your consultation is completely free. Acting now could stop penalties, threatening letters, and surprise levies before they escalate. Call 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/peers. That's tnusa.com/peers. Let Tax Network USA make the next move, not the IRS.
Hi, Piers, and thank you for having me. You know, I've spent the last 2 weeks on the ground, first in Kashmir after the terror attack that triggered this entire situation.
Oh, yeah, that's a good replacement. It might even be an upgrade.
Pakistan. And then in the states of Punjab, as well as the area of Jammu. The reason I mention this is because it's been absolutely shocking what I have witnessed in the last few days. Pakistan, which was seething because India attacked terrorist bases inside its territory, tried to target civilian areas and places of worship inside Indian territory. This led the Indian military to target their air bases. When their air bases took serious damage is when Pakistan dialed Indian officials here and asked for a ceasefire. This is the exact sequence of events. Before Hina Rabbani Khar gives her perspective, I heard the tail end of your conversation with General Clark. And I have to say, as an Indian, I am just so exhausted, bored, and irritated by the both-sidism that the Western world and the Western media imposes on jihadist terrorism. The two bases that were targeted by India were the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba and the Jaish-e-Mohammed. The Lashkar-e-Taiba is recognized as a terrorist group by the United Kingdom and the United States. Forget India. Since 2001, the UK has recognized the Lashkar-e-Taiba as a terrorist group. The Jaish-e-Mohammed, the terrorist who heads it, was released after an Indian plane was hijacked in called IC-814 in 1999, and the terrorists who hijacked it demanded the release of this man who continues to enjoy impunity and freedom in Pakistan. And one last point, there was a terrorist, a British Pakistani national called Omar Saeed Sheikh. He was one of the 3 terrorists released who's in Pakistan who went on to assassinate and behead Daniel Pearl. Omar Saeed Sheikh is still in a Pakistan safe house after he was acquitted of the murder of Daniel Pearl by Pakistan's Supreme Court. We're talking about terrorism here. We're not talking about some both-sidism, some dispute, some Kashmir issue that can't be resolved. This is jihadist terrorism, patronized and literally grown and looked after and nurtured and watered by the Pakistan army.
Okay, well, as you've been talking, the Indian Prime Minister Modi has been speaking. He says India is clear. Terror and talks cannot take place at the same time. Terror and trade cannot take place at the same time. And water and blood can't flow at the same time. I want to tell the world community, this has been our promise. If talks take place with Pakistan, it will only be about terrorism. If we talk to Pakistan, it will only be about Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. So let me bring in Hina Rabbani Khar. So
Chicken, what are you doing tonight?
Both to what Barker just said, but also to what Prime Minister Modi is saying.
Yeah. I'll get the stream together up in a second, like closer to time.
You know, as I appear in front of you.
Right now I'm just doing little reacts for like the next 20, 30 minutes or so, and I'm just making sure I have like all the sides equal as I can, unless I'm gonna have to fucking 1v6 people or something. But yeah, we could get the stream together up here, I'll send it to y'all in. She can either knock or I can invite her in about at 7:15 my time. So that's like 45 minutes or so. I'll get it up and we'll go from there. Either way works. Just make sure she shares the chat. With on her side, otherwise you don't get the benefits from the stream together. It's pretty fucking great, honestly.
Trying to make
and then
sense
she has to
of,
and she also has to mute herself in there, like mute and deafen in there in there, and then it's good. But it's pretty easy. It's really also
what
honestly
happened in
cool.
the
It
last 2
promotes you
weeks.
like in addition to the.
I
I love the stream together features. Maybe
appear
my
as a
new
proud
favorite thing they've got
Pakistani representing a proud nation, which
in the
shows
in the stream together, not in the. And then we'll just use Discord for sound.
a lot of dignity in up against extreme aggression, violence, illegal attacks into our territory within the geographical locations of Pakistan by a nuclear power, a belligerent, what I have always consistently called a rogue state, and I can give you very good reasons for that. Because as any representative, and also, Pierre, I think I need to clarify, I do not give version of events. I'm not a journalist. I have served the state of Pakistan, and I will continue to serve. I continue to serve the state of Pakistan as the chairperson of the Foreign Relations Committee. So I will have to align myself to facts on the ground, to how things appeared, how things happened, not what my narrative of that is. Because we've seen a lot of narrative shaping by placing 2 women, 1 Muslim, to try and give the version, but by trying to bring in Daniel Pearl, to try and get international sympathy. I, for one, am a Pakistani who absolutely does not seek any hyphenation with India. Because it is generally believed that Pakistan always seeks to be hyphened with India because Pakistan wants to be at par with India. We absolutely do not want to at all be hyphened with a country which feels that it can declare war, it can declare terrorist to exist somewhere and then go and launch strikes across international borders without getting any, first of all, without providing any evidence, not to the country alone, but even to the international community, even to the United Nations, and feels that because it has said so, it no more operates within the realm of international law, within the realm of UN Charter. It operates as a unilateral
Sorry,
striker.
guys, I'm just multitasking.
Judge,
I think I
jury,
sent out a bunch of invites
executor,
to fill
as
in,
it
and now I'm
did in the
seeing who's
case
doing
of
this one.
Canada,
This is the nice thing
which
about getting
we know
bigger is
has
you have
been,
like better
India has been
quality
found,
people to like call on.
with their red-handed.
Okay,
just
but let me
going
ask you a question.
people.
I mean,
So-
out
so
of
if
interest,
I can
let me
just-
ask you a question though.
Good, yeah.
How should India have responded to the murder of 27 of its people?
Why are you not asking me the question? How should Pakistan have responded to the murder of its people in Jafar Express in Balochistan?
I think we might have somebody
which had
from
India's
a Norwegian
fingerprints
country
all
join us
over it.
if she's available.
This
Well, why don't you
assumption-
answer my question first, and then we can come to other questions
I
later.
But if
absolutely
not,
have
I'm
a
going
question
to
about
ask
that
somebody
we're
else.
talking about the catalyst for what happened.
I like
in the
that.
last-
That's a really nice thing that I've had. Like as I've grown, the being able to like ask like other streamers that are like quality people, like for example, Nina's gonna come join us here, right? Like that's a pretty big fill-in compared to like I like a no name. Like I don't have to go get a no name. You can get somebody who's got their own little establishment. They can come in here and they'll like talk and they'll be able to like having people that can fill in for you on a dime, and be like coherent about like almost any conversation is convenient. Is this more than what? Well, so okay, the stream together. Okay, I'll run here. Let me just give you. You know what? I can show you. I mean, watch. Okay, so I'll just go to her page, right? If you want me to show you how to do it. So just tell her I'm gonna knock. She can ignore it if she wants to. Just to show you what we're doing. So I knock. And then it's going to bring up this screen. And I join the call. It's going to click join the call, and you click allow. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you right here. This is what it looks like. This is the screen. And it's going to go here. So then you're going to go to here, and you're going to click Start Sharing Chat. And this allows you to chat. Now, if you time somebody out or ban somebody in any of the chats, they're not going to be able to be in the chat at all, like on any of ours. So they couldn't like get banned in Nina's and then come to mine, right? They're going to be banned for the time period of us going, kind of thing, right? And so like now you're going to see her chatters talking in my stream and vice versa. So if like, Ripid, can you say something? I know you're here. So like, testing. Like he's gonna say something, and then on like her screen, she's gonna see an icon that shows like what chat they're in, right? And then on if she had to share chat manage, like so start sharing chat, I start sharing, like do it again, Ripid, testing. All right, and then I guess she doesn't have it shared, and then it's just gonna go, whatever. Okay, yeah, so cool. Okay, cool. That's what we're doing.
Not drugs, not weapons, not people, but rather frog embryos. With that reportedly being among the samples that she had in her luggage when she landed in Boston on February 16th.
No, you're all good.
So her name is Ksenia.
Yeah, so that's how that works. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Now y'all can see I have no subs. I'm not a big sub guy. I don't get a lot of subs. I get a lot of ads. That's why we run ads here. But feel free to sub if you like the content. I was showing them how to do the stream together and what it looks like.
2 weeks was
The catalyst of what
was the
happened here-
terrorist attack and murder of 27 mostly Hindu men. And my question is simply, how should India have responded that you would have found acceptable?
So I like your assumption that there is no equivalence between
this chick's a
Pakistani
baddie.
being murdered with
When did I assume?
Indians being
When have
murdered.
I made any such
Because
assumption at all?
you seek an explanation from Pakistan, and I guess the world.
Well,
seeks
no,
an
I'm talking
explanation from
specifically
Pakistan
about
for
what's
any-
happened in the last 2 weeks. So I think it's not. Well, look.
I think if you
you're
want to
playing.
speak over me, I can allow you
I don't
to do
like
that,
it.
but if you
Honestly,
want
I
to
don't
allow
like
me
it.
to-
I don't like it.
I can allow you to do that.
What battery too early in the debate? I brought you guys together to debate what's happened in the last 2 weeks, not the whole history of the conflicts between India and Pakistan, or
have no
any of
intention
that.
of going-
I'm talking about what's happened as a direct result of a terrorist attack that killed 27 mainly Hindu men. And I'm simply asking you, if you were in India's shoes, how should they have responded to that? If you are against the way they did respond.
I have been in India's shoes, and I think that is where I'm talking factually rather than, based on narrative shaping. I have been in India's shoes. I have had terrorist incidents in Pakistan where India's fingerprints have been all around. And I would have expected, to answer your question directly, I would have expected India to act like Pakistan acted when Pakistan finds evidence of India's fingerprints all over disastrous terrorist attacks inside Pakistan's territory. It is to provide evidence to the United Nations. It is to provide evidence to the other country, and to, first of all, I think, and that's why I would be with you, Pierre, because I do not want this debate at all.
Oh yeah, no problem.
To
I'll see you in a minute.
into
I like
the,
15 minutes.
Into this he said, she said. I represent a country, and I certainly represent my person to be someone who seeks normalcy, peaceful coexistence, and mutual prosperity for the two countries. But if one country amongst the two believes that it has the unilateral strike to go outside of the realm of international law and unilaterally carry out strikes without even feeling the need to provide any evidence, and break one line before in Balakot strike, and then decide that it is now trying to set a new norm. Now that norm that it was now trying to set has been cut to pieces. That whole,
Okay, well, let me bring.
Piers has been Piers has been pretty good lately. Ranger, I have been liking quite a bit of his stuff lately. I like that people respect him enough to let him on. Now, Tim Pool apparently is not a huge fan of him. When I talked to him in person, he was like, "Yeah, we've had several problems, like behind the scenes with the organizational shit, and like I know they had that controversy last week. Well, I didn't think he really did anything. It seemed like they had a tech issue, but he's saying that they like cut him, and he was real mad about it. But I just was like, I don't know. I watched the whole panel he was on, thinking it was going to be something like big that he did. Piers got mad or something, like, but he was like not even talking, and he just like disappeared. And they were like, it was like he'd been like mid thing, like they were going back and forth. I like, and it wasn't like he was even saying something super hype. So I think it probably was tech issues, at least on one side.
To be terror groups, and if she does,
But like it was literally the last like 5 minutes of like the debate, or like 8 minutes. Like, you know, it wasn't like he had been like he'd been there the whole time, and so like I was whatever. But like apparently, like I said, he because I mentioned I'd seen him on Piers the only time I'd ever seen him before, and he was like, yeah, those guys, da 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 da. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, you know, it's always this another thing. I was talking about how there's always another streamer to discover, like in this kind of space.
She should not think that the Indian striking
You know,
bases of the Lashkar-e-Taiba and the Jaish-e-Mohammed prescribed internationally recognized terror groups should be considered something that Pakistan has to worry about. Pakistan should thank India.
Okay.
We helped you demolish terror groups.
All right, let me get the response then. Hina, your response.
Look, Pierre, I'm sorry, it is fast, becoming what I had feared it would become, because sitting across the table or across the Zoom link with an Indian journalist who just claimed that Karachi port had been attacked and decimated, and who still probably has that tweet on her timeline, is beyond.
And guess
I think what has
the
been on display over here. I would like to speak if possible. Otherwise, I would like to please exit this program.
You are
I don't think
misrepresenting me. No, man, you don't have good answers. You don't have good answers.
And I'm not going to ask what happened about the terrorist who killed Pakistanis, 40 Pakistanis in Samjhota Express, who have actually been acquitted by Indian courts. So this,
but we're gonna be good. This will be a good little panel. I got some people here.
Indian journalist against an Indian journalist.
I like kind of want to invite a couple other people.
The norms of reporting and
but
a dignified way. And
if I have to play
stories,
the most conservative,
then allow me to say this.
Then
clearly, India's GDP is 11 times that of Pakistan. That's a reality. Pakistan is going through economic trouble. That's a reality. But when the war theater comes, and there is an assumption of India being the net security provider for the entire hemisphere, a certain hemisphere, and then when the war theater comes, and we find out that one of the players in the war theater has a tendency to leave both its equipment and its people into our territory. And then, even till today, the Indian military forces have not accepted the fact that they had losses of Rafale and other jets. We are not here to win a war. We did not start this battle. We have no intention of continuing this at all. We, however, have to be very, very clear that Pakistan is a country which has broken the myth of Indian conventional supremacy in war theater in a way which is a display to the whole world. We also want to make sure, and I think it has been understood, and that's why the clamoring for the ceasefire as quickly as it did as soon as Pakistan started its strike. What has been clarified is Pakistan does not only have the capacity, but also the will to be able to respond in kind. And therefore, this adventure that India went on wanting to rewrite the rules of the game outside of the realm of international law, I think India, I would not want anyone to be bloody-nosed or to get a bad reality check. But I think what has been clarified that this whole pretense of
perfidious Albion. What does that even mean?
In the conventional field,
no, perfidious means
really expensive ones, but you really need people to be able to get the best out of those toys. And I think what we saw in the war theater is for everyone
but
to
you didn't answer the question.
Well, hang on. Time out.
Please let me answer, then both of you can ask as many questions as you wish, and I will stay there to answer it. I think the other myth that has been broken is the whole question of India having the ability, just because of its economic, prowess, having the ability to be able to launch strikes into another nuclear state and not expecting a response. And once the response came, having the complete inability, it was literally a breakdown of Indian defense system, not having the ability to defend
well,
itself.
The strange thing about this. Listen, Hina, you can't just keep talking.
Military supremacy.
Look, Hina, with respect.
Pakistan's resolved not to
with
retaliate.
Respect, this thing
and
is
once
all.
We retaliate,
look, if I can just state the bleeding obvious to you. Look, both sides are claiming total dominance. Both sides are claiming total victory. Both sides are claiming the other side is back in its box where it belongs.
We are not seeking dominance.
Both sides claims the rights to Kashmir and so on. So we have what I would call a very strange situation where everyone's claiming total victory on the other side, but you can't both be right.
But are the Lashkar and Jaish terrorist groups? She didn't answer the question. Does she acknowledge that the Lashkar and the Jaish are terrorist groups that have freedom to function in Pakistan? Please answer the question.
I think that's a legitimate question. Hina, do you accept that point, Hina?
Years. I will not stoop myself down to answering any such questions.
Well, Hina, do you accept they are a terrorist group?
What you want to look at.
Well, Hina, let me ask the question.
I think you need to bring
Hina, let me ask the question. Hina, do you accept that they are a terrorist group, and do you accept that they have been operating with impunity in Pakistan? I mean,
I think your last comment, I would absolutely reject. I think Pakistan is the country which is trying to correct the wrongs. India is a country which is trying to do the wrongs. There's a vast difference. You can narrative shape as much as you want and build these lovely stories about, So okay, Pierre, how about me saying that I believe India is a country which has weaponized terrorism to be able to get the sympathies of the world to work outside of international law. And they've done it rather effectively.
This girl jumping all over the place.
China containment bit we do not seek dominance. I want to clarify this. Pakistan genuinely seeks dialogue. Pakistan genuinely seeks negotiation. Pakistan genuinely seeks a peaceful coexistence. But if you say that, the Security Council resolutions claim Kashmir to be disputed territory, but now Prime Minister Narendra Modi has said that it is an integral part of India and not Pakistan and everybody else. President Trump, is he wrong when he says he wants to come in and solve this dispute? It is disputed territory and will remain disputed territory until we're able to sit down and resolve it.
Okay, listen. Okay, hang on. I want to bring in two other guests to join this debate. Ranveer Alabadia, who is the host of the Ranveer Show. Shahzad Gias Sheikh from the Pakistan Experience podcast. Welcome to both of you. Look, Ranveer, I don't have a horse in this race, okay? I don't think anybody outside of India and Pakistan has a horse in this race. So when I see both sides claiming victory and this sort of sea of disinformation that's been spread about who did what to whom and what planes were shot down and what weren't shot down and so on, pilots being captured, weren't they? It's very hard to work out what the truth is. The good news is the shooting seems to have stopped. And it appears to have been a lot to do with the United States offering some new trade arrangements to both countries to try and bring them to a ceasefire, which is what's happened. Now, I mean, A, do you believe that? And B, if that is not the case, why do you think the shooting has stopped?
Okay, firstly, I would like to greet the world and present the objective truth. I'm here to present proofs, facts, and figures. Donald Trump claimed that he was responsible for the ceasefire, and Pakistan proceeded to break the ceasefire about an hour after it was announced. My question to the world is about this man. I hope everyone's able to see this person's face. He was found 800 meters from a military base.
You know who this guy is? Pulls up a picture of Bin Laden, bro.
This is the face that the world recognizes. This is the face that India recognizes because it's most specific to our narrative. This man is a UN designated terrorist being celebrated by the Pakistani military in the background. That's not the narrative that they give the Pakistanis. That's not the narrative that the world knows. But if you check with the UN, if you check with the US, they tell you that this is Abdul Rauf. India's attacks were precision-oriented, moderate, and most importantly, they were simply a retaliation as they've always been. India's never been an aggressor in any of these situations. We export vaccines, we export philosophy, and we export engineers and leaders to the world. That's why our economy is 11 times the size of Pakistan. But the Pakistani narrative is that, hey, look at these people. They're trying to get the world to sympathize with them. Pierce, my question is to you. You've seen the objective facts and figures. What do you feel about this whole situation? The world only knows this person. India has a list just like people like this man.
Ranveer, my question for you would be that you posted something on Instagram, which I found very interesting, but you then deleted it seemingly after the backlash that it attracted. So for those who didn't see it, let me just remind people of what you said. Dear Pakistani brothers and sisters, I will get hate from many Indians for this, but it's important to be said Just like many Indians, I don't have hate in my heart for you. Many of us want peace as well. Whenever we meet Pakistanis, you invariably welcome us with love. But your country is not run by government. It's run by your military and your secret service, the ISI. The average Pakistani is very different than these two bodies. The average Pakistani has dreams of peace and prosperity in their hearts. These two villains have hurt your economy since independence. They've also constantly been responsible for terrorist attacks in India. Proofs in the next slide. I mean, first of all, why did you delete that?
I deleted it because the ceasefire was broken and Pakistan just gave us another reason to not trust the entire state once again. Even if you try having a conversation with Pakistanis, they respond with, hey, where's the proof about the Pahalgam attack? My question is that, have you studied what the world is saying about your country? Have you seen the economy of your own country? It's very important to understand that the Indian armed forces simply retaliated to the action of the Pakistanis. I have no narrative other than the one that the world should know. We are combating terrorism because if India exports vaccines and engineers, Pakistan exports terrorism. We're doing a favor to all our civilians. We're protecting our civilians, but truth be told, we're protecting humanity because Pakistan has become the terror hub of the world. This is not an Indian narrative. This is the narrative that the world should know.
Okay, well, let me get Shehzad to respond here. Shehzad, your response to that?
Thank you, Pierce, for inviting me. First of all, for an international audience, I think it's quite clear to see compared to Hina Rabbani's poise and grace, Barka Dutt's theatrics. I think nothing has gone down faster than a Rafale than Barka Dutt's credibility throughout this entire process. She first reported about Karachi port.
Except the F-16 that India shot down, the naval bases that were demolished. No answer
Barka,
to
you're welcome to make a million expressions while I talk, but you will let me finish. It is rather sad to see a once credible journalist getting reduced to Arnab Goswami in a
Don't need certificates. Don't need certificates from members of a terrorist state.
All right,
Go ahead.
let's quote you then. Barka Dutt 15 years ago said, Ranveer, you can bring your pictures any day that you want. I'll come to your facts and figures. But let me just quote Barka Dutt on this. 15 years ago, it's the same Barka Dutt said that the prejudiced administrative and political system is not letting her name that the Prime Minister of India right now, Narendra Modi, is attacking Muslims. If we're going to talk about international organizations labeling somebody a terrorist, Narendra Modi was labeled a threat to religious freedoms around the world and was visa was revoked.
By whom?
The difference
By whom?
by the United States of America, Barka Dutt, you know this. You're only playing to an audience. You said a Pakistani pilot was arrested and captured, which turned out to be a lie. But once the YouTube dollars come in, maybe fact goes out of the window. So let's talk about facts. Narendra Modi was involved in this.
Let's talk about
Pakistan and India is we capture
Let's talk about facts.
Don't talk over each other. Don't talk over each other. No one can hear you when you do that.
Barka Dutt has spoken for half an hour. I have a right to respond. Ranveer Alabadia decided to interject. He's had BJP people on his podcast. I'm not talking about the state in general. I'm talking about Ranveer Alabadia specifically. I've now figured out why he's called beer biceps, because what he said sounds like the most drunk shit I've heard in my life. This is what happens when you
the most drunk shit I've heard in my life.
The Bin Laden papers were not released by the DGISPR, by Pakistan. They were released by the American intelligence. 470,000 papers, which a book was written by Nellie Lahoud, which clearly states that Osama bin Laden was trying to hide from the Pakistani intelligence. What you're pointing out with Osama bin Laden
hang on. Okay, hang on. Shehzad, hang on.
Is an intelligence failure.
Whoa, wait. Shehzad, sorry, hang on.
This is turning into a competition.
Sorry, I moderate this. Shehzad, sorry.
I moderate this. Yeah, tell
what
it.
you just said is utterly ludicrous. Osama bin Laden was found literally living in a house for years, a few hundred yards from one of Pakistan's main military bases. So if your intelligence didn't know he was there, it must be...
I mean, to be fair, if they didn't know he was there, that's a case of, like, they're not going to look right under their nose, you know? Like, that's been a thing that's happened many times in history, is, like, they hide, like, really close to the, bases of operation, because surely they would never hide there.
That is a ludicrous statement to try and pretend that somehow this was American intelligence who was sort of...
Maybe we should not trust assumptions here. October 7th happened. That doesn't prove prove Mossad is the worst intelligence in the world. 9/11 happened. That doesn't prove CIA is the worst intelligence
Well,
in
it
the
proves
world.
they massively
I
dropped the ball, and this proves
If
that.
you do-
and I'm afraid the fact that
They did.
well, you don't
I'm
dispute.
not-
you
Yeah, I
don't
mean, they
dispute-
definitely dropped the
Shazad,
ball.
You
on
don't
Osama bin
dispute
Laden,
Osama
Pierce.
bin Laden was living literally down the road from one of your biggest bases,
I
right?
absolutely accept the intelligence failure. But the American intelligence itself, in terms of the 470,000 declassified
And do you not think it
documents
stretches
that America has
credibility,
released,
Shazad? Does it not
shows
stretch
that Pakistani
credibility?
intelligence was not involved in
But
harboring
Shazad, does
Osama
it
bin
not
Laden.
stretch credibility that nobody knew in your biggest intelligence operation at that base? Nobody knew he was living next door.
I think the context of that is that Pakistan was fighting a war on terror on multiple fronts while it was happening. I admit that.
Well, that
their
wasn't my
intelligence
question.
dropped the ball on that one. That does not mean Pakistan supporting terrorism. What about Barka Dutt, who was close to calling Narendra Modi?
No, but the reason it's relevant, Shazad, the reason, hang on.
Barka Dutt
Shazad, let me ask you a question.
to save herself from a
Shazad,
BJP
the
mob.
reason,
if you would allow,
hang on one second, Ravi. The reason it's relevant, the question, is because India's big complaint about what has happened in Pakistan in the last 20 odd, maybe more years, is that Pakistan has been knowingly harboring terrorists who commit terrorist actions. That is the big complaint which India has against Pakistan. And when you try and pretend, it's not the word for it, because you can't actually believe this, that somehow nobody knew at this massive military base, and none of the intelligence people that worked there had any idea that the most wanted man on planet Earth, possibly ever, was literally living in a big house at the end of their road, it stretches credibility. And I just refuse to believe it. So we've got to start with a basic acceptance of reality, right? There were certainly some people who knew, and they did not blow the whistle because they were happy for this wanted man to remain unfound. So I think that's why India has such a tension about this, because they think, well, look what happened with bin Laden. It's happening again with this group now. They're allowed to commit these terror acts with impunity. And there are people in Pakistan who clearly are not bothered about that, or they would do something to stop it.
Pierre,
Hang on. I want to give Shazad the chance to. I want to give Shazad the chance to respond to that. Shazad.
Peers, either we can say what we believe in, what sounds credible to us, or we can actually go through the documents. Anybody watching is welcome to read the book with sites.
I filled my writing slot.
American documents.
I was a little bit concerned that I was gonna have to play the super right
I'm willing to
by myself the whole time.
that the Pakistani intelligence dropped the ball. It may also be that some rogue intelligence officer
probably like 723, probably ish.
May have been involved, but without any concrete evidence that the state of Pakistan is implicated in harboring Osama, how can we come to that conclusion based on assumptions? It's the same as India blaming Pakistan for Pahalgam without providing a shred of evidence.
All right, hang on.
Canada,
let me
on the other hand, has provided
hang on.
evidence. So if
Hang on,
Canada
let me
was
ask
to bomb
Hina.
India,
I want to
would
ask.
Ranveer
All
and
right,
Barka
Shazad, hang on.
celebrate that?
I want to ask Hina the same question. I mean, Hina, do you not understand how ridiculous it sounds?
The
when
super right?
you're expected
Oh no,
to
the
believe
Uber meets,
that
they're coming,
nobody
bro.
in American military, in Pakistan military or intelligence had any idea that bin Laden was living next to that base for years.
Look, at that time, Pakistan was in active combat. We were, I was in the government at that time. We were fighting this war at many, many fronts. And it wasn't only Pakistani intelligence, but frankly speaking, global intelligence, which was in and around, because at that time, Afghanistan was very, very active. Pierre, I had really expected and hoped that we could have a discussion which was about the future of this region. Okay, I had really hoped that we could have a discussion about what holds for these 1/5 of humanity, which is currently hostage to an extremist, sort of mind-boggling, outside of the purview of, the theatrics are very unnerving to me. So if you can just pause your faces for a little bit, it would help.
Well, Hina, tell me how you see the future.
I'm not sure who these guys are.
We tend to be honest people, and we tend to want to.
Hidakar, Ravenir, she said Gaya Saka.
And some of, but I just
Hina,
want to say,
I don't know.
In this time when India is galloping towards extremist thought process and really snuggling very close to making India, which was in India I respected, a secular India, a democratic India, a Nehruvian India, and Manmohan Singh India.
A secular India that she respects. Is she from Pakistan?
Talking about
Would you consider
making
Pakistan a
Kashmir
secular
mountain of
government?
peace at the request of an Indian prime minister. And Pakistan and India had reached a
I don't know if I
level of
consider them a
confidence
secular
where we were
government.
able to speak to each other, share intelligence, and talk about how to move forward.
Let's be
And
totally
then
honest, they're
comes
barely a
this
government.
New government in India, and even at that time, I remember I was asked this question by
Right.
an
You know
Indian,
what's
Sharon
crazy
Thapar.
is you want to hear a crazy prediction. Like maybe this might not happen, but the Taliban is now like a military power in their area, and like for the first time in like 50 years almost, they're not like being invaded by another country like that's like the US. And it looks like they're fixing to try to go to war with several of their neighbors, and they already have allies in Pakistan. Like we get really fucked up here. If Afghanistan starts like invading and they get like the nukes from Pakistan somehow, like, or if they really beat up the Tajikistan and what is it, Uzbekistan to the north over this water thing. I mean, he was with the Saudis. I don't know if he was with the Taliban guys. I haven't seen that if he did. I mean, he could be wrong. But, like, the Taliban could conceivably become a pretty dangerous group. I mean, yeah, I'm not real happy. I mean, I wish we had just stayed there and, like, done what John McCain said and stayed for 100 years. Like, it's going to take several generations to, like breed out this fucking like the Taliban. Like they're entrenched. They've been there for a while. Like I don't understand why we thought this idea of like little bit of a government there is gonna like support it. And like it's not like the government totally just disappeared like people make it out to. There was still a group, there's still an area where like all the resistance group has like coalesced and is fighting. But it's like without us backing, the Taliban is way more experienced. And experience matters almost more than anything else. Like it's tech and experience. And they just kind of like ran through these guys without the U.S. Like these other guys are used to fighting with U.S. backing overhead and whatnot. Like we go, oh, if I need help, I can call in the U.S. Marines or U.S. Army to come fly in a fucking, B-52 or an AWAC or a cruise missile and get some air support, and then they're gonna have like Blackhawks coming in or Chinooks dropping down. Versus like now they have basically none of that, and the Taliban's had none of that the whole time. And like they're like, oh, okay, you're gonna beat us. Oh, now you don't have a room of force, and just rickroll them. I don't agree that it was just a sign that these people didn't want freedom. But yeah, like now, well, I mean, Russia does not want a powerful Taliban. I mean, honestly, that's probably going to be what handles the Taliban. Is Russia's going to have to get involved, or Kazakhstan, or
Prime
something.
Minister Modi, who had the reputation of the
I'm going to
Gujarat
pull my world map here.
chief minister,
But I know that I was just watching a thing on Real Life War, was saying that they're preparing for war with like 3 different countries.
I'm doing. That's just a fact I'm quoting, which is present in history books. Now, even at that time, Piers, I do want to emphasize.
I did bring one of my
I
globes in
maintain
here
that
and
we
put it up
must
behind
view,
me.
Prime Minister Modi in his new role as prime minister and learning from and getting confidence from Prime Minister Vajpayee and him, despite being BJP and whatever was associated with it.
Yeah, here we go.
Literally
So yeah, it's Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan.
Now, in my 10 years or so
No,
of looking at things,
no, Kyrgyzstan. No, Kyrgyzstan's not that. Tajikistan. I got the world's worst map here. Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and then there are Pakistan are on one side, Iran's on the other. I know Iran's already had some problems with them.
The future together, and
but Iran don't want no part of that shit.
You cannot hope to burn.
And they're fixing like this massive war over water, apparently, with Tajikistan,
Look at the European Union.
Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan. And then they've been supporting basically a civil war in Pakistan.
Seeking a legacy of peace,
not the best.
Mutual coexistence, and accepting the strengths that exist. Pakistan is a nuclear state country which has just established our, I would say, conventional supremacy by way of sheer facts, not narrative shaping, sheer facts. In the military theater, there's going to be a lot of rewriting of the hegemonic role that was given to a certain country. We don't want that for India. India is more than welcome to continue with that hegemonic role. As far as it doesn't think it is at peace to display that by attacking our civilians just because and going outside of international law.
Okay.
And Pierre, my last comment, please allow me this last comment, and then you're willing, you're more than welcome to go anywhere else.
This is
I have
disproportionate space by
I just wanted to highlight one thing, that there is this thing called international law. We are all signatories of the UN Charter. Article 25 obliges all countries to go by Security Council resolutions. Article 51 gives a country the right to retaliate in an act of war. Now, if everybody can just answer one question.
So I've been leaning on the like championship like prize for the DCS. I was leaning towards doing a belt and like mailing it to champs, and then each time the champ like mails it to the next person. But I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get a big trophy with like a plaque, and then I can like have the name engraved on the plaque. Like, you know what I'm saying? For like like for the championships, or maybe I don't know, or a combination of. I haven't decided yet. I'm still thinking about it. I think for the Grand Prix for sure, I'm gonna have the
When
plaque.
one nuclear state decides that it will be the judge, jury, executor, and decides that this particular security lapse is because of another country, and decides to launch missile strikes.
I was gonna call it the Admiral's Cup.
Killing civilians into the other country, is that nuclear state, which also has conventional,
Okay, well, let me put that question.
Or I was gonna name it after.
And wait for other missile strikes.
Or then I was thinking I was gonna do the Admiral's Cup, and then like for the tournament, and since SkizTech donated a bunch of money, I'm gonna have it be like the SkizTech Invitational, like or something like for the Grand Prix, kind of thing. Because SkizTech donated a bunch of money for this shit, so I was like, okay, I think that'd be nice. And he didn't ask for that, but like I think that'd be cool since he's basically already paid for the item. You know what I'm saying? I think that'd be pretty cool.
Okay, well, let me.
I don't want the theatrics. I have never been a player of theatrics.
All right, hey, now I'm going to put it to the other people.
With
Okay,
India.
Ranveer. I mean, it's an interesting point, isn't it? India was working on very quick assumptions that the state of Pakistan, that the leadership who are running the country were fully aware of what this group were doing and therefore were complicit in what they did in this terrorist attack. And
like Lord Stanley's. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Guess who though?
This has been vehemently denied.
All right, I'm gonna use the restroom, and then I'm gonna set up the stream together.
India,
and get this going here, guys.
Hina said, India then moved to kind of DEFCON 3 war mode very quickly based on a set of assumptions which have been denied. Would it not have been more prudent for, as she says, for the international courts to be involved?
I hate this shit. International courts, bro. We got people killed on our land by whatever. We don't need no courts. International courts. We just go in there and whoop their ass.
2000s, when we had Ajmal Kasab, who was a part of the Mumbai terror attacks, who was caught. Pakistan denied having anything to do with the attacks, and his origin points were in Pakistan.
Especially, like, I mean, I gotta say, I'm definitely more India on this side. I don't feel like Pakistan. But I don't know if it's as much Pakistan's fault, so as much they, like, don't have the power to actually enforce what they're fucking trying to do. The international law. We should, hard pass.
On panel are constantly deflecting because this is the nature of Pakistani narrative. They'll never answer the questions directly. So,
all right, let's pause this. Let me just go ahead and knock. Jump up in a Discord. All right. Okay.
What's up?
How you doing? You doing all right?
Yeah.
Living the dream here. Let me just turn my camera off here. Boomer Does Twitch, guys, is the best. The best show here is. What? All right. What have you been up to, Nonvon? Tell us what you got going on, what you've been doing, exciting things. Nope. Okay. Okay. She should be able to join right back. Okay, we're just getting little technical issues done, guys. Always fun. The best. There we go. I'll just end this and start a new one.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, solid. Let me set this up on my.
There we go. Now I read.
I have the dual computer situation.
Oh, you're good.
That's not right.
All right. On in here now. There we go.
That
Yeah.
handout.
Yeah, I just restarted it. That shared chat thing. So you should be good to go. On yours, I saw the accept thing pop up. Hi, Bears. How you doing?
Oh. Gibbs, can you say something?
Yeah. Hello. Testing. Testing.
Okay, guys, can you hear that on stream? That should.
Yes, non-fun is definitely on his end. I don't think he's. I didn't do that.
Check.
No, I can't. I can't. Was that?
That's Tiberius.
It's probably me.
This is everybody's favorite part about streaming, guys, is the figure out everybody's tech.
Yeah, I had to reboot myself because I've been drug out of retirement.
There you go. That's good. How was the wedding, by the way? Was it everything you hoped to dream, Miss Nina?
Sorry?
How was the wedding? Was it fantastic? The mini moon and all?
No, it was awesome. You know, the funny thing is, it's like we invited some streamer friends of ours, and They just didn't show up. And it was kind of because again, like if you're doing a wedding, right, and it's like per plate, like so we lost like a few $1,000s on them not being there, because we still had to pay them for them having that much food and all that, and it was so shitty because one of them we went to their wedding,
Oh yeah, that's
and
annoying.
yeah, that it felt real bad because if you don't want to come, that's totally fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with that, right? Like, just don't say you are. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like
But,
just because it's the planning. It's like you got to put a deposit down on this shit.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, exactly. So we lost like a few $1,000s on these assholes not showing up apparently. So we're pretty pissed about that. But other than that, everything was absolutely amazing. It was such a great time to like. I'm not really that close with my family. And like my family's from California and his family's from New York, so it's like literally like as far away as possible from each other. So it was great to see them together.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's good to hear. Yeah, and it's also like that's the most. I have a huge pet peeve in life. It's like when avoidable problems become problems. It's like you'd be less mad if they just said, "Hey, I can't come." Then it's like, "Hey, I can come," and then now you cost me money. You know, like
I should have hit you up last minute. Would you have rolled up?
possibly. I mean, you're close by. If it's
I mean, the food was already there.
Hey, yeah, I mean, if it's within 4 hours, I would have came just for the fun. But you know, why not? Like, as long as I wasn't doing something, I don't think I'd have been doing anything either.
Yeah, it should have been better to you.
Failed. I would have come and hate it. I'd be like, let's go. I'd be like, how many guests do you need to fill in? All right, we got Grid back. Tiberius, you got a camera, or are you gonna be no cam today? All right, good answer. Good answer. We'll move forward. Anyway, I guess we'll get started. Grid's here. Thanks for coming on earlier. It was Grid did the DCS match. Very good. It was very close. Another really close one.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
We'll do that again.
Yeah.
That wasn't a good performance.
Yeah, and sometimes like I've had like Tyler the first time he went on kind of struggled, and then like now he's won several in a row. It's like you know because it's kind of like. You know, people got to figure out the format or like.
I don't think I like the judges in the middle.
I could tell.
Part.
I could tell you didn't like that.
That annoyed me.
Yeah, I mean,
all right.
You're the only one who seemed to hate that so far, but that's okay. Everybody's got preferences. But yeah, that's
I'm
good.
A hater.
Yeah, it's okay.
I'm a hater.
I feed off the hate. I feed off it. But Nina, why don't you give an intro? Tell people who you are, what you do, where you're at for all the new people.
You see me?
Yes, you, ma'am.
Oh, sorry, I'm not ready. I'm a little impromptu here, but I am Nina at twitch.tv/Nina, NEEINA. And I am I guess I would consider myself a SOCDEM. I am not even particularly ready for this debate. It was a little bit impromptu, but I'm here to talk about anything, and I'm really excited to have a conversation with everybody.
Fantastic. Yeah, and before Warren chat, I'm not gonna be super like sourcey. Not that I ever am, because about most of the people here are impromptu fill-ins, and I appreciate all of them coming in last minute. Non-Fawn was not an impromptu fill-in, so I expect lots of sources for Non-Fawn. Nah, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Top performance, peak performance from Non-Fawn.
I mean, I only knew what we were discussing, I think, yesterday is when you updated the title or whatever. But yeah,
what are we discussing? I still don't know.
Don't worry. This is going to be excellent, guys.
Anything and everything.
Anything and everything. We got shotgun method today. But go ahead, Non-Fawn. I'll send it to you, Grid, the exact prompt.
Yeah, I'm Non-Fawn. I stream on Twitch and Kick at Non-Fawn420 and on YouTube at Non-Fawn, where I also upload a bunch of debates you can see where I debate against mostly MAGA people, sometimes occasionally leftists too, because I'm a neoliberal dog, okay?
Neoliberal.
Fantastic.
Sounds cool.
Yeah, from one neoliberal to another, Tiberius.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Here we go again. All right. Yeah, I've been brought out of political retirement. For some reason, people want me to go out and spread my opinions, which is really weird because usually it's just telling everybody that they're full of shit. Yeah, if you don't know me, my name's Tiberius D. I'm a trades worker from Indiana. And yeah, I am not Team Red. I'm not Team Blue. I'm Team Purple. Fuck everybody else because I hate their ideas. Yeah, we're probably going to be seeing a lot of that, but it's good to be back streaming again, and I can't wait to make our good friend Admiral Gibbs mauled the fuck out. It's going to be great.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be plenty of mauling at some point.
Good to see you again.
So yeah, as the first topic here, we're going to cover a few topics because there's a lot of good things that have been happening here in the news in the world. Russia-Ukraine peace talks. What do we think? How they're going? How's Trump's handling it? Are we fans? Do we hate it? We'll start with non-fan. What do you think?
I have not followed that one at all.
Fantastic.
I guess like more. I guess like my general feeling would be like I don't think Trump is a particularly great negotiator, like people seem to think he is for whatever reason. And I don't trust him to actually lobby in Ukraine's interests as effectively as I would like him to. But I don't know the specifics of the talk, so I don't know. Maybe Trump will surprise me and we'll end up getting a really good deal for Ukraine, but I doubt it.
All right. Thank you so much, Tiberius.
All right. Yeah, I had to think about this one, but we'll just go without the notes this time. I gotta admit my bias first, and then we'll get into the details. The bias is that I don't have, I'll put it this way, I have a bit of a grudge towards the Russians. After, 80 years of subjecting the world to totalitarian socialism and then picking this limp-dick fascism that they're going down, I'm not a huge fan of them. Particularly since they've been pointing nuclear weapons at my face for the last 60 goddamn years. You can stop now, thanks. Outside of that conversation is that how is Trump handling the peace talks? I don't know, because he's not really given any details about what he actually wants, what he's expecting from the Ukrainians, and what he's expected from the Russians. He's been dogging on the Ukrainians, but outside of telling them, hey, you need to have concession X, which I haven't really seen in formal writing, I don't know what this asshole wants. So I can't really give him even a grade score or a, comprehension of, hey, this is what's going on, because everyone's keeping it pretty... I don't know what the words are. Like, close to the chest, basically, is what we're seeing here. I just don't know, and I hate to give you all that answer, but if you all have details you want to share with me, we can elaborate from there. But as far as I'm aware, Trump hasn't aligned his strategic position. The Ukrainians have, and the Russians have, and those are not going to work together. So, what are you going to do, Trump?
All right, Nina.
Yeah, I think that Trump just wants to be the guy. I don't think he has any idea what he's talking about. He has been very much proven to be completely politically inept. He has no idea what he talks about when he talks about stuff. And to move on from that to actual political something of value, the fact that couldn't get Vladimir Putin to come to the talks in Turkey really proves that he doesn't respect him clearly at all. He doesn't give a shit about he thinks I'm the deal guy, but I can't even get this guy to come to the political talks that are happening in Turkey here while I'm doing my big beautiful going around the Middle East tour. He's completely inept, absolutely useless. Zelensky is I sim for him all the time because of obviously the man knows if he loses he dies. That's not the same when it comes to Putin. And the fact that Zelensky is playing all facets of this, he himself is also an entertainer. He knows how to make Trump entertained and bring him to the table. I think that he is a vastly more competent political agent for his country than Trump is. I think Trump is an absolute fucking embarrassment. He is useless, and he just again has spent 25% of his I think it might have gone down to 23% of his presidency golfing. He's not there. He's doing nothing. He's useless.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Grid.
I don't know. I mean, I'm at an intersection on this one because on the one hand, I think Ukraine has fucked themselves, and we should never have given them as much money as we have. I don't even know why we're involved in the peace talks at all, other than I guess we swing the biggest dick in the neighborhood. And other than that, who cares? I think Trump is I think Trump's probably a better person to do the deal than anybody else currently in existence on the planet, except possibly for myself, and I'm busy. So let's get into it.
All right.
Wow, way to prove you're unserious.
I literally just got here, lady.
I mean,
So did I.
We'll go to you, Tiberius. What do you think? You seem to have some criticism. Do you agree that with Grid's assessment that Trump's the best person to do this deal? Like, because it doesn't seem like you would agree with that, but I think you do agree that we're the biggest dick in the neighborhood.
Biggest dick in the neighborhood to a point. The reality is that my assessment is this war only happened for one reason. We won't actually flex our dick. We won't actually say, no, we're going to put an armor division in Kiev and, Russia, if you want to come at us, go for it. That's why this war got kicked off, is that we won't actually put our money where our mouths are. And the Russians are calling our bluff, is really what's going on here.
In fairness, the last time we did that, the rubber tore and the Vietnam War happened.
I would actually argue that it was Afghanistan, but, we
Sure, we can go with that one too.
Yeah.
I agree with you that we're doing appeasement, right? Like, I assume you're more referring to like the 2014 like annexation of Crimea. Like, we didn't actually draw a red line.
Well, we keep doing the same thing, and now the Russians have been doing it too, where we all keep drawing red lines, and then we go past them, and then nothing happens, right?
Right, exactly.
So,
yeah.
like the Russians gassing people in Syria, which has still not been technically proven, as far as I'm aware.
What do you mean? Are you talking about
the Syrian air base in 2017 that Trump tomahawked the fuck out of? It was based on it was based upon intelligence that the Russians were actually trying to gas Syrian nationals. We never got that proven, but that's why we threw 60 Tomahawk missiles at them, just in case they actually were.
Well, just to be clear, it was also because they attacked one of our military bases.
Okay, I think that's getting a little in the weeds here.
Yeah, we are getting a little in the weeds, but go ahead.
Yeah, foreign policy is kind of a B for me, so yeah, I can get in the weeds pretty easily. Long story short, is Trump the best guy to do it? Perspective. On one hand, he's had some pretty favorable dealings with the Russians going back 30 years. So if you wanted somebody to make a deal with the Russians...
You mean business dealings?
Lots of dealings. I'm not going to go down that whole
Wait,
road.
would that not be a detriment?
Potentially. It depends on how you look at this, because this is one of those
wait.
right?
If you're gonna do politics, it's not about making a business deal. Like, it shouldn't. Like, politics are for the gain of. You're not working for yourself. You're working for your country, right? So, like, it's a completely different dynamic, right? Though you would agree with that?
I would not agree with that, because if you're looking at, I wouldn't. Because if you're looking at this from a particular dynamic that Trump does, and I kind of agree with him on this one, is that Trump was there originally to embetter the institution of Trump Inc., right? And that's not just him, it's family members, it's people who work for him, all that. And now he's kind of doing the same as a representative of the United States federal government. Just to be on the same page with you, I don't
But we're
like
not
this
his
guy.
family.
We're not, and there's a level where, does he actually give a shit about us? I personally don't believe he does, but there's something that he is going to be trying to get after, because you can't be a wondrous and successful president revered by at least the people who support you if you're a cataclysmic failure, at least in my opinion. And
That is not true.
Okay,
Well, I think I think
There's been plenty of presidents in our
Trump will find a way
history that have absolutely been used. Sorry, go ahead.
Sure.
Trump will try to paint any minor concession on anything as a win. It doesn't. I don't think his base will care. There might be some independents that flip one way or the other, but his base is absolutely not going to care about what actual concessions he gets out of Russia or anything.
Yeah, the only thing I've actually seen his pace push. Go ahead.
Let me just. I guess I'll play the MAGA guy since I don't have a pure MAGA representative. I mean, Grid, you don't call yourself a pure MAGA either, right?
I'm a Trump supporter. I don't know that I'm MAGA per se. I don't know.
So I'll play MAGA for a second, just for the argument. The argument, though, I guess there's two arguments. One, to Tiberius's point, would be, he's had this dealings, so he might be in a position to be able to get a better deal or exert pressure on him from a different angle that otherwise might not. The other thing I would say is that, Pentuple might paint any concession, but okay, it depends on what you're calling a concession, right? So if we look at the China talk, right, that we're just having, which we'll get into a little bit more, I think, in the next portion of this, I would say that he succeeded quite a bit in making things better. If you
Oh, so you know what he did is he just brought it back to normal. Before he fucked them, and then they fucked
well,
us,
we can go
and then
back-
he brought it back to before
Not
he.
normal. We
I
still
know,
have
I know
He
you're saying it's
intentionally
balance,
fucked us.
That's the dumbest thing I've heard
And
yet.
it's also for like 60 days, right?
Well,
like or
well, hold on.
90,
90
69,
days,
I think 90 days.
But we'll
yeah, 90
we'll
days.
get into that more in the next.
He didn't do anything.
Well, yeah, okay. I'll set it up, and you can argue that one in a
Well,
second.
hold on.
But just let me and I'll go to you,
Go
Greg.
ahead,
Just real
go ahead,
quick. I was gonna say the other thing is it depends on what you're framing as victories, like right, like if he's able to get them to the table and accomplish something where he actually forces.
He
them
hasn't
down.
done it.
Well, I mean, okay, you don't think that he's taking steps to do that? Like compared
I
to
don't give a shit how many steps he's taken. If he has been failing at every single step of it, it's completely useless. He's not even coming. They're doing peace talks in Turkey with Ukraine, and Putin's not even coming.
Show.
Well,
I'll put it in this regard. Talks are talks, but whenever the guy that you're supposed to actually meet up with doesn't show up to the talks, yeah, this is something that doesn't make.
It's worthless. Yeah.
Well, I got to be honest. I don't know. Again, I keep why are we involved at all anyway? We should not be involved in the peace process. We provided Ukraine weaponry against.
Well, wouldn't that be
the
a reason
Russians.
why
Oh, stop! I let you babble.
Okay,
It's okay.
go ahead, sorry.
Calm down. We provided them with weapons. Why would the Russians believe jack shit we had to say at all? I mean, this is.
What do you mean believe?
Why would they think that we're an impartial party to mediate when we literally supplied their opposition with weapons
That's a
and
fair
we
point.
gave them a fuck ton of money?
We're not supposed to be impartial. We're supposed to lobby on behalf of Ukraine because they're a smaller country. This is what,
Why are we
people told me.
supposed to do that?
There are
Correct.
MAGA people who have told me Trump
Because
is
they
going to
are an ally. They literally give up.
deal.
Let's go to
Wait,
Nina.
they're
Then
an
we'll go to Nina.
Yeah, hold on. They're literally our ally. So no, he's absolutely right that like we are not supposed to be impartial. We are supposed to advocate for our ally, but that doesn't mean that we can't bring people to the table. You can absolutely bring people to the table while being in opposition to them. Like that's just kind of normal diplomacy.
Tiberius?
Yeah. So I'm not going to put us in the situation that we are a Ukrainian ally.
we are.
Hold on. Let me finish, guys. I'm not going to put us in the camp that the Ukrainians are our allies. As far as I'm concerned, the only allies the United States actually has is the Australians and the Brits, and everybody else can fucking pound sand.
You can just
when it comes to what we're dealing with here, is that it's not about Ukraine being our friend; it's about the Russians being our enemy. Now, granted, I came up with my bias from the start, but most people in Washington, up until the better part of the last few years, universally agreed with me. The Russians are not our friends. They don't embody anything that we like.
Objectively wrong about the Ukrainians not being our allies.
Well, okay, give me an example of why they're our allies.
Because the State Department classifies them as our allies.
I can only listen to
one
one.
at a time. Go ahead.
Say that
Nina.
again, Nina.
The State Department classifies them as our allies. What do you mean? We have like
it's meaningless in the global.
Oh, okay, yeah, it doesn't mean
landscape.
anything. Got it.
It is meaningless. Nobody gives a shit. Who are he? Literally,
This administration
just
doesn't give a
defined
shit.
our
You're correct.
The only people that we can count on if shit goes to shit.
You know
is
that
maybe
there's
the Australians.
legal
I don't honestly count on the fucking British. Like we're in this. Maybe
okay,
the
so
Australians.
allies
Maybe.
or whatever you think it is. Got it.
Well, allies is a very specific thing.
Correct.
And Ukraine is not an ally in any stretch.
It is legally our ally.
Well, okay.
I'm gonna. That's where I'll take issue.
Go ahead, Tate. We'll go to you after. We'll go to Nalfon after you, Tiberius. Go ahead.
Sure. So I will totally get into the idea that the Ukrainians are looking to join basically the American world order, right? They want democracy, they want some level of independent rights and the whole 9 yards that the Germans have and the Poles have and basically all of Eastern Europe has gained in the last 30 years. Completely admirable thing. I'm 100% on board with this. On the other side of that, they're not a legal member of any kind of defensive agreement that we have. The closest thing that we have was that we had a word-of-mouth agreement that when they gave up their nuclear weapons in 93, 94, somewhere along that time, we basically gave them a word. They didn't break it. We broke it.
They did. No, well, I mean, we kind of both broke it, but they were trying to sell the nukes back out of the back door. And Russia, it took, like 10 years for Russia to eventually get all of the nukes back from Ukraine.
Yeah,
They
that
broke
sounds
the
like
deal.
horseshit because we took the nukes and we literally spun them down into nuclear fuel that we shoved in our reactors.
Some of it, yes, but not all of it.
That's not.
Citation needed on that one, my friend.
Anyway, keep going.
All right.
But yeah, I would largely put like legally, unfortunately, we're not an ally to Ukraine. I will totally buy into the argument that they want to be a friend, and I'm fine with that. But as far as the actual like, hey, you know, we have a legal treaty says that we're supposed to do it, unfortunately not. Which is our bad. Actually, I'm going to blame Clinton on that one.
Go ahead, Nonfun.
I mean, yeah, I would hope we would at least concede that, like, geopolitically, the U.S. is at least, like, behaving as if Ukraine is an ally. Like, we clearly, you know, want Ukraine to succeed in the war.
Well, the
we're
prior
clearly helping
administration
Ukraine.
did.
We're behaving as if they're an ally. You might say they're not a very good ally. You know, to which I would say, I mean, it seems like Ukraine does help us in a way. Like, for example, I know Ukraine shares military intelligence with us. We'll give them weapons, and then they report like how those weapons do on the field. I mean, Ukraine is going after one of our, you know, main geopolitical rivals, weakening their military. That seems like you know, an ally thing to do, right? I mean, obviously they're doing so in defense of their own nation, but still. And there's probably, I mean, they are an important trading partner for Europe at the very least. I don't know how much we trade directly with Ukraine, but they were trying to join the EU. They provide the EU with a lot of their bread, and I think it's fair to consider at least some countries in the EU our ally as well. So.
Yeah, go ahead, Grid.
Yeah, so just you know, and I have it's weird. I actually had this document marked from some other debate that I did. According to the Arms Control Association, who should know, it took from it started in 1991 or 1990 with the Declaration of Sovereignty. Ukraine pledged to not accept, produce, or acquire nuclear weapons. However, despite this public commitment, Ukrainian politicians were not entirely united by the idea. Some felt blah, 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 blah. It's just a bunch of rhetoric. There were multiple accords with the United States and others until 2014. They finally gave up the last of the weapons or material.
Yeah. Well, I'll put it this way: the Arms Control Association doesn't ever hit my radar on anything. And then I've got a couple of issues just with what I was hearing.
Well, are we ignoring the fact that the reason why they gave up? No, the reason why they gave up the nukes was for security, with security assurances that we have now been giving them weapons. That is their security assurance at the time that we are now doing. Would you really split hairs about that being an alliance?
There was no alliance. There's no treaty.
Well, hold on.
No, I'm saying, are you really splitting hair about the literal word of the alliance? Are you going to be a pedant about this? Come on.
Well, hold on.
because
I'm
it's
going
a
to engage
legal
with what
thing.
Vita just said real quick, and then you can go, Grid. I'm a little bit torn on this, right? So on one hand, I kind of support something similar to that Tiberius's worldview. I'd add a few more countries like France and like Rwanda who are actively doing replacing U.S. interest and doing stuff for us.
We didn't.
However, to Nina's point though, is we did make an agreement, and they might not be tangibly a beneficial ally in the sense whatever, but because we made this agreement and we put people there, we've supplied them, we've now invested our interest in this. There is some sort of I don't know if alliance is the right word. However, we do have a obligation.
We gave them security assurances. We gave them security assurances. You notice the thing when Trump. You notice when Trump was meeting with Zelensky, one of the big things that he kept wanting to harp on was, I'm not going to sign anything without security insurances, and he's a giga chad for that, for sure. Because that's what he needed. Because that's the reason. The reason why we, as the U.S. right now, are giving them weapons, which, by the way, are munitions that we would have had to pay money to destroy anyways because they're old. It's not like we're giving them our best. You know what I mean? The reason why that they were given those, that was because of the agreement that we signed years ago in 1991, I think, to have security assurances. But Trump won't fucking sign anything like that because he doesn't give a shit about actually giving them. And then why the fuck would they ever agree to any ceasefire that didn't require that?
Please show me a document where it said that we would give them military protection.
Okay.
Go ahead, Tiberius, while she looks for that.
Yeah. So just with Grid's point about the Ukrainian sovereignty and whatnot, we could probably go down that rabbit hole, but it would be a whole other conversation. So can we table that?
It's irrelevant, largely.
I don't know.
I mean,
maybe it is, maybe it isn't.
They
But
broke it. They didn't follow it. That's all that reason.
okay. Well,
And
yeah.
they had to have multiple treaties. They had literally they renegotiated this multiple times. That's all you need to know. I mean, it started in they signed the Lisbon Protocol in
I
'92.
don't know how to send this to you.
So on and so forth.
Posted it in
yeah, like there was
send it to me and I'll
problems,
get
right? Yeah, there was conversations about Ukrainian broken arrows and more
Let's see,
particularly
Gibbs.
Russian ones.
Yeah, perfect.
The problem is I got 30 years of history all kind of going back in my
This is a
head. but
perfect resource.
It ain't lining up. So we'll have to have that conversation later. To
Yeah,
Nina's
absolutely.
point, I don't think that there is a formal treaty that I can think of. I know that there was some agreements made, and a lot of them were word of mouth, but most of it was just, oh, hey, we're going to take your nukes, and then we're going to imply that we'll give you security. The problem is that, to her point, and she's 100% correct on this, for us to back out of that, it does make us look like a very bad faith actor, particularly if somebody's going to give up
Yeah,
their
we
nukes.
are a bad faith actor with the way that fucking Trump's behaving.
So what we signed was called the Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty. I'll do your homework for you. It was signed July 31st, 1991, by us in the Soviet Union, not Ukraine. We basically.
Wait, what?
told
What do you mean?
Ukraine-
No, what? No, you're already wrong. What do you mean? It was after the fall of the Soviet Union. There was no Soviet Union at the time. 1991?
Budapest
It
Memorandum.
literally
what,
says,
what she's talking
You're
about
saying
is
in
93.
1991 the Soviet Union exists?
It did.
Are you
collapsed
fucking
December.
retarded?
What?
it literally says the Strategic Arm Reduction Treaty START was signed July 31, 1991 by the United States and the Soviet Union. This was the first-
1931.
Stop.
We're not
This-
talking about
stop.
that.
Stop. This
Then-
was the
no, you should
first
stop. We're
treaty
not
that
talking about
required
that.
U.S., Soviet, Russian reductions of strategic nuclear weapons.
Okay,
It's
well, you're having a
indispensable in
conversation with
creating a
yourself.
framework that ensured
we'll let the old
predictability
man
and
talk.
stability.
All right, what
Okay,
she's
that's not
talking
what,
about.
That's not what we're talking about. What we're
Yeah.
We are
we're talking about the
literally
Budapest
not. You are
Memorandum.
delusional. You have no idea what we're talking about.
We'll give it.
let me get here, please.
Non-fun go.
But that's what he was talking about in 1991.
Yeah, we're talking about the Budapest Memorandum, which was signed between
Yes.
the U.S. and Ukraine, and I think like
nobody
Ireland
brought that
and
up.
the UK or whatever.
Correct.
It was where Ukraine gave up its nukes in exchange for
Yes.
some security.
And
Yes.
the Budapest Memorandum does not say anything about military support.
Well, it does say security.
I believe it. I believe it.
That's great for what you're talking about. There's multiple Budapest memorandums, and that's not the one we're talking about.
No,
I believe it. I think
He's-
it's. I don't know if it's a security guarantee. I don't know if it's like a legally binding
It is
thing, but it was
absolutely not
the
a
intention of it.
When they
was
gave up their
to
nukes,
say-
which was not in 42 or what the fuck you
They had
said,
a
like,
choice.
is not
They
what
could
we're
give
talking
them
about,
up,
bitch.
Or they were
Like,
going to be
come
invaded
on.
by Russia. That's literally how that worked.
Yeah, in
They had a
1920 or whatever you said. Yeah, that's definitely what you're
No,
talking about.
I said 1991.
He said 91. Like the problem I have.
Correct. 90. Yes, correct.
for fuck's
90.
sake.
All right, I have the exact quote just to clarify. So this is so number 4 of the Budapest whatever. Seek immediate Security Council action to provide assistance to the signatory if they become a victim of an act of aggression or an object of a threat of aggression, which nuclear weapons are used. So I guess you could say in theory that we would not be obligated because of them using like Russia's never used nukes. However, even if we were to say that Russia has threatened it, so that would fulfill the second part of that. So I feel like somewhat obligated.
We did ask Europe to help. We did exactly that. We sought help for them.
All right, let me split hairs here. Legalistically speaking, we have abided by our treaty obligations. What I have a problem with is that, at least a little bit from my friend Grid here, is I'm getting a little bit of like a one-track situation here. It was a good thing that Ukrainians gave up their nukes. Not in the present tense, but in the past tense, it was huge because Ukraine was broke. They didn't have the money to.
Yeah, they didn't
and
have the way
specialists-
to manage it.
Yeah, they didn't. You don't want nuclear weapons just not being maintained. It's a bad deal. All right.
Right,
So
right,
this
right.
was a good deal. I'm 100% with Nina when it
I
comes
agree with
full
you.
circle, where it's just like, yo, this is a bad look. I get that if you are a person who's like, you know what, I don't want to tangle with the Russians. I don't want to risk Atlanta and New York and fucking Seattle because of some place in Eastern Europe. I can get behind that argument, but someone please make that argument so I can at least address that, because right now it's just we're talking about what we should have done 30 fucking years ago.
Well, I mean, like, are you? I guess I don't know what you're asking exactly,
I
but
think
like,
the point is that we're being Nina's claiming that we are obligated to support Ukraine.
Yes, that's what we agreed.
Because we encouraged them to give up their weapons. Yet
Correct.
we've never promised to do anything more than
No, we did.
basically
I
appeal on their
showed you.
behalf to the EU, which we did. And the EU's told them
No,
to go
we're
fuck
doing
themselves.
exactly okay. When we give them weapons, we're doing exactly what we said we were going to do, which is defend.
No, that's not what that says
supporting them.
at all.
How so?
Seriously? Read it again, Gibbs.
So okay, I'll pull it back up. I might have moved it, but yeah, okay.
Number 4.
Seek immediate Security Council action to provide assistance to the Secretary if
Security
quote
Council.
should become a
Assistance
victim of an act of aggression or an act or of a threat of aggression in which
We did that.
nuclear weapons are used.
Yeah, we gave them assistance. We're still giving them assistance.
No,
What do
no.
you mean?
Security. We were basically to appeal to the Security Council, which we did.
And they said that we should give them weapons. So
No, they did not. They told the Ukraine to go pound sand. That's why.
That's not, they only started doing that when Trump came to
That's
office.
why
You know,
there's literally not Ukraine.
really, when? Show me. When did they say to go pound sand?
No, hold on. Like every one of
I'm
these like UN
paraphrasing.
General Assembly resolutions and every one of these UN Security Council resolutions always sided with Ukraine. You can look at the votes, and it's like every country except for
Correct.
like Russia
Yeah,
and
but did they
Iran
send them
siding
money?
with Ukraine.
Okay,
until
so when did
Trump
they
got
send
in
them
office,
money?
by the way, and then the U.S.
When
started
did they
voting along
send
with
money?
Russia and
You know
Iran
what?
in the Security Council in General Assembly resolutions.
Let me do this though. Let me go to all right, Tiberius. I see your hand. I will let you respond, Tiberius, and then I'm going to say something after you speak because I want to jump in here real quick. Go ahead.
Okay, I haven't kept track of every single resolution in the UN about what happened with Ukraine, but let's be real here. It's really hard for me to even get on board with Team Lefty right now because the Russians have a fucking veto on the Security Council. So, like, anything that the Security Council is going to say, hey, this is what we should do, the Russians are going to veto it, and it's going to be game over. I want to split hairs here because it pisses me off. On one hand, I feel like legally, yes, we did what we needed to do, and Grid's right. But moralistically and ethically speaking, we should go further.
Well,
I'm 100% with Team Lefty.
And if you want to make that claim, cool. But making the claim that we were legally obligated to do something more than we did is wrong.
Let me just expand. Let me just expand on that. Real quick.
I disagree.
It doesn't matter if you disagree.
Hold on,
I think by our
Legally,
agreement,
you're
I think
wrong.
by our agreements that we talked about that we were legally required to do that. What do you mean?
Well, let me pose this
I don't
question
know
to you
if the
then, Nina.
Budapest Memorandum was binding. I don't know.
Let me pose this to you, Nina, because
I mean, if you're being a pedant, then fine. But like you, okay.
Well,
fine.
no, hold on. Let me pose this to you, Nina, because you seem to be the most passionate on this issue on like as far as the left side. Let me give it to you like this. All right. So like say
Left
to me
side?
on the I mean, you're not a
Is
conservative.
being pro-Ukraine a left or right position?
I mean, I'm pro-Ukraine as far as a righty would be. Like, I like to sell weapons. So,
okay.
but if I was to pose this question to you from like maybe someone more like on Grid's position, how would you sell like us supporting Ukraine to someone that is like, I don't know, pretty much like, why should we be over there? This seems like another man's war. Like, we've been overseas for the
We're
last
not
30
over
years.
there. It's pretty easy. We're not over there. We're giving them our old munitions that we would have to pay money to get rid of anyways. Like all of the what is it, like $360 billion or whatever that we've given to Ukraine. The majority of that has been old munitions that we would have to pay to destroy anyways. Like it wouldn't have been like we're not giving them like cash. You know, we're giving them our old shit. We're giving them our like World War II style or era munitions. It is a win. It is you're a liar, but it's a win-win for us. It's an absolute win-win for us. Like giving people.
That's not World War II.
Well, hold on. Well, some of the stuff is newer.
Of course not. But I'm not saying that's the majority. Do you think that we've given them like $350 billion of just javelins? Like, get out of here! You have no idea what you're talking about. We give them a lot of like mines, aircraft, security things. These are military things that we do not use because we have better stuff. So what the fuck do we do with our shit that is we have a better thing. We're just giving them it. It's a literal win-win.
Well, so yeah, actually, let me piggyback off this and pose to you this question, Grit. Why would, like, okay, so to some extent, I don't know about the World War II era, but we are selling them a lot of our old tech, and we are selling them some new stuff. We've invested in this, and we only get
also
paid.
paying us.
But hold on, stop. We only get paid if they
gave them.
Well, no, because they do have to. No, it's on a lend lease, right? They have to pay us back, and we only get paid back. Hey, in theory, but we only get paid if they continue to exist. So, and Trump.
That's still a good point.
Okay, here's one more. Trump also signed that, the minerals deal. Some of those portions are in territory controlled by the Russians. And I mean, I don't know if you know U.S. history, but if you have something that we want and we've already signed for it, you don't want to be holding that land generally, right?
Sure.
How do you argue like, hey, we shouldn't be over there whenever now we have vested interest in getting our money back from these people and their mineral rights? How would you say, why would you argue we should still not be over there?
You mean as far as sending them weapons and war material?
Yeah, because now it's
honestly, if they had prepaid, I'd have no problem. But the credit card deal, swiping a credit card, I have a little bit of a problem with that, because you know how many countries have paid us back in war debt? 8.
We've gone over this before. It seems like a lot of, I think Britain paid off their war debt in like 1970s
in
or
like
World War II or whatever.
2016. Like it was a lot. Like it took a long fucking time, man.
Yeah, it takes a while. That's how it works. Like, what do you expect countries to behave like a person?
From 1944?
That's
Well, look,
fine. They're paying interest.
She has already mentioned. It seems like there are benefits to the U.S. from supporting Ukraine, and I'd also say it seems like there are benefits probably for liberal democracies in, sort of the global order generally by supporting Ukraine.
Sure.
I don't think the standard going forward should be if you invade a smaller country, you're allowed to just unilaterally change their borders if you have nuclear weapons or something. I don't think that's a world that we want to live in, and I think it's good that the U.S. sort of fulfills the role as the world police, as you like to call it, or whatever, to make sure countries have an incentive not to do that.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're going to turn this into entirely a Ukraine conversation, and I have no problem doing that. But this is going to be a very this is going to be a very one
started that way, but
yeah, that's fine. Yeah. I was actually waiting. I was going to let you say one more thing, and then we're going to go. But that's fine. Perfect segue. So let's open it up to Trump and China here. I mean, how do we think he's doing foreign policy? I know Nina spoke first. I'll let you go ahead and say what you were saying, because you seem to think it was very bad what Trump has done with the tariffs and the trade deal. What are your thoughts, Nina? Go ahead, and you can start us off with this.
Trump and China. I think that China is unironically, as much as I am an America simp, as you can tell by my gigantic American flag, I think America is the best country in the world, as much as I don't love it right now. But it is something I will always love, of course. But I think that China is just calling our bluff. We're just doing a hem and haw. We're doing a push and pull. Like we're doing nothing here. Trump is just floundering. I don't think that China should capitulate to America, because we're just being fucking retards right now, fiscally. And I think that one of the biggest issues that we're seeing here is with these inconsistencies. They're like, oh, it's going to create different things in the market later. No, what people want to do with their businesses is they want stability. They want to make businesses, or they want to have like things with China or whatever, because they know what they're going to expect. And now it's that we can't do that now in America. Like, what the fuck? Like, we are literally living in a world where we have no idea. Like, there's people who have small businesses who make, like, I don't know, manufacture. I think I read something about somebody who like made like baby stuff, like, and they can't pay the tariffs. Like, this is insane. Like, because again, tariffs are a tax on individual or on businesses. It is not a tax on the other people. Like, they're like, I can't have this. I can't pay for this. Like, there's nothing I can do. And it's just it's so fucking wild to think that China's going to be the one paying for this?
Are we going to get a position?
No.
Okay. All right.
Sorry, am I going on too long? Sorry, I was
No,
getting
you're
like
just
a
out, and nowhere in that rambling, incoherent obfuscation
That was
there-
incoherent,
I-
and what about that was incoherent?
All right,
You wanna
well,
ask
I got
a
a point out of
question?
that, but go.
yeah, okay, here's what we'll do. Good time. Everybody get an opening on this. Go
Non-Tom,
ahead.
what was the point of that? Can you help me out?
Well,
to explain that.
Well,
to
that
us
I
as
thought that the point of that was that I think that the tariffs are very bad, and they're really fucking up the fact that
Okay.
people that are running
All right,
small
there we go.
businesses
Got it.
have no ability to figure out how they're going to go about getting their inventory.
We'll go with Tiberius.
Was that incoherent? Was that incoherent or like what?
I don't know.
You'll keep your hate boners to yourself.
That's fine. Here's what we're gonna do
Can you
next.
just do that from now on and not like spurg out on both sides and just stick to the non.
Well, you know what would be great if you could just respond to what I said.
All right, so here's what we're gonna do though. I'm gonna let Tiberius go next, and then non-fine, then Grid, you can go, and then we'll open it up to free debate again. Go ahead, Tiberius.
Did Nonfon get a spot in this already?
He's
Did I just miss that?
No, he's going after you.
Okay, gotcha.
That was making
Anyway,
too much sense.
long story short, I will try to table the greater tariffs conversation here, if we can, please. I prefer not to give Nonfon a stroke, and then also I don't have time to debate the greater nuances.
Yeah, go ahead.
of
Focus
tariffs.
on China.
Yeah, China. I'm having a real hard time with this because one of the handful of things that I actually legitimately loved about Trump, and there's like 8 of them, right? Almost everything else he sucks at, is that his first presidency actually changed the narrative on China. Everyone in DC was kissing China's ass on how great they were and how it was wonderful that we were making money. And, it's just the great experiment because they were having some pro-democracy movements back in the 2000s. And we thought they were going to go liberal. Well, that conversation aside, Trump actually got people to treat the Chinese as a malevolent actor. And that was not talked about in Japan. That was not talked about in Washington. I don't know what happened.
In Japan? No, I'm just kidding.
Error 404, leave me alone. Anyway, long story short, this was not talked about in DC. Trump changed not only the conversation in DC, he changed it on the national level. Getting the United States to treat the Chinese like a malevolent actor was a huge win of Trump won for me. However, I don't get what the fuck he's doing. Because if it was just my way, Trump continued to Trump and just tell the Chinese to go fuck off. Tariff them at 200%, cut them out of the American-led order. If you don't want it to be a democracy, if you don't want to believe in human rights, get fucked, you don't get nice things. That's what I want to see going forward with U.S. foreign policy. That's what I want to see. But Trump is doing this weird shit where it's like, I'm going to tariff you. Oh, wait, we can have a deal. I'm going to tariff you. Oh, wait, we can have a deal. All right, Trump, if you want to have a better deal with the Europeans, I'm all on board with this, dude. But what is this with China? Cut them fucking out of the picture. You don't believe in human rights? You don't get fucking money. Simple as that. But we're not going to do that shit. It fucking pisses me off. Trump, step your game up and you could actually be a good president. But anyway, moving along.
Wait, you think the reason they're tariffing them is because of the human rights violations?
What I'm saying is that that's what I want them to do. I want the United States to tariff nations who are like, hey, look, you're a dishonest actor. You imprison all your fucking people. You don't have democracy.
But you
don't believe in
recognize
the
that's
rule of
not
law.
what's happening, right?
Yeah. Not what's happening.
Gotcha.
I'm just saying, that's what I want. And even if I don't get the reasoning behind it, if that's what we actually get, I'm still counting that as a win.
And justify the means. Yeah.
But no, not necessarily that. Don't put me in a box here. I know what you're doing. Fucking Gibbs. What I'm getting at is I believe that politics should have virtue ethics behind it, and I believe that if you want an actual benevolent capitalist society, it has to back it up. It has to say, I'm not trading with you if you're a cunt. If you break all of our copyright laws, if you fucking go after our citizens and shit, no, get fucked. We're not dealing with that.
All right, not fun. Go ahead, and then we'll get Grid last, and then we'll open it up again.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like all the deals that Trump is quote unquote striking, not that these are like real deals yet, are or it seems like they're gonna keep the 10% tariff on basically everyone for most industries at least, and I'm very much against that. It's hard for me. It is very hard for me to imagine a possible deal with China that would be so good as to compensate for the uncertainty effects of the tariffs and the effects of the tariffs themselves at 10%. I don't think we've even seen from the UK or China any meaningful concessions from them. I don't even know what China has China publicly agreed to anything yet. I don't think so. They're just the pause to negotiate tariffs or whatever. I don't think those are clear. I don't think think there's a clear goal, and it's very hard for me to say any deal at this point would actually be a net benefit, considering we've already seen a GDP contraction. But anyway.
All right, Grid, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to kind of echo what Tiberius said. Look, and my wife is Chinese, by the way. Just in full disclosure, my wife is actually Chinese. I own property in China.
Spy.
So,
He's paid for by China.
So yeah, I wish I was. Here's the thing. Tariff. I mean, I don't care about. I think the tariffs were a much better political move than a financial move anyway. I think they actually had some value.
Yeah, it's been
Personally,
great.
stop. I'm talking now. Personally, I think that it would do America a lot of good to bring all trade back away from China. I would love to just shut China out, 100%. Like 500% tariff, just like they did GM cars back in the day. Fuck you guys. And the horse you rode in on, and the long tall Texan that's going to bend you over next week. I don't care. And a matter of fact, Trump can't hit them hard enough. He can't. And again, I own property over there. It'll hurt me a little bit. It's going to hurt my feelings. I own a manufacturing company. It'll hurt me a little bit. I don't really give a shit.
All right, attack. Everybody can go now.
So does the CCP own it, or do you actually own it?
I mean, nobody actually owns anything in China. Although, to be honest with you,
you don't even own it. Oh my god!
Although to be honest, I'm not actually. I'm actually not 100% clear on that because unlike America, where you actually never own it because you have to pay property taxes and the.
Unlike America, where you never own it.
Here we go.
And eminent
Oh
domain
my
is
god!
the
Are
thing.
you the libertarian with the Asian wife? Is that who you are? Are you the meme?
In China, I actually don't. I think that we own it for like 100 years or some shit like that, which is fine with me.
Well, I don't think you do. You just told me you didn't own it.
I'm going to sell it. 100 years isn't going to matter to me, but that's fine.
Is that why you hate me? Because I'm Japanese?
Are you Japanese, really? I could have sworn.
No,
you
I'm
were
just
Vietnamese.
lying to you.
I mean, I don't think they would have known that.
I would have
though.
gone Vietnamese, but okay, I believe you're Japanese.
Anyway,
That is incredibly racist thing to say, but okay. Go ahead.
That he believes
you. Yes.
Okay, moving on. Go on. Tiberius.
No, I don't.
Okay. Well,
not fun.
Tiberius, you can't die laughing down there, man.
I am dying laughing. This is some of the most ridiculous shit I have seen. And I work with fucking electricity and fucking chemicals that can explode in my face. Like, and guys, come on. Put your hate boner away.
Well, my
You got better shit to
understanding
do.
is that in China, you can get like 99-year leases for things. I don't know if it's ever actual ownership or if it's just 99-year leases. But more importantly,
Yeah,
Grid, do you think? So to be clear, you do think Trump is messing up here and trying to get some deal with China, and that you want Trump to just tariff
harder.
China at 500% and try to cut them out completely?
Yeah, I think that would be. I mean, for me, my personal opinion, I think that's way better than any alternative.
This is ironically
Do you
something that I
think
could
that
even.
Trump made a mistake.
Sorry.
Or I was going to say, do you think that Trump made a mistake pulling out of the TPP?
I'm sorry?
Do you think Trump made a mistake walking away from the Trans-Pacific Partnership that would have had basically free trade with a lot of our Asian Pacific allies?
It's hard to say because I think a lot of the trade deals right now are not slanted heavily enough to our side, and we tend to prop up and I mean we support a lot of other nations at the detriment to the United States, and I'm tired of it.
How do we support Vietnam or the Philippines at the detriment to the U.S. with trade?
What do you mean? How do you not? How is it beneficial for us to have Nikes made in Vietnam?
Because we're not the one then making the fucking like weave.
Yeah. So Vietnam or whatever in Philippines, they have a lot of they're factor endowments. They're abundant in labor, so they specialize in a lot of labor-intensive goods, and that lets U.S. consumers have access to cheap Nike shoes, and that's good for U.S. consumers. And then it frees up other resources in the U.S. to go do other more productive things. So you end up raising wages.
Are you sure?
Raising wages. You end up increasing exports as well, because now Vietnam has dollars that they then spend on U.S. goods and assets. Yeah, there are a lot of gains from trade.
Are you sure that that's what's happening?
I am 90%
What are you
sure. Yes,
asking?
I'm very confident.
Well, so here's the thing. So you say that those shoes are made over there cheaper. And sure, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what the rate of a pair of shoes in fucking Vietnam is right now. But
Well, do you think
we
if you
can
made them in
hold
America
on.
that we'd be
You know,
able to
you
make
are
them at the
the
same
I love
price?
how you interrupt.
Well, can you just answer my
love how you
question?
interrupt. I think that's why I married a Chinese woman that doesn't interrupt.
What is happening? Listen, let's keep the race stuff out of this. No race stuff. I don't know where this is coming from. But
Can you just answer the question?
Yeah, just answer the
I
question.
didn't hear the question.
Let her ask your question, then you can respond, and then
That's awesome that you
responding to
realize that
non-fun.
you
How
were
can I
being like antagonistic without even listening to my question. It said, do you really think that people could make that here?
Yeah, absolutely.
You think that people
Is there
want to be
anything in the
making
world you think that we
shoes?
can't make here?
You think that people want to be making widgets
Hold
here?
on, Grid, you're correct in that we could make it here. We could probably make more shoes in Vietnam here than Vietnam could actually, but that is an opportunity cost, right? The same reason that you don't do everything yourself, right?
Before you run away, stop. Before you run away, what do you think the cost of making a pair of shoes here versus in
I don't know
Vietnam
how much.
is? Asking you. You said that it's better.
Well, I don't know how much. You're the one who brought it up. How much?
You made the claim. I'm asking the question.
You have no idea. So you have no idea?
Obviously, that's why I'm fucking asking you. You made the claim. Don't be an idiot.
Well, look, Grid, the market has clearly spoken here. There's a revealed preference. Shoes are made in Vietnam because the market aggregates information for us.
Well, maybe
We
that's
don't actually
because the
have to have
government
the information.
subsidizes that.
Do you think that people want to be making shoes? Do you think?
I don't know what those external factors are.
Do you want to be making
I'm
shoes?
asking you to prove that shoes can be made cheaper in Vietnam than here.
Okay,
Are there shoe factories here?
What do you
Are
mean
there
the
shoe
fact that they
factories
are?
here?
There is
Are
already
there
a
shoe
proof of that.
factories here?
I see your hand.
Fucking
I'll get you in.
retarded.
1 second.
The fact that they're already made there is clearly, when we live in a capitalist
Are there shoe
environment, a
factories here? I just
proof
want to know.
that
Come on.
it's clearly cheaper.
Georgia Boot. Is Georgia Boot in Georgia or is it in Vietnam?
There are obviously shoe factories here, but that's just because
really?
That's just
Fucking hell,
yeah,
mate.
but that's just because opportunity cost increases with scale, right? The more shoe production you have in the U.S., the more factors, land, labor, capital, ideas that you're going to displace from other sectors.
Well,
hold on. I want to
But-
jump in here just a little bit, real quick, and I'm going to give it to Tiberius. Just for like, let me give you an example here, right? Like, I bought some boots the other day because I own a leather company, and I like to custom them.
Were they cowboy boots?
They were cowboy boots, and I wanted to like custom them up, and so I bought them from like a Vietnamese place, and had them shipped, and I bought the same like kind of like design from a Mexican discotheque kind of place where they sell the boots, and the quality difference was drastically different, and they were about the same price, right? And the ones from the Mexican place was way higher quality, and it was way cheaper. Like, well, not way cheaper. It was about the same price, right? And so I'm kind of interested, like, when we're saying these things, like, can we make them here? Well, the answer seems to be yes, because I doubt that these guys, maybe if they were getting them from Mexico, maybe, but I don't see how that's any fundamentally different from why we couldn't open that here. It kind of, when they have similar wages compared to Vietnam, which is basically slave labor. They have sweatshops that's legal over there, and if we're able to produce that in Mexico with its comparable labor prices, how does that not indicate we couldn't build something here? I'll let non-fun. I know you want to object to that, and then Tiberius,
Well, again, I mean, I would just focus on we can make it here. There's just an opportunity cost to doing so, right? Like literally almost any good other than like fruits that maybe can only be grown in the tropical climates or whatever could be made in the U.S. But the people making shoes in the U.S. are people that otherwise could have been educated, could have gone on to engineering, could have gone on to work for Apple, could have gone on to do much higher productivity things that are much higher up in the value chain.
Is that your preferred
service?
Hold
the
on.
service economy
Or
argument.
even working at like a hold on, also the
service
working at
economy,
like
yes, but also
a factory that
Do
combines
you have a
those
problem
things.
with people that dig ditches?
Well, hold on. I want to actually, that's kind of where I'm going. Non-fine. I want non-fine to answer this. then
No,
we'll
nobody
go
has a
to
problem with people who dig ditches.
Well, I
It's
wanna-
bad
hold on.
faith if
Just-
you're
I'm
really
coming
going
in
to
for
say
your
something
time.
like that.
I just want you to answer this though, quick, non-fun. Do you have like a? I know you advocated for just now, like these other jobs over one or the other. If they're like equal pay, just like for say, why is one preferred over another? Like a service industry job over like a I don't know, an industrial job or an agriculture job. Why do you see that as a preferred outcome if the pay is comparable or the benefits are comparable?
I don't intrinsically view any job as like necessarily more valuable than another one. You know, I
You
just
just
don't
said you
believe.
did.
I essentially believe the
No,
government.
I
shouldn't
think that you're
interfere,
being
and we
bad
should just
faith
let
in
the
your
market-
phrasing.
we
You're
should let
Well,
the
I'm not trying to be
shift
bad. I'm
the
just asking you to
composition of
like maybe
jobs over
clarify for
time.
me here. Yeah, go ahead. Finish that up. Sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead. Just repeat that, non-fun.
Me or Nina?
You non-fun.
Yeah, it's basically my position is trade has all these other benefits, and it seems like trade probably in aggregate is going to increase wages. Trade is probably going to increase long run growth and all these things. So it seems like it makes sense to basically not have the government artificially protect one type of job over another type of job. We should just let the market grow over time, and I'm sure the composition of the jobs will shift. But I am also, I've told this to you guys before, I think trade is maybe responsible for like 20% of the decline in manufacturing employment, and I think the rest has to do with automation. But
okay, yeah, I was just curious how you were thinking there. All right, go ahead, Tiberius.
All right, just to avoid the economic doctrine conversation, we're going to put that over there, is that when it comes to the TTP conversation, because I thought that was the only constructive part we were going with it. Yes, Trans-Pacific Partnership, this was a deal that got axed in 2018, 2017. But it was basically it was
what Gibbs asked me about. Or no, pardon me, non-fon asked me about.
Yeah, non-fon had asked.
Sure. I just want to know where I'm not familiar.
Basically, free trade deal with anyone who touches the Pacific was able to get in on this. So it was everyone from the United States to Chile, right? And then also on the other side. So Australia all the way up to Russia. Everyone was eligible. The United States pulled out. And basically the conversation was that Trump does not believe in free trade, or at least wants to put limitations.
Well, why did they pull out?
Basically, we don't want to integrate. We don't want to. Excuse me. We didn't want a deal where the Chinese were going to be involved going forward.
Well, no, you're saying every other country pulled out, right?
No, we did.
The U.S. pulled out.
We pulled out. Okay, you said every. Okay,
went on to sign, almost every other
gotcha.
country went on to sign the deal, the TPP. They called it the CPTPP. And the reason I brought it up is because if you look at eventually like the UK got into the TPP. And if you look at the agreements that they made to join the TPP, the UK like reduced their tariffs on a lot of exports from other countries. If the US was just joined the TPP, we would have gotten a better trade deal than what Trump is going to get by threatening tariffs on the UK. And I don't think it is an anti-China strategy to have free trade with
it makes sense.
Semi-adversarial to China. So that's why I asked Grid that question. Yeah.
Again, ignoring the economic doctrine conversation, is that I had both praises and problems with the TTP, because it was everyone can largely join in if you have any possessions in the Pacific, right? Well, I'm cool with trading with Japan and South Korea and Taiwan and hell, even the Philippines, Australia, right? Hey, Chile, you welcome to get on board with this. I'm not sure about Vietnam. I definitely don't want to trade with China anymore. North Korea can go suck sand. The Russians technically border the Pacific, so they can fucking pound sand.
Was North Korea part of the TPP?
No, but they were eligible for membership, and that's kind of my argument.
It's irrelevant.
They would have never been accepted.
They would never been a thing.
I assume every country is eligible, right?
Anyone who has possessions that go to the Pacific Ocean. That's
okay. Eligible. So then, they would potentially. Okay.
So like half the planet, and the reason why this scares me is not because it's like, not only North Korea actually bad, but also I am scared shitless of what is happening in Vietnam, but also in China, where China was growing. They looked like they were going to have a liberal movement, and then it got squashed by big data because they're communists. I am going to be critiquing leftism here too a little bit. But these more authoritarian leftist governments that I think that you would not appreciate, being a Democrat, they are using the power of the state.
Do you think Democrats wait, hold on. I got to stop you here. You're kind of like making a little bit of a straw man here. Do you really think that Democrats like China?
Some do, for sure.
I'm sure some do. Correct.
Yeah. Anyway, what I was more going at is that I was saying that if you are a democratic socialist or a DemSoc, right?
SocDem.
SocDem. Sorry, you're still definitely in the democratic movement.
Sure.
Yeah, we appreciate democracy. We appreciate republics and the rule of law. China is not abiding by that. They should not be encouraged to trade with us. And they've gotten rich, they've gotten powerful because we did trade with them. And now we have a major problem on our hands.
We've also gotten rich and powerful trading with them. That's how trade. It's literally trade.
Okay, so yeah,
Are you thinking? Are you in the Trump school of thinking that like for some reason trade is a zero-sum game?
It's not a zero-sum game at all. What I'm putting in here is two different things. Number one is that even if it hurt us, keeping China bricked was a win.
You are talking about a completely different thing. If we're going to completely talk about different things, then let me talk about this. Do you think that we are not safer with the fact that we have economic ties to China? China is a capitalist. As much as people think, you unironically think that China is like, I don't know, communist?
They're fascist is what they actually are.
Yeah. Yes, they're capital fascist. They're capitalist fascists, right? Would you agree with that or no?
Considering fascists hate capitalism, that's weird, but okay, sure.
No, fascism has nothing to do with capitalism. Fascism is just a mechanism of control.
Do we really need to discuss this?
Yeah,
I was gonna say,
let me just finish my point. The point being, like, do you really think that China? Okay, let's just grant me this. We don't have to argue this.
Maybe
China is a capitalist country. They like doing trade because it makes their country stronger via the fact that it's their capitalist mechanism that their economy works under. Will you grant me that?
For charity's sake, sure. Where are you going with this?
Okay, let's do that. So let's imagine two capitalist countries, America and China. Both of them want to benefit off of their capitalistic trade, right? So why would they? Do you not think that on a global scale that peace could be attained in a sense of the fact that you don't want to fuck up that capitalistic trade that's happening within your two countries?
To a degree, it can, but the problem is it has a blowback effect. Is that you can actively empower malevolent actors who will take their wealth and in a time of crisis, they'll throw it at somebody.
Yeah, but the problem is that, like, again, with capitalism does have a marriage to democracy, where if you have a bunch of different companies that, like, okay, well, you might have, like, 2 companies or, 20 companies that might want to support that, but there might also be, like, 1,000 companies that don't support that. So then they can put their economic wealth behind disagreeing with that position.
I'm with you up to a point. Hold on, let me finish this grid and then I'll go with you. And then I'll just turn this over. I'm with you to a point. The problem is that we have...
And then grid, so go ahead.
Okay, the problem is that we've empowered authoritarian capitalists in your framing. And these people have no problems about taking the most malevolent actors and elevating them into being, number one, kleptocrats, but also, the worst part is that they stifled their own system. To the point where, like, they welded people during COVID in their houses. Like, they welded them into their apartments.
Not really that relevant to what I'm saying.
I think it is, because it's like we empower.
No, we're talking about business. We're talking about business.
Business does go along with ethics, right?
We're talking about money. We're talking about money here. We're not talking about people getting welded into their houses. No.
All right. Well, I'm trying to keep this as bare bones as I can, but, like, business has ethics to it, right?
You're not paying attention. Okay.
Okay, well, let me just.
I
do want to.
Hold on.
Okay.
Pause. This is a good pause. Hi, Cal. We're talking about America versus China right now.
Hi, Cal. Good to see you.
Thank you for being here. I'm glad you got to be here. I know you had to come late. Appreciate you for being here. Go ahead and give your opening on China and America and what you think.
Cal's the only man I've ever seen that seems like he's getting younger.
Hey, that's a good problem to have.
Just slowly dyeing my beard.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not 100% sure like where you are like in the arc of that conversation.
Just
but
attack
I'll
from
just
wherever
say
you want.
We're
yeah,
saying you
that's okay.
too.
I'll say based on what I've heard so far is I do think maybe I'm staking a position between the two people that I just like heard most recently, which is to say, I think it does make sense to have targeted tariffs with places like China, only because there's certain behavior that we want to encourage and certain behaviors that we want to discourage, and we have to like figure out where those are. Like for instance, there's for a long time there's been a conversation as to whether the Kyoto Accords and specifically now more recently the Paris Accords were even worth doing because it's really impossible to incentivize behavior with them. Like there's really no teeth to those treaties. But if you tied trade to them and said, okay, like your ability to achieve most favored nation status or the percentage of specific tariffs that you're going to have is going to be looked at individually. And if you reduce your emissions, then your tariff barriers go down. You can pull those levers at different points and get the kind of behavior that you want. Not just in American interest, but certainly we want that. But in the example that I'm giving about climate in the world interest. And I think that there's a lot of other ways in which China's competition is unfair. One of them is that they don't have the same kind of labor laws that we have. So if we had tariffs that would reward them like treating their workers better, which also makes it easier to compete with them because it's closer to a level playing field, that sort of thing. Those kinds of tariffs, I would be for. Obama had massive solar panel tariffs, for instance, for which he got attacked by a lot of people on the left because of what they thought it might do to the solar industry going forward in the United States. We had similar, we had the CHIPS Act, for instance, which used trade to some extent as part of the large actions that were authorized by the CHIPS Act in order to get China to behave in ways that we wanted it to or to create alternatives to it. Blanket tariffs are the problem because it's not a lever that you can pull. But even with Trump, like when we saw these tariffs that went back down to 10% on one side and 30% on the other side, it was because 20% on the 30% side had to do with what Trump was trying to do with fentanyl, right? I think the fentanyl stuff is probably, I don't think China's trade policy had a whole lot to do with fentanyl in the United States. But fine, if you want to say that if you do these things with fentanyl, then this 20-point tariff goes away or whatever, those kinds of targeted tariffs at least have some logic to them, and I can sort of understand it. It's the blanket tariffs, particularly ones that treat every country in the world as as bad of an actor as China is, that makes no sense to me. Like if you can change these things to targeted tariffs and then you can make it rational in terms of what it is we expect from China, I would be a lot more sympathetic to what's going on.
All right, we're gonna go to Grid, and then we're gonna go non-fon, then I'll open it
Thank
up
you.
again and y'all can chat. Go ahead, Grid.
Yeah, and I'm going to kind of go off. I'm going to be maybe a little bit harsher than iCow and more along lines of Tiberius. China is a bad actor in the world on the world stage. They just are. They steal IP. They literally have, for a lot of the cheaper products, they literally have people basically in slave labor. And the fact that any of you support that is absolutely disgusting. I don't want to give China a dollar. I mean, as a matter of fact, I would sell my property there tomorrow if that were technically possible. You guys just don't get it with how bad it is. Now, and I'm going to say this because and I'll just relate this just really quickly. Years ago, I was going to do a private label engine parts deal, and because my wife speaks Chinese, I was in Shenzhen. That's where they're made. I went to the factories. Those factories are amazing. They're modern. They're cool. All the people run around in jumpsuits. They all look alike and are all dressed alike. Then it's far and away much more professional than than a lot of American manufacturing that I had been exposed to. The reason we didn't do it was the buy-ins and some other things, but then I started to really dig down deep into how China does its business and how they third shift manufacturers or purchasers and designers.
What is
where they-
third shifting manufacturers?
Well, third shifting means that they make whatever product you give them to make, they make it for you for 2 shifts, and then they run a third shift off the books of the exact same product to the exact same specifications and sell it under a private label. That's called
Oh,
third
see,
shift.
it's like stealing your IP, basically, is the idea.
Well, or yeah, it's just basically they sell your product for half the price that you're selling it for. And so I have a real problem with the way that most, and not most, a lot of business gets done in China. Now, China has tried very hard to chase out, stamp out, whatever you want to say, the corruption, but it's just kind of innate, especially when you get into the cheaper product levels. And Tiberius is right, ICAO's right. You just have to punish them in some way. That's all. We keep looking at this through Western eyes, and we can't. And I think Tiberius actually was really kind in his estimation. And I've mellowed a little bit here, it's because I had to sit here. I actually have a question for my chat for the panel, if that's cool.
Sure. I want to add one. So yeah, you ask a question, and I'm going to say something. Then it's going to non-font. Go ahead.
Yeah. And this is actually probably more for a non-font. If the economy is bad and you have to change a deficit, is it worse to put the burden on a specific product rather than a blanket tax or a subsidy? Pardon me.
And then, yeah, you can respond to that non-font as well. But I just want to add that part of what
it's for the panel, but I think it's mostly non-font's a guy, right?
Sure.
Like he's the economics guy.
Yeah, I just want to add one more thing to that. It's also
I take issue with that.
part of what Grid said about the stealed IP. One of the other nefarious factors is that they'll wait until you see a certain market share, that is yours. They'll see, oh, he's making X amount of dollars on this, and then what they'll do is they'll just rip it if you part own it, like the straight IP, and do what they're doing. And part of the reason why that's so nefarious is like a company like, say, Grid. I don't know what he does exactly, but say he made, I don't know, propellers, and they're like, okay, I have the special IP on this propeller. Well, China's not going to recognize that. Oh, they see it's made this margin, and before he's recouped his losses on R&D, they'll go out and produce their thing and sell it worldwide at a much cheaper cost, and then he can't even compete because it's the exact same product. And I mean, a name's only worth so much. That's kind of part of what he's alluding to. Is it's like an instant L for the non-Chinese company. But go ahead, non-font. You can respond to both those things, and go ahead.
Okay, there's like 500 things I have to respond to.
Sure.
But
I'm sure you got a list. Go ahead.
What I wanted to interject,
Nobody interrupt.
Yeah, so what I wanted to interject a little earlier between Nina and Tiberius is I do think there is at least mixed evidence that free trade increases peace between nations. Obviously, having economic ties to another nation is going to stop you from wanting to go to war with them. Now, there are obviously national security issues. We probably shouldn't be relying on China for batteries because in the event of war of Taiwan or China, we would be cut off from a supply of batteries, cut off from our supply of drones, and we should probably be doing something to onshore that production here. I'm basically convinced at this point that tariffs are rarely actually optimal and subsidies are often better or whatever. And then on Grid's point about slave labor, look, I mean, there's no reason to believe that slave labor is actually good and mutually beneficial because it's involuntary. But I would say, if we want to set up a conversation about sweatshops at some point, I am pro sweatshop, baby. Sweatshops provide a better living standard than the areas around them. A lot of times the only chance for these countries to actually develop and interact in the world economy is to have sweatshops and make cheap goods or whatever. That increases their growth over time, and that'll actually reduce long run child labor. A lot of times the alternative for these countries is to be a poor agrarian society, essentially indefinitely, without trade and without sweatshops.
May I comment on that?
I would also say,
just let him finish. You got a few. He's been waiting, and then you can go ahead. Go ahead, finish.
Yeah, I know. On the combating China and all that stuff. Listen, I brought this up earlier. I think real anti-China trade policy would be similar to the TPP. I think Trump made a mistake. going away from that. I think if we want to combat China, we should have free trade with our allies and all that stuff. And like I said, the deal that Trump is getting with these other nations, first of all, Japan wasn't even able to get a deal in the non-legally binding agreement that the UK has said is the scope of the deal they want to sign. It's actually worse than the deal we would have got if we just stayed in the TPP, because the UK joined the TPP and they agreed to reduce tariffs on all the exports coming from the TPP countries. As for your question of if the economy is bad and we need to fix a deficit, is it better to have a burden on specific products or blanket tariffs? Is that the question? Like, are we? You might have to clarify. Are you talking about the trade deficit or budget deficit?
I gotta scroll back up, but just give me 1 second.
Sure.
I'll get it.
I mean, I wouldn't view the trade deficit as a problem.
I agree.
And I don't think I would. I don't think the economy is holistically bad right now. And I think insofar as Trump backs away from his tariffs, it will only get better. But certainly the economy is worse than it would be if Trump had never mentioned tariffs. I think that's basically undeniable. But
God, yeah.
So I'm curious, the idea of sweatshops. So I will agree. I will agree that when you look at it through a Westerner's viewpoint, the fact that somebody makes the equivalent of $80 US a month to an American sounds horrible, but in context where they actually live, that's probably, that, and I've got a really cool story about that I'll tell you.
And that's what Trump wants to bring back to here, baby.
So the I can't find where he. Sorry.
Where's the topic go? Can someone remind me what the hell we were on?
Yeah, I don't remember where we
We got a little off course.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. We can move on to the next one. We got one more here I wanted to discuss.
Wait, hold on. I do want to add one final
blanket.
thing.
I think it was a
One
blanket
final thing.
a blanket subsidy.
Yeah, add your
or
one final
something
thing, and then we'll move on to the next one because I want to hit that
I
as
have
well.
one final thing too.
Okay, go ahead. You will get
one
well,
final
not
thing. I want. Yeah,
we'll move on.
Everyone in the audience should remember this. Everyone in this panel should remember. A tax on imports is equivalent to a tax on exports. It is called Lerner symmetry theorem. So just remember, anytime Trump strikes a trade deal where we still have a 10% tariff on the UK or whatever, even if the UK reduces tariffs on our exports, a tax on imports is equivalent to a tax on exports. So Trump is still taxing our exports if he leaves tariffs on other countries. Look up Lerner symmetry theorem.
Bullshit. Anyway, go on.
It's not bullshit. Okay.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say that if this conversation were to have gone on longer, like this list of things that China does that is bad, which is the IP theft, there's actually, I looked it up the other day. There were 7 things that Trump wanted to address, the complaints that he had with China that he wanted to deal with on this, and yet we just hit this 90-day deal where we dropped our tariffs now down to even below what they were under the Biden administration. And so we haven't achieved any of those things. The IP theft is still going on. There's nothing in that deal like addresses that. The way that they treat like their labor issues or their environmental issues or any of the other issues that were supposed to be addressed with these tariffs. If we're going back to status quo anti-tariffs or even lower than status quo anti-tariffs without addressing any of those issues, then if you're going to say that Trump was right in the beginning to say we need these maybe even permanent tariffs in order to address this issue and get sort of China out of the game, then you can't like this new deal that was just announced, which takes us back to where we were before without any concessions.
Well, I don't. I mean, I think that Tiberius is right. Trump is not doing enough. He's. I agree with Tiberius.
Do we all agree here that Trump has done nothing?
No, he's done. He's very
with China. Well, sorry, with China specifically.
He's
in
not
term 2, I will say yes.
Turn 2, yes. With the tariffs, he's gotten nothing.
Yeah, with term or in a second term, yes.
I think it's
no concessions, right? I mean, it's just we dropped the tariffs back down to 10%, and we're right back where we were before.
Well, hold on. You say that.
Exactly.
Free traders like the fact that we're doing.
I know we're about to move on, but I do take a little bit of umbrage with that. All right, so this is the math. This is how this has gone down. I just had a whole fun debate on Monday about this. I got yelled at quite a bit and muted a whole lot. So we broke out I don't know where my fucking bullshit board is at the moment, so I can't do the visual with you. So, all right, these are what they started at. We started at a 3% export tariff on China. They had an 8. We bumped it up to 135.
Wait, what do you mean started out?
So we had the tariffs directly between us and China, right? They on their side they had 8% on our goods, and we had a 3%.
The Trump tariffs.
Yeah, from back whenever the first term. Okay, his first term, right? And we had 3%. Then come along.
You mean
hold on?
2017.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. So moving on. He comes up to we go all the way up now to what 135 on our side, and they bumped it up to 125. After it's all said and done, going in, they're down to 10%, which is higher than their 8%. But we are now at 30%, according to this deal. That's a 27% increase over what we originally started with, and 20% higher than what they have now. That sounds like something and a significant hit to their trade. So when we argue he's done nothing, that is a pretty significant change from 3% to 8 to 10% to 30. I mean,
but
Why?
remember, it's actually 10 to 10 plus the 20% fentanyl thing, right? So if they do whatever if they resolve the fentanyl thing, then it's back to 10-10.
Well, yeah, right, and that's where this debate comes down to. If he's done something, is it not enough? That's kind of what y'all are at versus, I guess, what I just Nina Nonfon said. Not enough. Yeah. It's like nothing at all. I don't know. I guess that's big. But moving on to the last one, let's talk about Trump versus the drug companies and slashing drug prices. What do we think of this? Let's start with you, Grid, and then we'll go in a circle here.
I don't know that I have like a really strong. I mean, I don't know.
Hit it up then.
I think I have an issue with drugs in the first place, man. Like I don't know. So.
Okay.
Are we talking about the fentanyl thing, or maybe
All right, moving
zoned
on.
out a minute?
No, the price
Oh, I'm sorry, I zoned out for a minute. I apologize.
Yeah. The Trump.
What are we talking about, Gibbs?
The Trump.
Actually hear Gibbs that well.
Listen, it's the
I
Trump.
have twice as much to say as I normally would, so it'll.
That's fine. Yeah, it's Trump versus. Yeah, I'll let you start us off, but it's Trump versus the.
Thank you. Turn the volume up so I can hear.
I appreciate it. It's Trump versus the drug companies. Basically, he's saying that they're going to be restricted on their prices. I think the big thing is they're going to require them to sell to the U.S. public at the same price they would sell them to other countries. But I'll let Ika go into it. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was listening to actually Steven Crowder on this the other day.
Yeah.
And he said something that I thought was super interesting. So he talked about how in Europe, they have much lower drug prices than we have here. And it's not fair because they used socialism to like get their prices down because you couldn't use like the free market principles to get to whatever manufacturers could sort of naturally sell the prices for, because the government was able to come in and intervene and bring those prices low. And that he said it's taking advantage of the United States because we're the ones paying for all of the R&D because all the other companies are negotiating drug prices and we're not. All of that was factually true. Like what he was describing was factually true. But then his argument was, well, we shouldn't let them take advantage of our capitalist system because it's our capitalist system that's allowing all these drugs to exist in the first place because we're throwing so much money into it. And as a result, we can't keep letting them get away with it. And without actually using the word, what he was basically saying is, it's not fair that they get to use socialism and we don't. So let's get some socialism over here. And it seems to me that, yeah, in sort of a roundabout way, like I'm not sure about the details of the mechanisms in which it'll happen if it's going to work, because we can try to negotiate prices, or we could try to link prices in that way. But if they choose not to sell at that price point, not much we can do because he's linking us to the lowest price in the market, not the median price in the market, which is something that companies would be. In other words, that could result in shortages. That would be my main strategy. But if he adapted this to where we negotiated in ways that Medicaid and Medicare should have always been negotiating drug prices, then I wouldn't have many problems with it at all. Or even just importing like Canadian drugs. That was a plan that Trump at one point supported, and Biden later on supported it, and then Trump stopped supporting it. I don't know who supports it now, but it makes sense to me that we sort of leverage these negotiations that are happening in other countries by allowing goods to flow from those countries. Two things that are complicating that. Number one, a trade war with Canada is going to make that much more difficult to do. And number two, it would just mean that we're leveraging socialist policies in ways that allow us to just not use the language of it. But ultimately, what we're doing is wanting to get the benefits of the government negotiations that the EU and other countries were able to achieve.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
I gotta throw out some level of I don't know. Medical is not my wheelhouse. Pharmaceuticals are not really my wheelhouse. The only thing I can relate to is chemicals, and I don't get this fucking advanced. When it comes to my own politics, right? I don't really care for the pharmaceutical industry as writ large because it's corrupt as fuck. But I don't know how this particular piece of legislation / directive from executive order is supposed to work. Talking points wise, it's been what I've been hoping for a long time. It's just some American president's like, nah, we're not going to let you have a medical license to produce anything here if you're going to keep selling the Europeans at fucking 1/10 the price. I don't know how he's trying to solve this problem, but he's getting at a problem that I very much have. So I can at least give him that. But is this going to work? I have no fucking idea. Not remotely any idea.
Not fun.
Yeah, it's going to take me 3 months to develop a full opinion on this, okay? But I'm reading about it now. So
Yeah,
I
sure,
have
initial
a
thoughts.
lot of unanswered questions. So basically my position right now is I would lean probably like 60% against it because I do believe that there is a lot of evidence that suggests that if you decrease the expected profits of pharmaceutical companies, you decrease the amount they spend on R&D. There's evidence from this, if from the Medicare negotiations under Biden, from Medicare negotiations that like states have done. There seems to be a lot of evidence for that. My question then would be, how effectively can government subsidies offset the reduction in R&D? Like, there's a lot of more socialist-leaning people I talk to that just say we should just socialize most drug research and development. I intuitively feel like the government would be less efficient at that than the private market, but I don't know for sure. So I would say contingent. So contingent on subsidies being effective, I might support it. But I will say Trump is absolutely not going to do that. He seems to not like the NIH and funding medical research. So Trump doing it, I'm against. And price discrimination, just generally speaking, is not super bad. Like, universities price discriminate a ton because they have very high fixed cost. And, if a student can't afford to pay the full sticker price at a college, they'll offer financial aid or reduce prices because adding an additional student to the classroom just adds the profits a lot more than it adds the cost because they're paying the professor anyway. They already paid to build the building. Adding an additional student has very low marginal cost. So it can make sense to price discriminate. And in the same way, it makes sense for pharmaceutical companies to price discriminate, to charge cheaper prices to Europe, charge cheaper prices to Africa than it does in the US because our consumers are richer and pharmaceutical research has very high fixed cost.
Nina.
I think that when it comes to like what we're talking about, like lowering the price of pharmaceuticals, it sounds on its face like a good thing. I think we've kind of all covered that in a way. But like the way that they're gonna do it, it's like, oh, this murderer is gonna find a way to do something. Like it's like you kind of like raise an eyebrow there, like, oh well, this guy I clearly don't trust to be able to do this. And it does seem like the way that they're trying to do it is completely untenable. And it does like fuck up R&D. My sister is somebody who has done cancer research. She's dedicated her life to this. She's done cancer research for almost like 20 years. As much as it was like a joke when I got married recently, and we were like, we gotta find somebody for her to get married to because she's spends too much time working. And these people are people who actually do a lot of work in this type of stuff, and I don't think that Trump's really trying to advocate for R&D like we're talking about, because that's what she's doing, right? Like there are some drugs like I guess it was like insulin. I think that being at a certain price makes sense because it's a drug we know is what it is. It's not like a unique thing. Adderall, another one. We don't. It's not. But the thing is, what they're talking about is like just fucking R&D, which again just means like looking into new stuff, and that is not what we should be doing because America is a gigantic beacon for finding new drugs that help with all types of things and novel, I guess you would say, things. And it doesn't seem like it makes a lot of sense the way he's trying to go about it.
All right, Grid, you got thoughts now?
Yeah, I got you, man. I apologize. I zoned out, and but I actually had a conversation with with a good friend of mine the other day about this because he considers this the worst form of price fixing, whereas I'm actually kind of all for it. I have been on kind of both sides of the drug sale kind of deal where I have a friend of mine. I worked for a brief time with a friend of mine who. In California, they develop some drugs, I guess, for I don't even know what they were for, to be honest. I just helped out, but it was expensive. I mean, it really was, and it's but a lot of those companies have gone out. A lot of the smaller companies have gone out of business. So on one side, I can see the argument against this kind of price evening, but I don't understand why the American people bear the brunt of the cost. I don't think Crowder was accurate with the idea that the socialist networks in other countries buy. I don't know if that's. I don't know how accurate that claim that Crowder made. I didn't see that. I'm going to have to go look for that. My guess is that they make a lot of money off of us, and our regulatory agencies often add additional prices that obviously the people making the drugs are not going to absorb, right? Like they're just going to pass that on, as Bonfon says, to the consumer, and you're just not going to ever lower it. And again, my friend was like, "This is the worst form of price fixing. I can't believe Trump said this." And actually, his biggest claim was this is the kind of thing that Bernie Sanders was a big advocate for. And so Trump, and Trump's gaining all of this criticism for something that Bernie Sanders would have been praised for. So I think that's very odd. Beyond that, I honestly don't have I'm kind of with Tiberius. I don't really have a huge feeling about this. I just don't. I don't know that. At some point, I'm going to care because I'm going to need drugs. But beyond that, I
I don't think you understand what you're talking.
Yeah, I just
I
want
will
to
say it feels like. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to
and then
respond
you
quickly to the idea of that we need all of this money for R&D, and we do. But what I don't understand is like we don't need to be the only country in the world paying for this R&D when everyone else is negotiating prices.
Wow.
I agree with you.
I think that's part of the issue here. Like, I think that this deal sort of started a conversation that's worth having. I don't know if I want to go all the way Bernie Sanders about it or not, but I do think that there's got to be some happy medium in here, whether the world figures out how to kick in enough of a fair price to where America can sort of get closer to equalizing. I understand, like, we generate a lot of income in the United States, but the EU does too. And I don't think the prices that we're paying for drugs are proportionate to our national income in that way.
Yeah, I think the WHO used to contribute to it quite a bit. And again, Trump pulling out of that was fucking catastrophe levels of losing our R&D capabilities, because I do believe they used to contribute quite a bit.
So I think we did an experiment in this country with regards to this, because we used to have a question over the obscene amount of profits that the insurance companies would make. And so what happened was, under the ACA, they made a new rule that said insurance companies who want to participate in the ACA have to limit their net profits. And this is, I'm sorry, no, gross profits. They have to have no more than 20% gross profit. Anything they make above that, they have to issue in refunds to on their premiums to their customers. That way, they ensured that they could charge the prices they needed to charge in order to make a profit and not go out of business, but also not make obscene amounts of profit. And so they were. I think you could do something like that with pharmaceutical industries as well, to show that, yeah, you can get your fair share. You get like a good, great runaway drug, you can get a solid 20% gross profit, right? But to turn that into a 300% gross profit or something, maybe that is like something that needs to end.
You all are way nicer to these people than I am.
Well, I want to hear. Let's go to non-fawn real quick, because I have a feeling non-fawn is about to discover economic conservatism. Go ahead, non-fawn.
Well, that's kind of what I'm going to touch on. Is you guys say like, oh, Trump is getting flack for an idea that Bernie would have done, and to an extent, I'm sure that is happening. But there are also people like my goat, Nicholas Decker, who, when Biden did this, wrote an article explaining why he thought it was bad, and likewise is saying, obviously, Trump doing this is bad now. And like the opposite side of that for you, though, is it feels like if Bernie did go through with that, a lot of conservatives would be freaking the fuck out about it and saying this is communism, this is price controls, this is what the Soviet Union did, blah, 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 blah. And would be tearing it down. But because Trump does it, it doesn't feel like you guys are upset about it. And I will also add, America doesn't, just charge or pay more for drugs because we subsidize R&D. To an extent, that's true. But America also, so number one, as a result of that, we get newer drugs. We get drugs faster than other countries. But we also get higher quality drugs, and we also just consume more drugs per capita than like any other country. So there are benefits.
That's a problem. Okay, yeah, I got to get in this, guys.
Go ahead.
I've got to take this for a minute. Okay, y'all are way nicer to the pharmaceutical companies than I could ever get on, and he just hit the number one reason. We are hyper fucking medicated. 66% of adults are on some form of medication, and if anyone doesn't have warning bells screaming when they hear that, like, I think I have a problem with you. Like, this is one of the most politically ingrained, I want to say corrupt, because there's some pretty good indications they have bribed people in the FDA, but we got to find out if that actually is true or not yet still. There is, like, they advertise everywhere to people who have no idea what they're consuming, and then on top of that, just the vast majority of, literally a majority of people are on this shit, right? I think they're too big. I think they need to be reined in. I have no problem. I don't like price fixing. I will hit that. But I have no problem with reining these folks in, and I would put it up to straight up extortion. But it would be, hey, look, whatever deal that you can get with us, we'll pay out a normalized price. But if you pay, or if you make a deal with any other government that you will sell them for cheaper, we will revoke your corporate charter and you can fuck off. Like, that is the deal I want with these folks.
I mean, that just brings me back to my point, which is like price fixing, not price fixing, price discrimination makes sense a lot of times. Not only does it increase profits for companies, but it can also increase social welfare. I mean, look, so again,
this is literally just GDP go up, and like there's levels where I think we pay incredible social. No, hold on, let me finish. Like, I think we pay an incredible social cost in the medications we throw out. Like, I'm gonna be real, dude. Like this, the opioid epidemic.
Let me elaborate. So,
let's let non-fawn finish it. Hold on, non-fawn finish it. Now, I know Grid wants to get a meeting. You go after that as well. Go ahead.
So pharmaceutical companies have very high, like incredibly high fixed costs to develop new drugs, bring that drug to market, and for every one drug they bring to market, like 5 other drugs fail. So they have to recoup that R&D cost, but also they have very low marginal costs. Usually, most drugs are, once the formula is developed, they're very very cheap to give out. So I would say clearly a society where pharmaceutical companies are allowed to price discriminate, where they charge very low prices right above marginal cost in Africa. They still get profit from those drugs based on marginal cost. And and people in Africa obviously get access to drugs they wouldn't otherwise be able to get. But in America, they price discriminate and charge more because we can afford it. They're able to recoup their R&D cost, and they are able to start use that money to develop new drugs, which benefit America and again Africa. I mean, again, it's the same reason why universities price discriminate. No one seems to have an issue with universities doing price discrimination. I don't see why it's a huge deal that pharmaceutical companies price discriminate. Other than I would agree with you, Europe probably does need to spend more on drugs because it does feel like they're free riding a little bit.
I agree with Nina. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So first, I agree with Tiberius again. It's very interesting, but worse about I have to disagree with Nonfon. I take a couple of small issues here. First, we don't always get the newest drugs because our FDA drags its fucking feet with approval, and a lot of drugs that are made here cannot be sold to Americans, are shipped overseas or down to Mexico, where Americans then go to buy the drugs that they can't buy here. There's a very
Being a
famous.
little unrelated.
How is it unrelated?
If you're talking about going to buy
exactly.
things
Shut
that
the fuck
already
up.
exist in Mexico, then it seems completely unrelated to R&D in America.
How is it not related that we
Because
can't
we're not
get
talking about
new
R&D.
drugs? How?
No, because you're not talking about new drugs. You're not talking about R&D. You're talking about drug trafficking.
No, I'm not.
Okay, well then
Go back to sleep. It's okay. The adults will talk. So when Procter and Gamble develops a new drug, and they want to sell it on the American market, they can't oftentimes, especially not in any kind of hurry, because of the FDA. It will not get approval. It takes a long time, unless, as Tiberius said, maybe there's a little bribery involved. I'm not saying it is, but could happen. However, in Europe, those drugs are perfectly legal, and they will buy them. And then Americans go to there to buy them and come back here. And actually, I have a friend of mine a few years ago had to go to Germany for a procedure and medication that he couldn't get here. That's made literally not down the road, but not too far from his house. I mean, this is insanity on the grand scale. And this is one of the reasons why Americans pay such high drug costs in the first place, because we are often our own worst enemies. And I'm not actually supporting the idea that Bernie Sanders' method is right. I'm saying that Trump is doing something that matter of fact, I don't think Trump is correct for doing the price fixing angle. I think that the discussion, as Eichhouse said, needs to be had about these drug prices and about how how our entire drug industry works. And I think that if this is what it takes to start that conversation, then I don't like it, but it is what it is. And if Bernie Sanders were doing this, nobody'd have a problem with it except the right. You're right. We would all be freaking out. But we would do what conservatives do when they get mad. They tailgate and drink beer, apparently. So because we don't riot in the streets and burn things down. So
all right.
But at any rate, I think this is great.
Well, let's go to Nina. She was next. Go ahead, and then we'll open it back up. Go ahead, Nina.
That was fucking wild. It's so obvious you have no fucking clue what you're talking about. I don't even know why you're part of this conversation. Because we're
drunk.
Huh?
You seem drunk. You seem out of it. Are you okay?
Let's have a little decorum, guys. Come on. Let's back to those.
My God.
Oh, sorry.
Well, at least even if I am, I clearly am paying attention with the conversation because we're talking about healthcare here, my guy. Like, what are you on about with all this bullshit? Like, okay, sorry. Let's refocus. What was the initial question so we can refocus?
The Trump versus the drug prices. He's slashing them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So well, then I asked to figure out where the focus was. I don't know why you think that's a bad thing to ask to where the refocus is, but okay. But anyways, let's move on. So yeah, no, I think that it is wildly misguided the way that he's trying to go about it. It doesn't seem like it's. I feel like I'm repeating myself a bit, but like I just don't really think that he has any idea how to actually get anything done. Like at least you can say, as much as you can disagree with this, Biden did get some drug prices like insulin down to a reasonable level because, and you know why? Because it didn't actually affect R&D. It is a drug that was for a very long time in service. So it wasn't like a novel drug. It was a drug that we absolutely could pay that much for it to be that price. Right? I mean, like, would you disagree with that, my guy?
Rob. Oh, yeah, so you guys
Sorry, my main detractor.
Grid, do you disagree with that?
Oh, you're asking me? Yeah, I disagree
Correct.
with almost everything you said. I don't think that you're on topic at all, but that's okay.
You really think that you don't think that we could have that we should have capped the price of insulin?
Didn't Trump do that?
Kind of. Trump had like a voluntary price cap under.
No, what happened was
Medicare. Biden
Yeah.
expanded it. Biden made it like involuntary, and it
Regardless,
covered
I'm
more
not being a
Medicare.
campus piece of shit like you are. I'm asking you. Do you think we should have done that?
Should we have forced companies to lower their prices? I don't know about forcing
Correct.
them to, but I certainly believe that the way.
But do you think that we should not have capped the price of insulin?
Did we actually cap it?
The $30.
Basically, yeah.
Basically, yeah. Okay.
Let's.
So-
no, I
so-
don't
so,
know
like,
that.
it was-
I
it
don't
was
know.
part of what the
because
Inflation Reduction Act
I
was.
Okay, stop like being a fucking dipshit about this.
I'm not being a
asking you
dipshit.
philosophically,
Listen.
should we?
I've had
Should
enough of
we?
this. You are not even in the damn conversation. We're talking about the cost of R&D for drugs, and I literally told you that
I
the
wonder why
reason
you're being
that we
aggressive
pay
towards
more for
me and not
drugs
anybody
has
else,
less
so no
to do
problem.
with R&D and the fact that we spend.
Question, you dipshit, motherfucker! Should we or should we have not done that?
All right, everybody calm down. Let's go to non-fun.
No, I'm totally done with the being yelling. I'm just asking, can we get an answer out of him?
Okay.
My answer is that you have not given me anything.
You
to
have no answer. You have no answer. He has no answer. Okay, we can move on.
All right, cool. Non-fun. Go and stay, and then we're gonna go to iCal because he hasn't been.
Small
in a
dick
while.
bitch.
All right, All right.
I was just gonna say, my understanding is, I think the insulin price cap Biden did was an executive order that did actually cap the price of insulin that you were able to charge consumers, or that they were able to charge Medicaid. And then the Inflation Reduction
you're
Act
right about
allowed
that.
negotiation of like 10
Mhm.
drug prices down a year or whatever. But I would say the negotiation under the Inflation Reduction Act is under some level of coercion, because if they didn't accept the price the government wanted, the government would charge like a 95% tax on all the revenue made from that drug, not the profit made from that drug, just the revenue. So obviously companies are going to accept basically any price the government asks for in that situation. But I don't know. That still could have been good. It would depend on the effects on R&D, which I don't know.
Well, I think
I mean,
there's
there's
no
no R&D on-
really R&D on that particular drug, I guess is what my argument would be. And that's fair. We
Well,
can
yeah,
we
but
can
part
have
of
a
it is
conversation
also
related to that.
You're reducing the expected profits of basically all future drugs if you enable Medicare and Medicaid to negotiate down the prices of all the future drugs they develop. So they're going to be less willing to fund things. And there is evidence that it does reduce R&D, but I guess
Are you talking about government funding or?
I'm talking about
Sure.
like private funding. So this is what I brought up, this is what I'm still uncertain on, is how effectively
Okay.
can the government maybe offset any private reduction in R&D with public
Gotcha.
funding in R&D. I don't know. I
Yeah,
don't know the answer
yeah.
to that right now. So if it was the case that the government is really effective at pharmaceutical R&D, then I'm probably in favor of price caps. If it isn't the case, then I'm probably not in favor of them.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think like with the offset of like specific things like insulin or whatever, like I feel like that's something that would you agree with me that like the government should, figure out, I don't know if I'm repeating exactly what you just said, but like to offset the R&D that would be within their, whatever the companies would determine, to make it like a very reasonable price, like I don't know, like what, $30 or whatever it is.
Yeah, I think that'd be fair. But I will just say,
Okay, I'd
the
agree
reason
with you
I'm
on that
okay with
then.
is because essentially what you're doing there is you're shifting the burden of R&D from private pharmaceutical companies to the government. In other words, you're like
But that's
socializing
fine
the
though,
cost of
right?
R&D. And no. So I am 100% in favor of socializing the cost of R&D.
Sure,
You know, I
sure,
don't think
yeah.
people, but I feel like
No, I
conservatives
100% agree
generally
with you.
would be against socializing R&D cost, and I would like. I would
Can we
like to
move
point
into
that out.
having that
Yeah.
conversation? Because I actually really am curious about that because I think that's. Go ahead, Sherman.
Yeah, I was gonna say I want to hear it from Ikel here. I know he's been like seriously writing things down here. I know he's got
I've been
notes.
writing a few things down.
Yeah,
that's true.
so I see
Well, was
him in the
thinking
background.
about-
So let's go to him real quick, and then we can open back
I
up.
was just thinking about how anything really big that's happened under any president that I can, at least in my lifetime, the things that they accomplished were things that were the opposite of what you would expect from that party. Why? Because it means that you can increase your chances of getting cooperation for the opposite party, and you know that you can also bring some people from your own party along in that direction too.
What do you mean?
So, like for George W. Bush, he got PEPFAR done, which was like $1 billion a year to Africa, like for AIDS priorities, something the Republicans like never would have supported if the Democrat had tried to do it, but because it was their own president that did it, they supported it. Medicare Part D was another one that happened under Bush. Clinton was able to balance the budget using those talking about certain methods that would not have been accepted by his own party, except for the fact that he was a Democrat and he was the one suggesting it. Reagan signed the Earned Income Tax Credit, which the Republicans never would have done. I don't think. He saved Social Security. He signed the Montreal Protocol. You know, there's so much environmental disaster happening around the world, we forget that we've had successes sometimes. And one of them was acid rain, not a thing anymore because Reagan signed the Montreal Protocol. This is another one of those opportunities, I think, where you have a president who's making a suggestion that his party would absolutely reject if a Democrat supported it. But because he's supporting it, if Democrats were to come back to him with and maybe adjust it to where it's maybe a little bit less risky than the way it is now, there's an opportunity here for something actually big to get done. I just don't know that it will because of the way the parties are interacting with each other in Congress now. It's more toxic environment now than under any of those presidents that I mentioned before.
Grid, go ahead, and then we can come back to what the question was that Nina was wanting to examine.
Yeah.
Close
So
out here.
non-fun on the R&D thing. Something that's really interesting is that the R&D is obviously done here, but the manufacturing is done in India or China or various other places, and so that's one of the reasons why these other countries also get the drugs even before us or at a lower cost or whatever. So I don't know how much the R&D is necessarily affected, or the R&D cost is necessarily affected by what we're talking, by the little bit of price fixing or whatever we want to call it we can do here. But it's interesting to find out, and private equity is huge into drug manufacturing, like massive. It's crazy, and so it's interesting that Trump is kind of pushing back. I mean, he's a PE guy. It's interesting that he's taking this stance, in my opinion. I could be totally off base on it because who knows? He may just want to piss them all off. I don't know. So anyway, that's. I just thought it was interesting to note that the manufacturing is not here, so the R&D costs are burdened here to some degree.
I mean, I sent a source in the chat that shows the U.S. is generally speaking an early adopter of drugs. It seems like other countries get drugs later. I think you're just basically wrong on that. And like we do have studies that there are kind of some conflicting things that find that like Medicare price reductions do decrease the amount of R&D spending, do decrease the amount of patents being filed, do decrease the amount of new products introduced. So I think you're basically just wrong on that as well. There's a little bit of nuance into what type of research and development specifically gets, basically gets cut back on. Like, I have a post-Keynesian friend who sent me a study saying, hey, it looks like really the actual novel medical R&D seems to still continue even with price caps. It's just the sort of follow-through technology, I think it's called, improvements to other drugs or whatever, that sometimes is cut back on. And that's not necessarily as bad. That could be, basically a positive trade-off for reducing costs in exchange for not a huge effect on new medical innovation.
Nina, what you were talking, Nina, just before we kind of changed off there. What were you wanting to refocus the conversation on?
Oh, I've completely lost. I was just listening to the conversation there because I know when I don't know what we're talking about. So I'll go ahead and let you take over the reins here, and then maybe I'll jump back in when we can.
All right, sounds good. Tiberius, any thoughts here? I know you've been silent a while here.
Well, I'm probably just the most anti-pharmaceutical out here. He's going to be like, hey, we're going to stifle innovation, we're going to stifle research if we do certain things. And while I will agree that certain things I don't want to do, I don't want to do price floors. There's other things that if they happened, I would not cry a bit about. He's going to be like, hey, we're not doing more research. True. But we're also not seeing pharmaceutical companies drop as many checks in Washington. And for me, that's probably more of a win to the American people than anything. So that's my general goal, is that the pharmaceutical companies are not immoral or unethical, but they're actually just too powerful, and I want them reined in.
I mean, I would view it as more like a general issue, not just the pharmaceutical companies. I'd want to end lobbying in every industry, not just hurt pharmaceutical
I'm not a
companies' profits so
utopian.
they have less money to lobby. But I mean, I don't know.
Are you talking about
prefer to take a more holistic
2017?
approach.
You need a
But,
constitutional convention for that one. Lobbying is literally in the First Amendment.
Yeah.
well, sure.
Are you
You have a right to
uh,
petition your government.
yeah?
Thank you, Rich.
Ron, are you talking about the 2017 study?
I would assume they have not changed since 2017, but this could be. No, this is from 2020.
It says it's still not the healthcare 2017 edition, is what you posted. Did you think you posted something different?
I guess it's published in 2020, but it says 2017 edition. Sure. Okay. I mean, I would assume the results have not changed majorly since 2020. And to be clear, you have
I still don't see
you
where
don't
it's
actually have any. You don't have any evidence. You just have your feelings.
Well, I'm just saying that I didn't see anything in here about that the U.S. gets drugs first.
I mean, I quoted it. It says right here, "Well, drug prices explain relatively little for the U.S. It's quite evident the U.S. adopts new drugs much sooner and much more intensely. These differences are particularly stark when we compare the United States to developing countries and the rare high-income countries."
You're missing an important statement there. Once they're approved.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they don't. It
doesn't say that.
I've not read into.
I understand.
This
It's
is
okay.
taking into account the approval process. Like this is just saying,
as
a matter of fact, it is true the U.S. gets new drugs sooner. Now maybe we get them even faster if if the FDA approved them sooner. I don't know that much about the FDA process. Maybe it's too hard. But as a matter of fact, clearly, one factor is outweighing the other here, and that the FDA is not dragging us down far enough to not get new drugs sooner than other countries, holistically, on average.
And that's its own issue, right? Because the do no harm thing in the Hippocratic Oath means that the perception out there is that you can't harm like one person in order to heal 10 people because you can't do any harm. But if you were to change that to a more utilitarian perspective, you could then approve drugs that say this is going to help more people than it hurts, and therefore you can have legislation like the right to try legislation that they've tried to pass a few. Actually, I think they did pass. Was for some drugs, people can bypass some of those rules, especially if they're very close to death. If there's a new drug that comes out, they have a right to try it. If you want to broaden that so that these approvals happen faster, I think you're going to have trouble with, say, the anti-vaxxers, right, who will say approval happened way too fast and way too easily when it came to the vaccines, right? So
there's always a middle
there's always
ground.
going to be someone who's not happy with the speed at which the FDA approves things in one direction or another, too fast, too slow.
All right, perfect. Well, this is a good time as any here. Let's get some outros here. We've covered a lot of topics today. I'd love to give thanks to my fill-in people for coming in so last minute and being so wonderful to do that. And thanks to my regular people as well for being here as always. Appreciate that. It helps me, allows me to be able to have panels weekly all on races. I don't know how some of these guys plan shit every day and don't have like a consistent group of people that like they know will come. Crazy stuff. Well, all right, let's get some closings. Talk about whatever you got. Promote yourself. We'll start with you, Grid, and we'll just make our way around here. Tell us what you do, where you're at, and what you got coming on, and all that good stuff.
I was going to go to sleep, but I got drugged back up here. So you can find me at AnUnreasonable Man on YouTube. I don't know what my Twitch handle is. It's out there somewhere. I don't actually stream to Twitch very often. That's about it.
Thank you so much. Hi, Cal.
Yeah, debate coach out of Texas. Always fun to go on these panels. This is actually the last week for I've got summer break now, so I'll be available a little bit more for some of this stuff over the summer. I especially enjoyed this last topic because it caused everyone to like hit their role reversals. It's really great to see conservatives proposing socialism and people on the left discovering free market principles. Great.
Yeah, after I read out, if you want to talk about that some, I found that a lot of this very interesting to myself. The role reversals. We can talk off stream about that if you want. Nina, go ahead.
Of course, it's great to see you, Ike. It's been a while. You look great. I feel like you are kind of aging backwards somehow.
Benjamin Button situation going on.
Yeah, a little bit of that, but it's great to see all of you guys. Thank you for having me.
Older and the relative.
I did get married, so maybe that it makes me older. I don't know if that's how that works, but
wiser.
But yeah, it's great to see all of you, of course. Thank you for having me. Twitch.tv/Nina. I think that these conversations are a lot of fun to have. I have enjoyed being on your panels. Gibbs, I don't know if this is a new thing for you, but I don't know if you haven't been inviting me earlier, but I've been really enjoying having these conversations. And thank you for having me.
Yeah, I always like when you're a part of it, so I'm a big fan. Good, what were you saying?
Gibbs, I'm sorry. She just reminded me of something. I actually do a debate game show on the weekends where you can win money. It's a blood sport debate, 5-minute rounds. Non-fun. Have you been up yet?
Well, you didn't remember what your
you were.
Twitch
You were.
name
Yeah,
was.
you were there. You did pretty well.
It's on
didn't
YouTube
you?
mainly. The Unreasonable
Yeah,
Man.
YouTube only. And Unreasonable Man. And it's Saturday night. We start at 8 o'clock. We go till there's one person
The
left.
Unreasonable Man or A Unreasonable Man?
And Unreasonable Man.
And
5-minute blood sport debates. You get 1 minute to open each person, and then 5 minutes to make your points, and then you're just
love that you needed to talk over me for that one. Go ahead.
Go ahead and finish your thing, by the way. Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh,
Anyway.
I'm sorry. I thought she was finished. I apologize.
Anyway, Nina, go ahead. Finish out. Do you have any more you want to say?
No, I was totally done. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, non-fun. Go ahead.
I do a lot of debates like this. I appreciate these types of conversations. You can go watch all of them on my YouTube channel, Nonfon, NONFON, and I stream them live to YouTube as well as Twitch and Kick and Twitter, I guess, at Nonfon420. Listen, price caps are just typically pretty bad. The healthcare industry is uncompetitive, so it makes sense why they might be more appropriate in the healthcare industry, but they seem to be cringe. That's the last thing I'll say.
All right. Thank you so much. He's regular here. We love him, even though he's wrong about everything. I think that one day he's going to become an economic conservative. He's going to be, you're going to be the Kimbo Slice of Twitch poll. It's going to be, that's what's going to happen. You're going to go from
being conservative does not, being a fiscally aware does not make you conservative, my guy.
We'll see. We'll see. It's my prediction here. All right. Tiberius here.
Is there that much difference between a neolib and a neocon anyway? I didn't think there was, but all right.
Absolutely.
Y'all can have that fucking. You can have that argument.
No wonder you're confused, Tiberius. No wonder.
What are you, a Hassan fan?
Hey, look, if it makes you feel any better, I just think you're all retarded, all right?
That's fair.
That's all it comes down to.
We are.
We probably are, yeah.
All right, no, yeah, I'm supposed to be a retired Twitch streamer. I have been asked to come back, and y'all made me feel real warm and welcome. I'm definitely regretting my life choices tonight. Anyway, I don't know if I'm going to stick with this at all. It's fun to talk politics, but sometimes it's a real doozy. To sum up tonight's events and topics, it's fuck the Russians, fuck China, and fuck Big Pharma. So yeah, I hate to leave on a sour note, but that's where we're at.
We got positive note.
Yeah, absolutely positive note here. Yeah, this was quite the event, Gibbs. But it's interesting to see the man of the night is Gibbs. Gibbs being a solid moderator. I've got to give him credit for this. I didn't see this coming.
Yeah, I try. Like, I mean, like, I go on these panel shows, and this isn't a bad to show anybody, but like, I like hate when you go on there and it's like suddenly you're facing the moderator as a debater too. Like, you know, like, and like
all of them.
But like, also like at the same time, like people don't understand how hard it is. Like, you'll get a panel and suddenly you'll have like a person drop, and like it's like, okay, you need someone to fill in, so you have to like kind of be that guy. But then people are like, it's rigged, you're in collusion, and you're like, so it's like this like happy median you have to walk. I don't know.
I used to have a panel show. I totally feel for you, dude. It's a complete pain in the fucking balls. I don't know why you suffer through it, but you do, and so thanks for having me on.
We love you for that.
Hey,
of course.
listening to Gibbs tell people that they need to have decorum is an out-of-body experience.
He's having to put a suit on.
Yeah, I'm like, calm down, boys, calm down. Yeah, you know, it's that's the point. When I'm not when I'm not moderating, I don't have to be good. You know?
He's on his best behavior.
Yeah, that's the secret. But all right, we're gonna rate out to Modi here because guess what? I'm gonna be on his dating show tomorrow.
Oh, that's the name.
With Fluten Dude. It's gonna be fun times. You know, as always. So y'all be good. Thank you all for coming. It was very fun. I appreciate it.
Night, Gibbs.
Y'all
We'll
be
see
good.
you, Gibbs.
All right,
Take
thank
care.
you, thank you.
Thanks so
Great
much
to
for
see
coming.
all of you.
And thanks again for filling in. I always need people when I have it. So
Of
thank you so much.
course.
All right, let's give it to him here. How about you say hi and like we're gonna throw the tea in the harbor or something? Oh. All right, I'm back.
Oh,
there you go.
welcome
Yeah.
back.
Yeah, I said I wanted to talk about this thing. Hold on, let me just make sure my thing is done.